And some of them have gone beyond just simply getting their private pilot, beginning license. So we're going to have them tell us about their story here. Kicking and screaming, Anastasia has agreed to be the spokesperson here. So is it Anastasia? Anastasia? Hi.
I pronounce it Anastasia.
Anastasia, welcome. Tell us, first of all, introduce us to your friends here.
So I'm here today with Adele, Nick, and Briley, all from New York.
Great. Was I even close to what your program's all about? Tell us about it.
Kind of, yeah. So we have a technical school in upstate New York, and we all go to different school districts. And during the morning, we go to our school for some classes at our school. Like I take math at my school, some other people take English. And in the afternoon, we go to our aviation classroom at our technical school, and we learn about flying airplanes. And then we also have a agreement with a flight school, so we fly for free at our flight school.
Yeah. And what year of school are you in?
I'm a senior right now.
You're a senior, and what's your highest airplane pilot rating?
I'm a private pilot, single engine, and multi-engine land, and I'm working towards my instrument rating right now.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah,
I know, huh?
That's awesome.
Let's start here. She just introduced you, but say your name again and give us a little bit of your perspective and your involvement with the program.
Okay, so my name's Riley Booth. I just got my private pilot's license probably 3 months ago at this point.
Okay.
And that was, I don't know, it was a great learning experience. You learned a lot about yourself, and it was amazing, like, through all the instructors that I had, through Roddick definitely, who helped set this up and everything, like, for us. I've gotten so much help and assistance with my passion of aviation, so it's really a great opportunity, and we're blessed to have it for sure.
That's great. What year of school are you in?
I'm a senior in high school.
You're a senior. Are you guys all seniors, or am I? Yeah, they are all seniors.
Yeah.
All right. Very, very cool. And over here, say your name and tell us a little bit about your situation.
My name is Nick. I learned about it. I was walking through my school. My guidance counselor came up to me, knew I wanted to be a pilot, and told me about the Questar program. And it just it seemed like something that was really going to help me. And now I'm at my private, almost done with my instrument, and I haven't spent $1 on flight training, which it helps a lot of people. Like,
That's
people
great.
that normally wouldn't be able to afford it definitely helps.
Where do you think you want to go with this?
I want to be a pilot in the Army. I'm applying right now to join the Army to be a Black Hawk pilot.
That's great. Fixed wing or rotary?
Rotary.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So he said that quickly. Which helicopter? Which
Black
aircraft?
Hawk.
There we go. He knows what he wants. That's terrific. And finally, your name, and tell us a little bit about your situation.
So I'm Adele Hewer. I've been really interested in aviation since I was a little kid. I flew with my dad a lot, and so I heard about this program. I'm like, I have to get in it, and I have to start my pilot journey.
Yep.
So last year, about a year ago almost, I got my private, and this year I'm working on my instrument rating. I'm almost halfway through that. So we're just wrapping it up.
Yeah. What kind of airplanes do you guys fly now? Are you all in 172 class airplanes?
So we did our private in 152s, and now we're doing our instruments in 172s.
Okay. And do you have available to you? Well, you said you're working on multi. Was it you?
I did that independently over the summer.
Okay, all right. So the 172, that kind of aircraft, the most sophisticated airplane or biggest airplane that you guys have available to in this program?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you want to be an Army pilot? Where do you want to go with this?
I want to go into a corporate company. I want to probably fly for Tradewind Aviation or something smaller like that.
Okay. And Anastasia?
So I'm committed to college for aerospace engineering, actually. My dream is to build a plane and then fly it myself.
Nice.
A good dream, but very reachable, very doable.
Yes.
I mean, look around you here.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of people who have built their own airplanes. And so, yeah. And where do you want to go with this?
I want to be a seaplane pilot, actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm not really one for the airlines. I want to have fun while I'm flying.
These are all great answers. Yeah, that's terrific. So you're obviously learning things about aviation and, the technology and the science of aviation. Do any of you feel like this program has made an impact in your regular life too? Has it exposed you? You nod your head big over here. How has it helped you in your regular life?
100%. Just, I think the constant challenge, just you definitely learn a lot about yourself, because it's not like school where you have somebody pressuring you. Raddick's good about letting you know that it's on you, like you have to do your own stuff. He was always there to help, like 24 hours of the day he's there to help you. But it was a lot of being really independent and scheduling your own flights, and it's just because I feel like especially aviation is something that's so based on yourself, like you can't make excuses. And I definitely like helped me a lot, just set my own course and like kind of know what I was going to do.
Yeah. And you nodded your head big over here too. How has it helped you in your regular life?
Well, our class is really competitive. We're constantly pushing each other to get like the best grades and like get as much flight time as possible. And we're all like working with each other. So it makes you a better pilot just working with the kids around you in the class because we're all in the same place. It's just a great environment.
Yeah. Anyone else? How's it in regular life? How's it affected your regular life?
Well, I'd say definitely people are always impressed when they hear, like, oh, you're 17 and you're a pilot. Like, that's what everyone says. Like, that's what we all get all the time. Okay.
Becoming a pilot for the bragging rights? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, really.
That's why we did it.
Yeah, but it forces you to grow up for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of us solo flew an airplane at 16. Some of us before we could even drive a car. We can rent planes, but we can't rent cars. So it's crazy.
Yeah. And you?
Yeah, I think one thing that I learned, like, that helped me in, like, just normal daily life is, like, decision making, like critical thinking and, like, under pressure stuff, just, like, maybe daily tasks and, like, being self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Aviation is, like, it's 100%, like, helped me.
Yeah. Very
Absolutely.
cool.
And to Anastasia's point, you guys really have achieved something that not a lot of people do. As a matter of fact, if you do the math, there's only like 700,000 pilots. There's 350 million people in this country. We are part of 0.003% of the population to have achieved at least a private pilot certificate. So what you've done is extraordinary.
Yeah. Before we let you go, so is there any aspect of the program that we haven't asked you about that you think is particularly exciting? When you tell your friends about this or family, who are not familiar, what's the first thing you tell them about this program?
Well, I'd say that when we're not flying airplanes, we also have a full motion sim in the classroom. So we're always getting like active learning. We also have a Microsoft flight simulator. So even if we're not up in the plane because of bad weather or whatever, we could still practice in the classroom.
Yep. Anybody else with some aspect of the program we haven't asked you about?
I think it's pretty cool that there's on days we just go to the airport instead of class and we're flying instead of sitting in a classroom all day. And then we just go back to our regular schools, and it's just like an amazing experience.
Very nice.
So, and I just wanted to be clear, this program is actually paying for your certificates.
We have not spent a penny, not even on the written tests.
Right. So you guys, this is something that they're doing for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe finally, so you guys are all seniors. How young are people in this program?
You start your junior year for private, senior year for instrument.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Tom?
Yeah. So, we really appreciate you guys being here today. So, real quick, the name of the program is Questar 3, correct?
Yes, Questar 3 both.
And if somebody wants information on this, is there a website they can go to?
No.
I believe it's Questar, Questar.org. Questar.org. And
sounds right.
You can find more information on this program. We really appreciate you guys joining us here this morning and really letting us know what's going on with this. Like
it's
I said,
fascinating. Congratulations on your accomplishments as pilots.
Exactly.
That's terrific.
And,
it really
and
is.
Good luck on the ones that you're pursuing because, they should be great careers. You all got different paths, and it's amazing in aviation how many different paths we can all take and make this work.
Yep.
So, Jack, I think it's going to be another beautiful day. I see a few clouds. I heard some airplane noises.
We were teasing Amanda this morning about how the fog was gone early, but
exactly. I've been sitting here on the deck watching outside. There's all sorts of arrivals coming in this morning, so I'm sure the beehive over Lake Parker is busy this morning.
Yeah, and although it's 9:30 now, 11 a.m. is when things are really going to get exciting because the Blue Angel team are going to start arriving.
This morning.
So it's going to be a great day. If you're not here already, you should come on by.
Never seen a Blues arrival.
Yep.
You'll be impressed by this one. All right, so we're going to cut it off and set it up to our sponsors, and we'll be back soon.
Well, I'm here at Sun and Fun 2025 Aerobatic Headquarters tent, and I'm here today with Arrhythmia pilot John Isley. And we got some other, your name is?
Alexis Quintana.
And?
Aubrey.
And?
Todd Scandrett.
Nice to meet you all. Glad you can join us here at the Aerobatic Tent. First of all, a little bit, how did you get into this? How did you start?
We're all instructors. We're all paramotor instructors. We've all been flying paramotors for several years, so we're all friends first. We're from all over the country. We've all been flying for probably about flying paramotors for probably about 10 years apiece at this point each. I've been flying airplanes my whole life. That will always be my first love. But as we've been talking about, flying paramotors is a totally different flying experience, and that's why we're here. We want to showcase our sport to people who might not have ever seen a paramotor before. We want to represent our paramotor flying community throughout the United States. We want to entertain everyone that comes out to watch us. That's a big part of our performance, and we want to inspire everybody that comes out to come see us too, because this is the most approachable form of general aviation that exists. It's the lowest barrier of entry, and there are, a lot of people out there who have always dreamed of flying, but maybe they can't get a pilot's license, or maybe they can't get a medical certificate, or they've never had the time or the money or the opportunity to get flight training, and this is their easiest ticket into aviation. And for prior pilots, this is, a new form of aviation that they might not have ever experienced before, and it's a totally new flying experience, and that's what we're out here to do, is just kind of show that, share it to the aviation masses here at Sun and Fun.
So I wanted to get into this. How would I start about going? Now, you said entry. This is the easiest form of entry,
Yep.
and the medical, and you
Yep.
can't get a medical. Do you need a medical?
Yes.
And how would I enter this?
Great questions. Yeah, so we operate under Part 103, which are the regulations for ultralight vehicles. The FAA classifies this as an ultralight vehicle. So even when I'm a certified pilot flying one of these, the FAA views me as an ultralight operator. So with that, we don't require any licensing, or training is not legally required to fly one of these. We don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. But we're all certified instructors through the United States Powered Paragliding Association. In fact, I'm going to brag about Alexis here. Alexis is the president of the United States Powered Paragliding Association. And that's really our non-legally binding governing body of our sport that really looks out for our best interests. And they have a certification program that you can get a student, a basic or an advanced flight rating, paramotor rating through that. You can also work up, get your instructor rating, as well as like a tandem exemption as well. So that's the program that we all operate under. So if you're looking into learning how to fly these things, the first thing that I'd tell you to do is to look into a USPPA certified school where you can get that training, because just like it's not required for operators, it's not required for instructors either. So the USPPA is going above and beyond to do that.
Would you recommend a tandem ride first to get used to it?
Tandem ride is a great way to kind of get your hands on the controls for the first time and figure out whether or not you like it. But I can say that, with reasonable confidence, 99% of the time people get back from their first tandem ride and you can't get the smile off their face, and they're like, yep, I got it, I'm hooked.
They end up usually wanting to fly as well, which is fun, but it's confidence building to have that first experience where your first flight is not a solo flight, so you get to go up there, and it's cool to be able to use it both for like that introduction, see if this is for you, but also as a training tool.
And as an introduction, how would you go about? Could you go out and rent this, or do you rent these? Would you be able to rent one and get instruction with another instructor, just renting two individuals?
So most of the time schools provide all of the equipment, and that's a great option because there's variations in the equipment, and because it's backpack style or wheel style, it's nice to be able to try things on and get hands on and learn about what you specifically need before you end up actually buying any equipment. So most schools have the equipment there for you to use, and then by the time you're done with training, the instructors facilitate helping you purchase your own.
A lot of times people will see this stuff on YouTube and Facebook, and they'll be like, oh, I need to go find a paramotor. So they'll get onto Craigslist or they'll get onto eBay and they'll buy a used paramotor, and then they'll either get training or teach themselves how to use it, and then they'll get on the other side of this and be like, man, the wing I got was like totally the wrong size, or like not appropriate for me, or like, man, I wish I would have known that there were better motors out there. So with a good quality training program, that allows you to go through the training and learn about the different components of the machine and like what you're looking for, and making sure that you're getting the right sized wing that is appropriate to your skill level and flying style. And that's something that a good instructor would enable you to make those educated decisions.
So you wouldn't recommend just going on eBay and buying one
don't
without
recommend
now?
it. Yeah, don't recommend
you
it.
You know what you're getting into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what would in the initial beginning phase, how would you go about training in the beginning? What's the initial steps through training?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Really, there are two primary different methodologies on how training could be structured. One is what I personally call full-time training versus part-time training. You know, Alexis calls this the boot camp. This is usually about 8 to 12 days, 8 to 12 consecutive days of training where we'll do our outdoor training in the morning, in the first 2 hours after sunrise, the last 2 hours before sunset. And then we'll usually take a little siesta midday because they're early mornings and late nights. We'll usually do like ground school in the afternoons, everything from airspace to regulations to how to maintain your motor and, you know, talk about aerodynamics, flight principles, all of that stuff, you know, ground school for paramotors. And most of the heavy lifting for training is done within the first 6 or 7 days or so. First solo flights are usually accomplished within the first 4 to 5 days. And then usually those remaining days is we're just waiting for the weather to cooperate so students can knock out more flights. Our goal for students, you'll probably agree with this, is about 20 to 30 flights. It can be as short as 15 to 20 if like the student is, you know, really consistent and competent and confident. That's really the biggest thing we're looking for, and sometimes that takes about 15 to 30 flights or so, and about 8 to 12 days consecutively. The other way to approach this is with part-time training, and some schools will do one, some schools will do the other, some schools will try to accommodate both. What I personally tell part-time students is you got 2 months to get it done. Anything past that, you're going to start to lose some skill, and we're going to be retraining, and we're going to wait for the weather to cooperate. This is just enough that you can get it done either in about 8 to 12 days or about 2 months.
Okay. And for the kids out there, how young?
That's a great question. So there is no legal minimum age requirement for Part 103. I think the youngest pilot that I've worked with was about 12 years old. In fact, I certified him to fly up at Oshkosh at the ultralight area up there, so that was really special.
For Justin and I think the youngest that we've trained was a 13-year-old, and with there not being formal regulation on age and needing like the ID or your driver's license, typically I say it's two-part to be able to let us train you at a certain age. It's one, can you physically handle the equipment? We want you to be safe and be able to manage it. And two, you need to approach it with the appropriate amount of respect because it's still aviation. We're still going in the air. We want to make sure that the pilots are being safe themselves, but also can assimilate into the larger airspace system and be safe with everyone else.
I think that flying paramotors is an awesome way to get younger kids not only into aviation but into STEM related things. Because when we're going through training, like we're talking about how a two-stroke motor produces power, we're talking about how, you know, the prop produces thrust, we're talking about aerodynamics, and on top of all the STEM related stuff, like what an awesome way to like make a kid responsible for themselves. And like the overall litmus test that I use for this is the parent as excited about the idea as the kid is? Right. If those two things, and if the kid has the right head on his shoulders, then I think it can be an awesome match.
When you're training and you're out there in the flights, what exactly how's the wind and the weather? What exactly are you watching? You said you're in the pattern, so you're dealing with other aircraft.
So most of our training operations, I train out of a non-controlled airport. I've also done training out of controlled airports before, where I'm standing on the ground with a radio talking to the tower. But we usually keep it within, you know, relatively like 2 to 3 acre size area below 500 feet. We'll be on the CTAF talking with other aircraft, making traffic reports, and all the airports that we work at, we've talked with like the airport management, we've talked with other pilots there, so when they're seeing us out on the field, like they expect us to see there, they expect to hear John on the radio, and they know what the plan is out there. So I think your other question was about weather, what we're looking at. That's a great question. That is one of the biggest limitations for our sport. Usually when the winds get up about like 10 to 12 miles an hour or so, that's where like most pilots are like, yep, that's enough for me. What the conditions that we're looking for are the glassiest, calmest, smoothest conditions that we can find.
That's why you train in the morning and the afternoon. Then.
Absolutely, yeah, during the non-thermic period of the day, because after about 2 hours, especially here in Central Florida, like that's where those thermals will start to build up, and that's where the sport can, you know, you can start accepting more risk when you're flying like midday in conditions that aren't ideal. So yeah, we're generally looking for conditions for training that are about less than 6 to 8 miles an hour on the surface, less than about 10 miles an hour within the first 1,000 feet or so, yeah, during the non-thermic part of the day.
Well, now you guys fly at night now. That's not common for the average paraglider, right?
Great question. So we actually don't fly at the definition of night. So Part 103 allows us to do a lot of things with very minimal regulations. It doesn't allow us to fly after end of civil twilight. So even here at Sun and Fun, even though we're operating under a waiver and we're inside of the TFR and we're with an air boss, we actually actually have to still finish our performance by end of civil twilight. So
When you do the night air show with the pyrotechnics, then.
Yep.
So technically, you're still
we still have to get done by end of civil twilight. Yeah, and this is something that I hope to work out in the future because I would love to fly a little bit later than that. It makes our lights look brighter, makes the fireworks look better, and it's a lot calmer and smoother for us up there too after end of civil twilight also. So that is something I'm hoping to find a solution for. But yeah, we still try to go as late as we can and as dark as we can because like darker it gets, the better our lights look, the better our falls look, and it's a lot of fun to fly in that. Yeah.
Now here at Sun and Fun 2025, you are going to be flying every night this week?
Correct. Yep. We'll be flying at the Sunset Aerial Circus right over there at Paradise City, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that will be, I don't know what the exact time is, but it will probably be about 12 minutes before end of civil twilight. So just after sunset, we'll be after the Stoll performers out there. And then we'll also be performing at the Wednesday night air show, and the Saturday night air show about the same time. I don't know exactly who's before us or after us. I'm thinking Titan is probably before us. But yeah, we're really looking forward to the night air show. It's a really special opportunity. It's an honor for us to be able to go out there on such a big stage and be setting up for our performance, and F-35s are taxiing by, and here we are, just a couple of paramotor punks with two-stroke engines out there, performing at the world's largest aviation stage, and just really celebrating not only our sport but aviation with a lot of people who are here for the same things. What a better way to start the aviation season.
I highly recommend to come out to see their show because it is a fantastic show to watch at night, and it's really a lot of fun. So if you're at Sun and Fun 2025, I highly recommend catching the Arrhythmia shows at night. It's a spectacular show. Now, you said earlier when we were talking, pilots all come from different areas. Yep. And can you tell us a little bit more about that, where the pilots all come from, and why so many different places? Why not one base?
That's a great question. So we were all friends before this all started. So we were from all over the U.S., and with us all being, flight instructors, and we have our own small businesses, we'll work with each other and be like, hey, I got 6 students in this class. I need another instructor who can come out and help. So we were already a team, and to some sense before this. But the team was started, 21, correct? 2021. First performance was at Twilight Flight Fest at Oshkosh. We did our first training camp. We always do a training camp, a week-long training camp before the first show of every year. That was our first one there. I think your question was, why are we all over the place? I'm based in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. My school is called Paramerica. Alexis and Justin, they're based out of Schoolcraft, Michigan. Their school is Leading Edge PPG. Todd's doesn't have a school, but he has a 501c3, did I pronounce that correctly? Nonprofit organization called Resurgence PPG. And what this is an organization that gets wounded warriors, whether they're wounded physically, mentally, they're trying to overcome new life challenges. It gives them scholarships to go to schools as a way to get them plugged into a new community and overcome their new life challenges. And Todd's organization is doing a lot of really special things for a lot of really good people. So he's from Charlotte, North Carolina. We also have team members from Lake Wales, just down the road from here. That's One Up Adventures. That's Kyle, Travis, and Allie. So they had the shortest trip here. They only had to drive about 30 minutes down the road. We have Omaha, Nebraska, Josh Bowden. He's a Nebraska paramotor. He wasn't able to make it out to the show, unfortunately. We'll see him down the road. We also have Johnson Q with Class Q Aerospace in Boston, Massachusetts. Andrew Solano with Skyfield Flightworks in Statesboro, Georgia, and Naveed with Fly Products, who is actually our first international pilot. He is actually from Sweden, lives in Italy right now, and he flew at the show with us last year at Sun and Fun, so he just wasn't able to make us out with us. So did I get everybody there? Yes.
So you got schools all over the country.
Midwest Parajet, yeah, in Manuka, Illinois. That's Scott Baxter and Steve Reed.
Wow. So you got schools all over the country. Yep. So it's easy to find, easy to get into. Then that sounds awesome. Absolutely. So Todd, I'd like to know a little bit more about your group there.
Yeah. So I started Resurgence PPG back in 2018. I myself am a disabled veteran. Oh, thank you. And I came from a skydiving background in my time in service. I'd been to airborne school and combat tours, and once I was medically retired from the Army, I realized that I still needed an adventure. As I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do when I grow up, I found this sport, on YouTube videos, and I realized that the impact that it just had for me as I was going through my challenges, being a disabled veteran, that if the sport could help me, it could help other folks. And so I started a nonprofit, and so the focus is to, through donations and solicitations, we provide training scholarships to disabled veterans. And so the big thing is, although I am an instructor, we don't do any of the instruction. What we will do is we will partner with schools around the country. So we will identify the candidates, we'll provide the funding for the candidates, and then we'll send them to schools all over. And we've sent them to schools, Michigan down to Florida, all the way out to California, and everywhere in between. And what that does is it allows us to share the stories of those veterans with the greater community. It doesn't benefit me having students come to me, having these disabled veterans come to me, and, we share our story together. It's kind of like, great. We know each other's story. We understand what disabled vets go through. It does the community a much greater service by sending those veterans to the schools, because most of the instructors at these schools, they're civilians. They haven't had that military experience. I think it has served the paramotor community well. It has served the veterans well, and it is definitely, it's been a mutual impact for all the parties involved.
And what was the name of the group again?
Resurgence PPG.
Resurgence PPG. And how would they find you online?
ResurgencePPG.com.
Okay, good. And so obviously you're looking for donations for this. And
absolutely.
Help
because
the veterans out there.
Yeah, because with the donations, we provide the tuition, scholarships costs. We also provide travel costs, lodging costs, and a per diem. And so, it's an investment. We invest a significant amount of money for each individual candidate. But, the benefit to that candidate and to the paramotor community is priceless.
And now with the disabled veterans, what kind of medical do they need to get with this?
So our criteria is that they just have to have a Veterans Administration VA disability rating, and through that rating, we'll go ahead and, we'll vet them and make sure that, we feel that they're interested, they're willing to participate. The benefit of operating under Part 103, like John talked about, not needing a medical requirement, and because this is a gateway to aviation, it's a perfect partnership, because of Part 103, because of the sport, and, it allows those veterans to get into it. One of the greatest examples we have is one of our alumni. He was actually a Chinook pilot in the Army. So he has aviation experience, and he had, combat tours, and he had injured his back in a hard landing in the Chinook. Subsequently, he was medically separated from the military because of the injury. He's not able to get a medical certificate to fly rotor wing anymore. This was his avenue to get back in the air. And so it's a great opportunity for us to be able to, share aviation with those that we either were in it or have always dreamed to be in aviation.
If I could ask you about your association there as the president of the Paraglider Club of America, was it?
United States Powered Paragliding Association.
Okay. And what exactly, how are you attracting more people into the Paragliding Association?
So that's a great question. So the USPPA, it serves as the governing body. So like John mentioned, we operate under Part 103, the regulations, and under our advisory circular, so 1037, the FAA basically says they want us to self-govern. They don't want to have to come in, regulate, and oversee more. So what our organization does is serves as that kind of self-governing organization. So we do things like we have an established syllabus that instructors utilize to help make sure everyone's checking all the boxes and making sure we're staying both safe and knowledgeable and, like I mentioned before, assimilate safely within larger airspace systems. So we have a lot of tools that the organization provides to help ensure that safety and the quality in pilots. And as far as it comes to attracting other people, that's more so done on the individual instructor basis. And we've had a big boom in the community once YouTube started becoming popular and more videos were posted. People see it and they get excited about it. And usually it's a slow roll. They see it and maybe a year, maybe 4 years later, like, okay, I actually do want to jump into this and do it. So the USPPA then serves as kind of like an overseeing avenue to help both protect our rights under FAR 103 and ensure that the organization or the community in general can maintain safety, assimilate well, and be good members of aviation.
Can you speak a little bit about the safety of this? I'm sure everybody wants to know. It looks pretty scary. I look at that and go, wow, that's pretty impressive. So what's the safety record like?
Sure. It's actually, I tend to joke, with talking to, my mom, when I had to explain what I was doing to her, I said, Mom, it's more dangerous for me to drive to the field to go fly than it is to fly. We fly very slow. Most of our aircraft, most of the beginning gliders, they're going to be going somewhere around 30 miles an hour in the air, so it's slow. They're forgiving aircraft. We call them dynamically stable. So if I were to park my controls and stop doing anything, the glider would fly straight and level, and if I were to let off throttle, we would just slowly descend with about a 9-to-1 glide ratio on some of our gliders. So if we stop being the person that's causing the issues, the aircraft takes care of itself in a lot of ways. We do have other safety things that we can consider. We have reserve parachutes equipped on it in case, but most of the time the dangers come with pilot decision making. What sort of pre-flight are you doing? Are you going to have a mechanical issue? The nice thing is if you do have a mechanical issue, you just glide down. If we run out of fuel, that's one that some people, that poor planning, run out of fuel, you just glide down. So if we're flying in poor weather or flying in an unsafe dynamic manner, that's when issues start to happen, and those are all completely avoidable, which is a wonderful thing because I tend to be the person that I don't want to jump into anything until I know 110% about it. I'm one of those type A people, and this is nice and simple and easy, whereas flying in aircraft, if you start letting go of control, something's going to go very wrong, sometimes very quickly.
It's a common question that we get, and the truth is that because this is a minimally regulated sport, if there were an accident, like the NTSB doesn't investigate this. In fact, they normally turn it over to the local authorities to investigate. So because of that, we don't really have good accident statistics. We don't know what those numbers are. What I tell my students is the sport is largely as safe as the decisions that you make and the level of risk that you choose to accept. And I can't say that for a lot of things. I can't say that driving down I-4 on the way here to the show, right? With oncoming traffic going 80. There's so much that is in your control as an operator of one of these machines, and going back to it's as safe as the decisions that you make and the level of risk that you choose to accept. If you make good decisions and you have a low risk tolerance, then you're probably going to have a good time and a very enjoyable career in this sport. If you make bad decisions and you have a high risk tolerance, well then obviously this can become much more dangerous.
It's kind of throughout life. Yeah. It's
exactly.
Like life itself.
And I think that just speaks to the importance of entering this sport through quality training, through the USPPA, because your good instructor is going to talk about all of those risk factors that Alexis mentioned. Weather, your pre-flight, what is going on in your head before your flight, the equipment that you're using, the maneuvers that you're using, the type of safety equipment that you should be equipped with. And that's, I think, all of our goals by the end of training. We want to make students who are not only confident, they're not only competent, they represent our sport well, but they also have the tools and the knowledge to make safe, healthy decisions.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate you being here.
Likewise.
Arrhythmia was awesome talking to you all.
Likewise.
And I hope to see you tonight and every day this week. And from Sun and Fun 2025, please show up and watch Arrhythmia at night. It's a great show. You won't regret it. I think it's every bit as good as the Air Force Thunderbirds. Not quite as good as the Blue Angels. Again, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. And from the aerobatic headquarters at Sun and Fun 2025, you have a good day.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group. offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth ND8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo here in Lakeland, Florida, at the Lakeland-Lindner International Airport. It's time to turn up the fun at 31. I'd say you have 31. 31. This is Sun and Fun Radio's 31st.
I got
Sun and Fun got they got a typo in everything they publish. Turn up the fun at 51. Should be turn up the fun at 31.
31. We got to tell those folks at Sun and Fun what's what.
We got to talk to somebody about this.
So we have a radio show that happens to have an air show going on during.
Exactly. Everybody's so excited about Sun and Fun Radio, they built an air show around.
Nice.
No, it just happens to be coincidence. Sun and Fun came on the air. Sun and Fun Radio came on the air the 20th year of Sun and Fun, so we share their anniversary.
I'm looking out at the sky, and I just checked my local weather app, and those clouds are at about 2,400 feet, and that's a normal Florida afternoon, right? You've got that humidity buildup. You got some cumulus clouds. It's partly sunny, partly cloudy. So we're talking, if the air show may do some low-level stuff. They may not go real high. I don't know. That's my guess, seeing those puffies at 2,400.
Well, so far all week, God has been smiling on us and giving us absolutely beautiful weather for our event, and of course, the Blues and the other jet teams, they're all running IFR, so I don't know that they'll be affected by a 24-foot ceiling.
Well, they're only flying 500 feet off the ground anyway, so not a problem.
I think they get a little higher than that. When they exit the airspace.
Yeah, well, that's the exit.
I know they do because they blast past the house. I got a text message from April the other day. 2 jets just blasted over the house and scared the dog. I said, good, the Raptor needs to be afraid of something.
Looking at the forecast on ForeFlight here, it's saying late this afternoon it's scattered at 4,000, scattered at 25,000. So it may clear up a bit for us.
It may clear up. Yep.
I think we'll have beautiful weather. Amanda was here this morning and said we're going to have beautiful weather.
She's the authority.
And she is the authority. Amanda Holly with Channel 8 out of Tampa Bay, the morning meteorologist. She grins now every time I say that because I finally got her title right.
You finally got it right. As I've been driving around Lakeland this week, I see people sitting in lawn chairs on just about any flat surface out here in Lakeland. There's parking lots, shopping centers, people's front lawns. Everywhere you go, people are sitting out in the yard watching the air show.
And you gotta love that, and I'm really hoping that if you are local and you're listening to our broadcast or watching us here on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, that, we do broadcast a fixed cam shot of the air show every day. And we will do the same. Our Skycam will be pointed out at the runway for tonight's night show. And, but it's not the same, folks. You can watch it there. You can say, oh, that's cool. It is not as quality product as Derek and crew put out. It is not the same as being here in person.
No, they
feel it, you taste it, you smell it.
They see the flying on outside of the fence. That's, what would you say, 60%, 20% of the air show? We're in the heart of the air show with all of the vendors and all of the activities and forums.
Exactly.
So there's so much more than just that flying. And if you're outside the fence, you don't get any of that.
Well, one of my favorite story that I heard, a father and son were sitting outside the fence, didn't want to pay to come in. They're watching the air show, and back then it was the Aeroshell team. And the announcer's saying, they will be signing. You want to meet the pilots? Come on by the Aeroshell booth tomorrow from 1 to 3 or whatever it was. They will be here signing autographs. And the kid pestered his father about meeting them, and so the people bought a ticket and came in the next day. And that's my hope. I mean, I really hope that we're helping people who can't be here for some reason, like Tony from Mobile, like my friend David Philibom, who can't be here at Sun and Fun. And they're able to still kind of feel like they're here by listening to us. But if you are out there listening to us, folks, send us an email, snfradio@gmail.com, snfradio@gmail.com, because it will come to me, and you might just get a shout-out like Tony from Mobile. And Tony's last name, Tony sent me an email and said I've been pronouncing his name wrong all week. Tony's last name is Perkle.
Perkle.
The R doesn't come first. So I've been calling him the wrong name. I take that back. I haven't been calling him the wrong name. I've been just mispronouncing the right name. Tony, I apologize, brother. You're a long-time UCAP listener, long-time Sun and Fun Radio listener. You flying home? Robert Sigliano, it looks like he's taking off. Another radio volunteer taking the human mailing tube going home. Mr. Robert Sigliano, hadn't been with us for a number of years. We're so glad you've been back with us, Robert. Thank you. Always a pleasure to have you here, and I'm glad you are still here with us. Look forward to seeing you again next year. He's one of our behind-the-scenes people. He is an editor, works with Roy Brewer on the editing team. A lot of all of our live stuff gets clipped out by the editors and posted to run the loop.
And here's
every field
a good
interview.
Here's a good
edited.
shout out to the editors. This beautiful weather, this beautiful flying, everything we've been talking about. Where are they at? Where are they right now, Dave? They're in a windowless cubicle editing audio
with an exterior lock. That's my running joke as I go over there every once in a while. I'll stick my head in and ask a question, and I'll close the door and I'll throw the lever. Yeah, there's a handle inside.
Okay.
But there is a padlock spot on there. When we first had the pod, air show had ended, flying was over. It was the next day after, Monday. And Terry Fowler and I were here, and we were talking about the pod. And I said, well, I'm going to go ahead, and it was hot, so I went in there and I closed the door from the inside. And I went to move, and one of the lever handles spun. And
Oops.
I was legitimately locked in the pod. Could not get out. I called Terry. I said, tell me you're not very far away. No, I'm only a mile or two off campus. Why? What's going on? I need you to come back. What's the matter? I'm locked in the pod. The handle is broken on the inside. And he came back and let me out. But it could have been ugly because it was after the air show. Nobody was here.
That could have been a bad ending.
You know, but the pod used to be a equipment building out here on the field. When we first had it, you could still barely see through the paint job, the orange and white checkerboard that it was painted. And if you ever notice that you look inside the pod, you'll notice all kinds of screw holes in the wall. That was actually an equipment pod that was out there by the VOR. They got new buildings and donated them to here at Sun and Fun, and we got one of them because we didn't have enough room. So, wondering what we're going to do with the pod once we begin the renovations on campus. You guys seen the 5-year plan?
Yep. It's the architect's 3D model is shown from a couple different viewpoints. Obviously, that's all going to be subject to change, but it's a conceptual plan at this point as to how the campus may lay out once the Lakeland Linder International Airport, say that 3 times fast, constructs a new
KLAL.
There you go. Construction a second east-west parallel runway, roughly where the current taxiway is.
Yeah, and once they do that, there's a minimum separation between the runway and what they call the fence. And so when they put that over, literally the new fence line is going to be about where that tarmac is, where that drive is out on the other side of us there. So originally I thought we were going to be right on the front. You know, they put the new thing in. And then I saw the artist conception, and Gene pointed out that this is Clubhouse Row. And so I was like, Gene, is that like where they are now existing? He said, no, they're going to move from there. But so that means that 3 to 5 years, we're going to have a new home. So
I've heard discussions between you and Derek and trying to solve the logistics of that and making that happen as seamlessly as possible.
Well, right now, the current thought is that, I've got my cargo trailer here. It's my personal trailer. Derek thinks that we should repurpose that into a mobile transmitting room, mobile control room. And that's not a bad idea, we got to keep an eye on it. So, we're not sure what we're going to do, hopefully when the time comes they move us, we will, be given plenty of time. Basically what's going to happen is at the end of the year at Sun and Fun, we break down the deck stuff and put it away. That year, whatever year that is, we're going to have to break down the entire studio and pack it away. And when we come back the next year, we'll be in a whole new spot. But when that happens and everything else, that's, we'll do what they need to do as long as we're here. As long as we're welcome, as long as we can broadcast, we will broadcast
We'll be back.
to you
And
from the Aerospace Expo.
And we'll be back after a few short messages. This is Pilot Jim G with Chairman Dave, Randy Bibb. Thanks for listening to Sun and Fun Radio.
This is Lizzie Havens of Sun and Fun Radio coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. I'm chatting with Zach Thomas, one of my new friends from last year. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing fabulous. It's a great place to be with the sun and the fun.
Yes, heavy on the sun this year. You're down here from Philadelphia. What's the weather like up there right now?
It's not too bad. Definitely a lot chillier, but I was starting to wear, short sleeves and shorts, and now I'm out here in a sun hat, so I think that says everything you need to know.
Yes, absolutely. Good old spring break for pilots. I'm glad you were able to come down again. Tell us a little bit about your plane. We talked about it last year, but it was really cool.
Yeah, so, nothing too special. It's a 1972 Piper Cherokee 140. That year they came with a 150 engine. Luckily, someone who owned the plane in 79 put a 180 horsepower and a constant speed prop on it. So it's pretty basic, 6-pack, 2 radios, 2 VURs. It's what I've learned to fly in. It's just about the only thing I've flown in going this far. And yeah, I got my private pilot last August, and now I'm studying towards my instrument rating, going to do complex high performance and tailwheel very soon.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely hear you have a tailwheel future ahead of you for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, it seems like the life is just choosing me. Kevin with taildraggers.com, he said you need to get your tailwheel endorsement and become Tail Dragger Zach. So I found out that's my new calling this week, and I'm very excited.
I'm excited for you. The Tail Dragger community is awesome. There's so much fun to fly, and you're going to have a great time. But you have an awesome podcast, too. You have Before Flights podcast.
That's right. That is my neglected podcast. I've uploaded 2 podcasts in the past year. I have quite a few recorded already. It just hasn't been a focus. I've been flight training, I've been working, I've been studying. And really what the podcast is it's an excuse when I meet someone cool to sit down and talk to them for, half hour, however long, we have, and just pick people's brain. And, I feel like I'm capturing a moment in time, like what we're doing right now. Who knows how long this recording will be around and who's going to listen to it down the road. It's just cool to capture a moment in time, and, I'll get them up.
Absolutely. It's not when. It's eventually they'll get there. And even if they don't, you still have the memories, and that's really the important part of the whole thing.
Yeah, but they really need to be shared with everybody. So I will, I'll be better about that.
Well, Sun and Fun's a great time to kind of get going again and get some new interviews. Have you met anyone cool this year?
This year, it's been a lot of hanging out with the same crowd, which I've enjoyed. Who have I met new this year? Let me think. I've gone to a couple great lectures, and I haven't necessarily met the people, but I just came one, Greg G., and he told a story about where his engine went out when he was over Georgia flying IMC, and he was able to come down and land, miraculously. And he had a great lecture. It was hilarious. I think that's been, one of the highlights so far.
Yeah, it's still early in the week. There's so much to do and see around here. Do you have any favorite performers that are here that you know of?
The Blue Angels. And we just saw them arrive. I saw them fly over the airfield today. I don't know when they're officially landing, but Blue Angels would be cool to see. I haven't seen them in a long time. Kevin, what's that guy from Alabama? Greg Coons. Man, I saw him perform last year, and he does the style where he's talking on the radio. I wasn't near a speaker. I don't know if he did it this year, but I saw him flying. His flying is remarkable. I love seeing him perform, and he's awesome.
He's one of my favorites. I'm from Pensacola, so I'm full-on Blue Angels girl myself. I'm very, very excited. It's going to be a great weekend.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see Fat Albert come in.
Me too, for sure. Good old Fat Albert coming in, bringing all the supplies and the people.
That's right. Someone's got to do it.
Yep. And they make it look good. They make it look as good as you can do in transport. As far as people finding you on the podcast or even just finding you on socials, where can people find you to kind of follow along on your journey?
Yeah, so the Before Flights podcast is on all major platforms, even minor platforms. We don't discriminate. And so you just type in Before Flights podcast. You might have to, it's a small podcast, so maybe you have to, the Before Flights Aviation podcast. It'll come up. The episodes are me and my good friend Dylan, who will be pitching a tent near my van. And, yeah, I'm excited to be posting. I'm excited to get things going. Instagram Before Flights. Yeah, check it out.
Absolutely. I'll definitely look out for those new interviews coming soon and see what you already have uploaded.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to mention?
I don't think so. Just thanks so much for the interview. I really appreciate it. I look forward to next year.
Absolutely. I do too. I think this might be a new yearly tradition. Catch up and see what's been going on.
Awesome.
All right. Well, this has been Lizzie Havens for Sun and Fun Radio at Sun and Fun 2025.
Hi, this is Mike Springer with Sun and Fun 2025 at the 50th Anniversary Expo of Sun and Fun here in Lakeland, Florida. I have Vaden Francisco, bloop that, and he's here with Synergy Air. So I'm going to let you tell everybody exactly what you do and where you're located here on site so they can come in and talk to you about helping build kits.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate the opportunity to come in and give an opportunity to explain to folks what we do. Synergy Air is a build assistance facility, primarily for Vans aircraft, but also all types of kits. We've helped with the RANS S-21, worked on Velocity aircraft. We do maintenance, pre-buy inspections. We're well versed, over 200 models of RVs and kit planes under our belt. We even built a helicopter, safari helicopter, so ask us about that sometime. It'd be a funny story. Okay. But we also want to let people know that are engaged in the kit building process. If they're at either starting or anywhere in the process, we can help. We can help get that dream become a reality and get a plane that can be flying really pretty quickly compared to actually just trying to work on it yourself. Right now, we have an aircraft here. We're in Paradise City over by the food court. That our customer decided to enter it into to be judged, and she's going to win an award tonight. So we're really pretty proud of what we're able to do. We help through the whole process. So there's a lot of actual accessories and customization that are available for these kits. And the whole idea behind what we offer is let us help you because we've been there before. We have actually figured out some of the accessories, the things, the customization that really make these planes become your reality and the dream that you want to be able to accomplish, and we can get you there faster. That's the essence of what we can do. We have 2 locations, Eugene, Oregon, and Noonan, Georgia, which is just south of Atlanta, and we've been in business it's 2007 initially when the company was started, and I became involved in 2016. And I think now we're probably over 20 aircraft who have been successful in Oshkosh and here at Sun and Fun that have won awards. So we're really pretty proud of that and want to let people know that we're here to help in any stage of the process.
Okay, the question I have too as a customer would be is, do I bring my kit to you or you come to me?
We can do both. If depending on where you're at in the process and have a real good conversation, I've got Alan Nelson. He's in Georgia, one of my best technicians, the lead technician down there and actually manages the facility. What we want to be able to do is have a frank conversation with you about what stage you are in the aircraft. Ultimately, it makes more sense, I think, to bring it to us. We have all the tools, the facility, the techniques, everything there. But if you're in a spot, you're pretty far along, and you just got to get over the hump, let us know. We can send a technician to you, probably for a week. I bet you that we'd get through 90 to 100% of the things that are giving you a hard time.
So what is approximate build on a GA aircraft, for example, maybe a 2-seater, 4-seater, one similar to a Piper Warrior?
Well, so it really depends on the model, and I would argue that probably within 27 to 28 weeks for standard equipped RV-14 would be a good example that, once you have everything with us here at the facility, if you're looking at the 4-place, the RV-10, for example, probably go to 32 to 37 weeks. Really depends on, again, your level of customization. For example, if you want to add an air conditioning system, you want to add an overhead console, you want to change out and get aftermarket windows, typical things that guys do when they work with us. That can always add time to the build process. But again, we're talking within a few years, not 7 to 10 years, that can also happen.
Okay, that sounds great. I'm trying to think too that I know when I was building aircraft at Lockheed C-5A, I wouldn't fly one of them. But is there anything customized that you can't do?
I tell you, one of the neatest things that we're always exposed to is what our customers find and what they bring to us. We rarely say no, but we also have conversation about how this customization or this accessory is going to affect the aircraft. So we're always looking forward to what's your useful load, is this affecting the flight characteristics, those kind of things, and we want to have that conversation. So I'll give you a conditional no, that there's nothing that we won't take a look at, but we're the experts, and we'll have the real good conversation with you to make sure you stay safe.
Well, fantastic interview. Appreciate it. Synergy Air, and this is Mike Springer signing off for Sun and Fun Radio 2025.
All right. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kevin from the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more Flight Sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51.
I heard that exclamation point that time.
You did hear that exclamation point?
I did.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm Dave Shellbetter, chairman of Sun and Fun Radio, a volunteer, just like my partner in crime for the week, Jack Hodgson. Hello, Jack. What's going on?
So far, it's only been misdemeanors, but the week is young, so
we're only a third of the way into it.
Yeah,
so
I know. There's time. There's plenty of
time.
Yeah.
So if anybody's looking for us, they can find us in Nashua, New Hampshire. If you
well, yeah. That's a great airport. I mean, if anybody's if you're up in that New England area, visit Nashua Airport. A great GA airport, a really, really nice restaurant right there on the field, and a bunch of us gather from time to time for breakfast at the, I think it's called a Midfield Diner or something like that. And,
that sounds like fun.
It is. It's a nice, and it's kind of on the second level, so, and the weather's nice. There's a deck. You can sit out on the deck and have your breakfast or whatever, and watch the airplanes coming and going. It's Nashua. It's a good airport. A nice airport.
Cool.
Yeah.
Isn't that Pasco's airport?
That is Pasco's. I'm just a visitor there. I don't actually operate out of that airport, but I know it because Pasco and others are there. Yeah.
Now you're in New Hampshire, right?
I'm in Florida right now.
No, I mean I live in New
Hampshire.
You live in New Hampshire. Is that where the ice runway is? There's a real famous ice runway up there somewhere.
Yeah, it's of course it's even though it's warmer up there, it's warm enough that the ice runway is done. But yeah, it's Alton Bay Ice Runway on one of the coves of Lake Winnipesaukee, which is the biggest body of water in New Hampshire. And,
so if any law enforcement is looking for us, we're on the ice runway right now.
Yeah, that's right. No, if you're on the ice runway right now, you better have a boat, not an airplane. But yeah.
Point being.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are here coming to you from Sun and Fun 25. This is the 51st annual. This is the radio station's 31st annual.
Yeah.
We've been working out. Things have been working great. Great week so far. My crew is really, really rocking it. It is going to be a great week here at Sun and Fun, and I'm kind of tap dancing a little bit while I bring up our daily schedule. You can go online, the Sun and Fun app. You can download the Sun and Fun app, and that is supposed to be really good. I don't have time to check an app during the fly-in, but I'm hearing things. People are saying that it's a great thing to do. We have a full schedule of forums this week. Mm-hmm. You can learn about every aspect of aviation, and they moved the forums. So if y'all are used to going to the CFAA for your forums, they've actually moved to a tent in the future N Flight Plaza, which was Veterans Plaza. which I remember as the campground.
Okay.
Back in the early days of Sun and Fun.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Well, actually, in the way early days, you know where the barbecue place is down there across the road?
I think so, yeah.
That was the campground.
Oh.
That's why there's a shower. Why is there a shower house in this commercial area? Because that was the campground.
Ah.
And then the area behind us here, which is now Future End Flight Plaza, that used to be the campground.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Things grow, things change, man.
And that's what I was curious to ask you about. So you've been doing this for like 100 years, and
just about
46, I believe the number is, right?
It is.
And
46.
You first came to Sun and Fun as a volunteer, as a child. Your parents were involved.
Yeah. Well, my mother was a volunteer.
Yeah.
We were big Oshkosh attendees when we lived in Minnesota. In 1978, we moved to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So I attended my first Sun and Fun in 79.
Yeah.
And, back then, pretty much everybody was a volunteer. We paid to get in, we paid to camp. We just helped out to make things happen.
What was the fly-in like back then? It must have been different than now. I don't know.
Oh, massively, massively different. My first Sun and Fun, the pavilion was here. Remember that? I think the Florida Air Museum, I forget when Hangar A was built, but the big two-story FAA building wasn't here. Like I said, that area across the two-story building and where there's the compass rose,
yep,
the area across the way, that was the campground. That was the only campground.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, people didn't have the luxury extended stay RVs like I do now.
Yes. I'm not going to make any fun because I'm benefiting from it.
Yes, Jack is getting the benefits of my luxury.
I definitely am. Yeah.
But anyways, we don't hang out. I mean, we'd hang out. Everybody was in tents or sleeping in vans or travel trailers and stuff. Hang out. There were jam sessions every night. We're playing music, eating sweet corn. The corn, man, the sweet corn if you have it. Back then it was a quarter. Just to give you an idea how long ago.
Yeah, right.
I think it's $3 an ear this year, which is still a great deal.
Yeah.
And it is fantastic stuff, so, but we sit around, have, musicians would bring their guitars or fiddles or whatever they had and do a jam session every night, and, it was neat stuff back then. It was a little tiny fly-in. I think the 5th was my first one. 79 would have been the 5th annual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was still a very small operation. And I volunteered security back then.
Right, because you were involved in the very earliest days of Sun and Fun Radio.
I was the original Sun and Fun Radio. Sun and Fun Radio was me by myself for, I want to say, the first 3 years, 4 years.
Unfortunately, that's probably not recorded anywhere that we can grab. It's like,
actually there is.
Oh, really?
And I have hidden them.
Oh, no. We want that. You know how? So every now and then you hear when MTV first came on, okay, and every now and then they'll replay that first moment when MTV.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Came online, and the first song that it played and first announced, the BJ and we need to have that as one of the interstitials here, and you have early Dave. I can only imagine what it was like, but it was largely about reading announcements and then making the air show available, right?
Yep, exactly. It was in 1995. Hearing aid technology was not compatible with PA systems,
mm-hmm.
and we had to have a way. The ADA was steamrolling everything, and we had to have a way to communicate with people that had hearing aids. So they came out with Sun and Fun Radio, and it was originally, they gave me a 30-second tape, and they just wanted me to create it, and I kept going to Billy Henderson. Well, Billy, can I do this? And Billy, can I do that? Billy, can I do the other thing? And one day Billy Henderson said to me, Dave, as long as you don't cost us our radio license, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You don't write me a blank check, because I'm going to run it for 10 times the balance in your account. And I just took the ball and ran with it. And we started doing interviews, and we started doing remote broadcasts. This was here, the Cafe Pavilion across from the radio station was here, and we would have evening programs every night. And some of it was entertainment, but most of it was, I don't want to say lectures, talks, what do you want to call it. We ran everything over telephone line back then. We had a telephone line from what's now the Sarasota Smokehouse down to the old, it's not even there anymore, the green room trailer behind the FAA building.
Mm-hmm.
And we would broadcast the evening program.
Yeah.
And I just took it and ran with it and got reporters, and Yep. And so, yeah, life was good, and it is into what it is now.
One last question, and I should allow more time, but Billy Henderson, I never met Billy Henderson. What was he like?
Billy was a great guy. Humble, funny, loved aviation, loved kids. He was a great guy.
He was the founder.
He was one of the founders.
Okay.
He was the first, as far as I know, I could be mistaken, but as far as I know, Billy was the first president and CEO.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And he ran it for years and years and years, and he kept making jokes that, I think this will be my last one. So the board took him at his word, and finally one year said, okay, well, yeah, this will be your last one. We're going to bring in John Burton. John was the boss for a while, brought in Leanhoutz. Now we have Gene Conrad. Mm-hmm. Great guy, outstanding person for the fly-in. We're going to be back here in a few minutes. Lizzie Haven's going to come up and do her first live. We'll be back soon. Are we still on? We are still on the air.
Yeah,
okay, for some reason we're still on the air.
We got a whole minute, David.
We got a whole minute. I misread the clock.
There we go. There we go. Radio professionals here. Stand by. Get out of the way. Here we come.
I'm not a radio professional. I have 30 weeks of radio experience. It's spread out over 30 years.
But and one of these days you'll learn how to read a clock too.
I was up till midnight 30 last night, so I have a real job. I don't get paid for this, and I don't do radio for a living, and I'm sure our listeners can tell that.
But it's another great day here at Sun and Fun 2025, and with our final 15 seconds, I'll say that's Dave Schellbetter. I'm Jack Hodgson. If you're not here, come on by because it's beautiful.
And in memoriam, time spent from your life, time spent flying is not subtracted from your lifespan.
Hi, this is Seth coming at you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, here with Brandon of Pappy Aero. How you doing?
Doing great, brother. Happy to be here, man. Just in heaven, happiest place on earth.
All right, so Pappy does detailing equipment, but it goes so much deeper than this. How did you get started with it?
Yeah, so our mission, man, is pretty simple. It's basically to preserve general aviation, to add value back to the community, and to give wonderful, high-quality detailing product lines to pilots, aviators, corporate jet guys, GA, backcountry, everybody in between. But we've got some really, really awesome products. Our waterless wing wash, our degreaser, our Mach 1 foaming suds are awesome. But those are all just kind of supporting elements of a much bigger mission. And that mission, in conjunction with preserving the physical aircraft themselves, is to preserve the stories of our pilots and our veteran community, and then, of course, veteran pilots as well. And we're doing that by curating these just incredible kind of podcast-style, long-form narrative interviews on our YouTube channel and on Spotify. We've had some amazing interviews with pilots and veterans like Paul Entrikin, who's the air boss at the Pensacola Air Show. We got about a 4-hour segment with him and just told his entire life story. And we're just going to keep that rolling, man. The mission's to drop an episode on the channel every single week. We're just getting started, but we've done about 20 so far. We're interviewing a Medal of Honor recipient next week that was a pilot in Vietnam. That's going to be an absolutely just insane interview. And it's super humbling, super surreal for myself to be able to do that and kind of immortalize those guys in film, right? And just encourage, inspire, the next generation of aviators and pilots and just, share their stories kind of with the world on the biggest platform, which is YouTube and the internet, man. So that's our mission.
That's good. And, really though, that content is invaluable because much like the, preserving of the airplanes, that kind of immortalizes it inside of the internet.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Yeah, that's quite literally what we're doing. I'm going to do a video on the whole backstory and the concept of where Pappy came from. I'm a Marine Corps veteran myself. My father was a Marine in Vietnam. My grandfather was, World War II veteran, and come from a long lineage and just really passionate about aviation and just preserving those stories, man. And so like I said, we're doing that kind of the best way we know how, with just awesome products made in the U.S. and for pilots by pilots. And then again, keeping those stories and keeping those legacies living on, hopefully for, potentially centuries to come, and capturing all that knowledge and all that history that unfortunately is going away every day. And so trying to make an impact and just kind of give back to the community. And like I said, just encourage and inspire the next generation, man. That's the mission.
And what kind of inspired you to make it, and how did you get the idea to start a detailing company that focuses on the history of airplanes?
Man, it's a pretty long story. I'll try to keep it short. The whole concept, when my wife and I got into aviation, we bought a little clipped wing Cub and started making friends out at the airport. And I kind of noticed that every pilot does the same thing. They take you in their hangar, and when they're showing you their baby, it's their pride and joy. 9 times out of 10, the first thing they do, man, is they grab a rag and they grab a bottle of whatever they got at Walmart, and they start wiping down either the leading edge or the prop. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And so I started noticing this, and I was watching a lot of these guys, man, and it kind of broke my heart a little bit, because I was seeing like Pledge furniture cleaners, my nemesis, and then Simple Green and Dawn dish soap and Zep floor cleaner and just all kinds of stuff, man. And I've got a bit of a detailing background and professional side in the auto industry, in the car world, and so I started looking around myself. I was like, man, there's got to be a product out there that is better than what I'm seeing in the hangars, and I couldn't really find anything. And so talked to one of my best friends. He's a chemical engineer, phenomenal pilot himself. We formulated the Pappy line. A lot of trial and error, going back and forth, and finally nailed it, got it dialed. And so now, we've got this product line. They're all pH balanced. There's no acids. There's no surfactants. It's all very safe. It's for Seconite, fabric planes, polyurethane, epoxy, single stage. It's not gonna harm your aircraft in any way whatsoever, but still super effective. And so, that was kind of the starting point, the concept for the brand. And then the YouTube channel came along. My father's best friend, he was CH-34 crew chief in Vietnam, Frenchie LaFontaine, was shot down several times. He was in a midair collision. The guy is just an absolute freaking legend, incredible Marine, incredible pilot. Was spending some time with him about a year ago, and Frenchie made the comment to me, sitting in his living room. He said, guys like us, he said, we're not going to be around forever. And he said, who's going to tell our stories? And it hit me like a freaking brick in the face, man. And that was when I realized, I was like, I'll tell these stories. And so it just perfectly lined up, in the brand messaging for Pappy. We're preserving the aircraft with products, and now we're preserving the pilot stories and their careers and immortalizing them on a film. And so, like I said, man, that's the mission. That's kind of how it all came about. And now it's just snowballed into this incredible YouTube channel. And it's just been opportunity after opportunity has presented itself. And I'm just very, very, very humbled, very honored. And it's been very surreal for me as a corporal of Marines to be able to sit down with some of these guys and capture their stories in 5K, high quality cinematic film.
That's really amazing. And where can the people find where you do all this?
So we've got our Instagram, which is Pappy Aero, Facebook page, and then we've got the YouTube channel, also Pappy Aero, and then our website is pappyaero.com. So we update all those sites pretty frequently. We've got tons and tons and tons of stuff coming. Hats, t-shirts, hoodies, all aviation-based flying gear, and then the product line and the YouTube channel, and just trying to kind of create this culture around our mission. And like I said, just give back to the community, man, and support GA and keep them birds flying.
Really, check them out. He was showing me some of the videos behind the scenes here, and the set's nice. It's inside of a hangar and in front of planes and everything. I really recommend it. So this has been Seth from Sun and Fun Radio here at the 51st annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Turning up the fun at 51 here with Brandon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me, man. I'm super honored to be on the show and looking forward to flying some airplanes with you soon.
All right. I might take you up on that.
Hi, this is Craig Eicher with Sun and Fun Radio coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Fly-In and Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. I'm talking with one of the innovators, which is the thing you notice about Sun and Fun is that the innovation has happened and it's been proven here every year. Mark Patey with Best Aviation Products.
And Best Tugs, yes.
And Best Tugs. You are on display today showing your tugs, which are the machines that can haul an airplane out of a hangar and let people go fly. Tell us about your products.
Well, we started only 9 years ago, which for me, I can't believe it's already been that long. But my background was hybrid electric vehicles. I owned a company called Prodigy Engineering. So my life was smart controllers of electric motors, make sure it can move people and freight on the freeway without any software glitches that could get somebody killed. We sold that company right after I had spent over $40,000 fixing my airplane because I advanced the throttle too fast on another electric tug. It overstressed the nose gear. The repair was way more money, tens of thousands more than the tug that did the damage. And I thought, why don't they have auto throttle, traction control, torque sensing to not overstress the airplane? And I thought, certainly somebody has it, and they didn't. So when I sold Prodigy Engineering, they said, you can't do electric cars, trains, buses, or boats. I said, I just want the aviation industry. So that was the genesis, was I didn't want to ever repair my own airplane again because I moved the throttle too fast, and I wanted other people to have a safer product. And it turns out, as people in Colorado and snowy areas start seeing how traction control affects moving an airplane or anti-lock brakes and understood the torque sensitivity, to make sure they didn't get a nose gear shimmy that results in nose gear collapses, which is a pretty bad day for a pilot if the gear collapses on a landing. It really gave us some serious traction in the market. And I never thought we'd have turned into the company we've turned into now. 9 years later, we've moved factories 4 times because we outgrew it. The latest factory we just built was finished only 3 years ago, and we're already outgrown it and need to add another 100,000 square feet to keep up. So the innovation for us worked. People understood what we were doing, and they adopted it quickly, and we're super grateful.
So you're part of a team, right? And you and your brother are probably the best-known twins in aviation, Mike Patey and Mark Patey. You have a pretty high profile on YouTube and the aviation world, and a lot of folks who probably aren't even pilots watch your videos and enjoy aviation in a way that they wouldn't normally if they hadn't had the chance. But you have a wide range of airplanes. You've worked hard to create this business. Tell us a little bit about the hard work that's gone into building what you folks have.
Well, certainly we've worked hard, but at the same time, I shouldn't say but, we've worked hard and I've enjoyed it, which makes it a lot easier. We love aviation. We love building airplanes, racing airplanes, pushing the envelope in innovation. And so to be able to do this has just been a dream. The reality is, when we sold our company, I thought, I'm retired, I'm done, I'm not going to do anything else. And then I thought, except maybe, a smarter tug, we'll just build 1 or 2 or 3 a month. It's not going to be a big deal. And then as we got going, my wife says, well, the kids can work for us. I said, well, maybe we're not trying to build a company. Maybe we're trying to build men. We have 4 sons. And now they all work the company, and they all have been able to buy homes and cars and get married and have kids all off of the success of the company. And so we have built some really neat products, but for me, I'm most proud of my 4 sons and my daughter-in-laws and how they show up and work the business, and it's been amazing. So yes, we're working hard, but dang, I've loved it. I've loved it. It's been incredible.
That's awesome. Tell us about your aviation adventures. What are you working on now? What are you flying now?
Well, right now, we've got our family plane is Pilatus PC-12. We call it Perry the Pilatus. It's my kid's favorite cartoon growing up was Phineas and Ferb. There's Perry the Platypus. So that's how that came about. One of my kids, when he says, what's your dream airplane? I said, someday I want a Pilatus. He says, you have to name it Perry. And I knew exactly what he was talking about because I watched the cartoons with the kids. So we have Perry the Pilatus, and my wife has SR-22 Cirrus. I'm building a carbon cub called Ambush. It's got a Lycoming Thunderbolt 330 horsepower engine in it. So we moved the wing, lengthened the wing, pulled the engine back. It's a full re-engineer, but it is based off a carbon cub, and that'll be the next one I think I'll have done. Mike has started working on Draco X again, and is making progress there. My kids all fly as well, and so they're pilots. One of my daughter-in-laws is a pilot now as well. And then we have in the hangar, we've got our old race planes. We've still got a Lancer Legacy. We've got, my brother Mike has a Turbo Cirrus as well, so there's a couple of Cirruses. We've got a Bell 206 Jet Ranger helicopter. Now I feel like I'm bragging, but you asked. Oh, and a BO 105, which we're working on. It's a twin turbine helicopter for aerobatics that we're fixing up. So,
well, we all just sort of live vicariously through you and Mike. Not to bring it down too much, but there is the sober side of aviation, and you folks have experienced your own challenges. Your brother with Draco and the Lancer, I think, too. And those are times when you step back and think.
Oh yeah.
What kind of thoughts have gone through your mind, and how do the rest of us in general aviation learn from your experiences?
You know, I mean, every scary experience we've had a different lesson. But I think the one that's for me lately was, seeing Mike lose the engine in turbulence, a good, reliable turbine engine, shook us both quite a bit. The ground loop, Mike's like, my problem, my bad. And he owned up to it. And I hope people can take away from that we're all human, and we can learn to be less human as much as we can to stay alive as long as possible. But I think, with some of these, and we lost a business partner in an airplane crash as well not long ago, and it shook us up. And I think that's natural, and that's okay. We didn't just say, oh, it's no big deal, it won't happen to me. I think the real lesson to say is that is a big deal. It can happen to me. And how can we be smarter? How can we be safer? How can we put our human ego aside a little bit and take a breath before everything we do in aviation? Make sure we're doing it right. Make sure we got our flow, we got our steps. We're not talking ourselves into flights we shouldn't be doing, and I think that'll go a long ways.
There has been a lot of content on YouTube about recent disasters, and I think it's very helpful when people like the Blanco Lirio channel and
Wonderful.
Pilot Debrief, they go through these and they try to distill the lessons for all of us out of those. And it seems that your experience, your brother's experiences, have been helping general aviation pilots as well learn and become more aware of the risks that are out there.
Well, I would hope so, and I wish there was even more channels. Those two are wonderful channels, and one thing I like about the two aforementioned is they're unemotional about it. They're not belittling, they're not attacking, they're not talking down to pilots that maybe have made the same mistake. They're just being factual and giving takeaways for all of us. I would argue every pilot on the planet in the history of aviation believed it would never be them. And yet, it keeps happening. And so, the reality is, we should all show each other a little more grace, a little more understanding, because anyone listening to this right now who thinks they're the superior pilot with the superior decisions that would never make a mistake, well, sadly, all the dead pilots might have thought the same. So, and I know I'm guilty of thinking, oh, I fly so much, I have this many hours, and I've taken risks that I shouldn't have. And as you get older and survive some of those moments, you start to go, okay, deep breath, slow down, be smart. Yes, you can still get up and do aerobatics and land on short strips in the backcountry while topping trees, and there's safe ways to do that. And then there's just a little deviation away from safe that'll kill you. And and the line is a thin line. Aviation's not forgiving. So
let's bring it back to more positive. So what's next for Best Aviation Products?
The commercial tugs are shipping now. Our big ride-on commercial duty tugs, 33,000 pound capable, a 66,000 pound capable, and a 99,000 pound capable tug. So that's what's starting to ship. That's, I think, the big future push. We've got a really good grasp of general aviation. We've got a tug to move everything that's out there, including helicopters. And so now we're just going to go bigger. And our power supplies, we've got our smaller power supplies, our GPU boxes, our start boxes, and we're going to start building more and more bigger versions of that. And we've got a few other ideas of other parts of aviation. You know, we've got our best scrubbers that are here that are uniquely designed for the challenges we have with hangar floors. Like, they're really shiny, you don't want to scratch them. They also got to get grease up and not foam over and have issues. So there's a lot of redesigning into our scrubbers for hangar floor issues. And I think that's why the shift from just best tugs to best aviation products is we're saying what else in aviation is being done that we might be able to improve on. If we can't improve on it, we won't do it. If we look at it and go, I actually think we can build a better mousetrap in that area, then our intent is to go after it.
And what's the best place? How do people find you online and on YouTube?
Besttugs.com. That's where you find our products. And on YouTube, Mark Patey or Mike Patey. You'll find us there.
Fantastic. Great chatting with you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Take care, Mark.
Yeah.
If you want to find Best Aviation Products and have a chat with Mark Patey, just come on into Building D. He's right up front. They actually have ceiling fans in this heat. For Sun and Fun Radio this year, I'm Craig Eicher.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired. Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Good morning, Sun and Fun, and welcome back to Chats from the Deck, live from Sun and Fun Radio at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Fly-In and Expo at Lakeland, Florida. This is Pilot Jim G. I'm here with my co-host, Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Jim. Fired up, ready for another day at Sun and Fun.
I sure am, and got a good night's rest last night, so I actually feel like I'm ready to go this morning, which is good. And we have learned so much from our guests over these past few days, and I have a feeling that our education is only just beginning this morning.
Right. Well, we're here with a pretty good dear friend, Nick Martinez. He visits us every year at the radio station, and
you guys are making me blush.
and Nick is just really innovative ideas, and you mentioned something to him, and he scratches his head, and you get this squint in his eyes, and he's like, "Yeah, I can build that." So Nick's with My Go Flight, and he always brings new things, new toys, new add-ons. So Nick, tell us what you got this year.
Yeah, you can't always buy a new plane every year, but you can always buy a My Go Flight or a Flight Flakes product every year.
Every year.
So we appreciate that.
And you're not just selling products from others. You're inventing them, which is extraordinary.
You give me too much credit. I don't do anything. I actually just sit here and talk to you guys. It's really our staff. It's our team. All the way up from marketing to operations to accounting. Always keeping the button on the money. And so I have little credit to take, but really it's the ideas that come from pilots, and they say, "Oh, I wish it could do this."
Oh, so you're taking their input and creating the products that satisfy what they need.
We try not to build a product; we try to build a product line.
Okay,
right, and there's a difference in the way you run a business when you do that. And so 2 years ago, we purchased a company called Flight Flakes, and Flight Flakes makes external camera mounts for aircraft and roto. And you can see, I think you can see on the other side.
Nick brought a great prop, not a prop. It's an actual mount with a GoPro mount on it.
Right, and what you're seeing there is a simulation of a strut, and then we have one of our strut mounts just above the strut, and then you can see we have a safe case that protects cameras because some cameras have plastic fins that may break at altitude in the extreme colds, and so we want to be safe. We're always about safety, and you throw that over your GoPro in this case, and guess what? One of the biggest problems with these cameras nowadays is battery life.
Right.
And for several reasons. One, it's cold. Two, it's a small battery. And three, it is image stabilization. The image stabilization uses an extreme amount of battery. So you may take off, may take you 10, 12 minutes to get to elevation, and all of a sudden you're coming home and you run out of battery on approach, and that's not good. That's not fun. You didn't get your whole, what you were trying to do. And so what we did was we listened to our customers, and we created a product called the Airfoil Generator. The idea is, how can I fly from California to New York and not ever have to change a battery? So what you're seeing at the top of our safe case is you're seeing a cable that is a USB-C, and that USB-C will pass through a special door on this GoPro to keep out water and that type of thing. But it's a secure connection. You plug it in, and at 80 knots, that generator will start producing enough power to get you all the way coast to coast. It's a fantastic product. We've only been talking about it, launched it last Friday, and I think we've sold close to 16, I think.
Wow.
And so what you're seeing there is a turbine, and we're going to have two types of turbines. One we're just going to call a small, slow one, or the big, slow one, and the small, fast one.
There you go with those technical terms again.
Right, very right. And what that does for you is, if you're flying different aircraft, we want to make it easy as possible for you so you don't have to go back and figure it out again. So we think the do not exceed on this is about 200 knots. The larger turbine is probably 80 to 120 knots, maybe 130, and then beyond that, you're going to want to use the smaller turbine.
It's really a great innovation because first and foremost, there's no wiring diagram. There's no wiring this thing. There's no.
Nope.
You don't have to. It's just there. It is.
It's a personal electronic device, so it'll go under that category. And so you look here, and there's no tools required, pilot installable. And so for that, it's going to cost you a lot less than some type of certified product.
Oh, geez.
Sure.
A fraction.
What, I noticed the optical filter in front of the camera. Is that a neutral density filter for prop artifacts?
Yes, you're exactly right. A common name, ND filter, and it will reduce that, but it also, the prop wash, but it also protects the camera's expensive lens.
Okay.
And it can be easily cleaned. People should use safe cases if they're using them on their aircraft. To us, it's kind of unsafe if you don't. Those fins will break.
I was over at Nick's booth at My Go Flight. What hangar are you in, Nick?
Both My Go Flight and FlightFlix, mygoflight.com, flightflix.aero. We're located in Hangar C here at Sun and Fun, and our booth is 51. You really can't miss it. It's a large 20 by 20 inline, and it's tall and very yellow.
Right. Well, I walk by, and you always have, every year you've got some, hey, Randy, come check this out, check this out. And so you had some really cool pivot mounts that rotate and all around, and it's a new design. Tell us a little bit about that. That was really...
Yes, we have many mounts. The idea is to kind of start, where do I want to mount it, right? And in both of the companies. Oh, I want to mount it on a strut. Oh, I want to mount it on a panel. So if you start there and move back, and then what do I want to mount? Like, that's an iPad mini, or that's a cell phone, or it's a ADS-B, or those types of things. We just came out, literally, yesterday we received a prototype for a new folio that we're working on. It's going to be available in May, but I did bring some samples here for you guys to touch and feel. And what it really is this really nice, modern textured feel, very nice tactile feel to it. It's super lightweight compared to many other brands. We think that the magnetic clipboard on the top is very it's innovative. The clipboard's going to allow you not just to use it as an IFR clipboard, but it will use it as a low-profile 3 or 4 paper
right. It's
clip.
good for a checklist. So if you don't have to carry the whole knee board or the whole board, you pull out just this one part.
That.
Yep.
Why I told Nick yesterday in his booth, I said, this would be great if you could strap this to your leg, and it's like a knee board, and he looks at me like, okay, dummy, and he turns it around, and
the strap goes right through.
Yeah, there's a strap mount on the back of the thing. So, we all have knee boards, especially when we're learning to fly in that environment. You have to have that knee board. So on the back of this thing, you can strap it to your leg, and your iPad is right there.
Very, very secure, and the clipboard and the way this folds up is unique only to MyGoFlight. And you can see how you can that will allow you to tilt it on your leg, Jim.
Okay.
So, and why on both sides? Well, the iPad doesn't really know what's up or down. So if you're a left-handed aviator, you'll still have that ability to tip it 3 degrees to get the glare off of your screen. And then you can see the clasp. It all goes together. The strap comes with it. You wrap it around the front. You put it into your flight bag, and it fully covers the edges of the iPad, protecting it. They're $1,200 now. So very expensive iPads.
Wow. You can't see this because we're on radio, but the hosts were testing their own iPad in it this morning.
The iPads just get better, stronger, bigger batteries, bigger processors, and they're just wonderful to work for.
Nick, we're going to take a little break, but I understand you're going to stay with us after the break, and we'll talk some more. This is Pilot Jim G with Randy Bibb for Sun and Fun Radio. We'll be back in a few minutes.
This is Joy with Sun and Fun Radio, and I am in Hangar B at the Central Florida Aircraft Brokers with Haley and Adam. So tell us a little bit about your brokerage.
Hi, yes, we're a small family-owned broker company. It's myself and my fiancée Haley here, and we do it ourselves. So we rent a hangar where we broker a small amount of aircraft only. We take the hands-on kind of concierge level approach to aircraft brokering, where we bring in the planes, we do it all ourselves without any real effort from the aircraft owners or sellers. So if you'd like to take in more information about the services that we offer, you can visit centralfloridaaircraft.com and give us a call, send us an email, and we can help you with buying, selling, used aircraft parts, and also training and aircraft relocation.
Awesome. So what kind of services do you do for those aircraft owners when you bring the plane onto your site?
So we do everything involved with the listing. We'll do detailing to the aircraft. We'll clean it. We'll take the pictures, post the ads, and then, we'll advertise to all the regular locations as well as with our extensive network. We live at an airport called Love's Landing, so a lot of aviation contacts through there. After that, we'll handle all of the calls related to the sell. We'll handle the showings. Any complications with the pre-buy, escrow, and transportation of the aircraft to its new destination.
Awesome. And how did you guys get into this? How long have you been doing it?
Yes, we're both current ATPs and CFIIs. We met during instruction. She was my multi-engine student, and during instruction we instructed through the whole COVID process. And once our instruction started to get a little bit slower, we decided, hey, there's other services we can provide to the aviation community. So we started buying and selling aircraft for our students, for our friends, and for our neighbors. And then we've been expanding pretty continuously for the past 6 years.
Awesome. So you guys met when he was your instructor? That's pretty awesome. And you just fell in love with each other in aviation. So if somebody is interested in selling, they're not sure, what kind of advice would you give?
Yeah, so what we can do is if somebody's on the fence about selling, we could give them a real-world appraisal to give them a true number of what they can expect in the market. Some other brokers will give you some very large inflated number, but we like to keep our service honest and what we can actually expect from the market. So if a time comes where they decide they're not flying as much, or maybe this is not as useful as they believed it would be, they can call us and we can get that sale completed for them.
And tell me again, what is your website? How do people find you either here at the show or afterwards?
Yes, during the show, we are in Hangar B in the back right corner, booth B55. You can check out our website, which is centralfloridaaircraft.com. And that has our phone number, email, and other contact methods.
Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the general public before we sign off?
Yep. Just like everybody to invite us to come take a look, talk with us. You know, we're trying not to do the whole broker salesy approach, so just come on, have a conversation with us and talk about your aircraft.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. This is Joy with Sun and Fun Radio. Turn up the fun at 51.
This is Lizzie Haven from Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. I am chatting with Lena Pineros. How are you today?
Hi, thank you for having us. It's great to be here.
It is a great day. You guys are in the shade, so that's kind of nice. But you guys have something really cool and innovative going on.
Yes, today we have the 2025 Academic World Drone Soccer World Cup. Sorry, it's a long title. But yes, we have teams from Turkey, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. here today with us playing this exciting drone soccer sport.
That looks really awesome. I see everyone kind of gearing up. What is drone soccer?
So drone soccer is the newest drone sport. So think about drone racing or any of these exciting sports that are done with drones. But this one is very different because this is a team sport. So just like soccer, you have 5 students on each side and they each have their drone and they each have a role within the team. And whichever team that scores more goals will win that match. So it's sort of like soccer or any other team sport, but they play it inside an arena and the kids have to communicate as they're flying their drones and strategize to, beat the opposing team.
Yeah, so they're really working together just like anything else, really. So they're learning great life skills of working together, working on a team, working towards a common goal.
Exactly. So this, more than beyond the sport, for our company, Crew Concept, we are promoting a full program for schools to be part of this whole movement. Basically, the schools will adopt the program, will get the equipment, and they will form a team. So yes, they do learn the technical skills of using a drone, flying a drone, all that good stuff, but they're also learning the soft skills that the aviation industry needs. Teamwork, communication, critical thinking, decision-making skills. So we're creating a whole program so that our students are motivated to follow aviation careers. And of course, when they do and they go into higher education or they go into the workforce, they have all the skills they need to be successful.
That's really phenomenal. It's hard skills to learn, and there aren't as many programs teaching that anymore.
Exactly. So we're trying to promote something that is inclusive and that is integral so that the students face real-world challenges in a safe environment.
Yes, and I see them getting set up now. It looks really cool. If they're out here at Sun and Fun hearing this during the air show, where can people come and get more information and see some of this soccer, this drone soccer?
So we are located at the pavilion, at the shaded area. As you said, we are under the roof, so it's not too bad. This is a very visitor-friendly or visual-friendly competition, so you guys can come. Whenever we start playing, you guys can watch the exciting games that we have going on. Today is more of a round-robin kind of thing. We are going to let all of our teams play as much as they can, have fun, share tips and tricks, and tomorrow we will do the actual competition and all the brackets and all that good stuff. So please come out, check us out, and be a part of this movement so that our students can be that workforce in the aviation industry in the future.
Absolutely. So if you're hearing this before Friday afternoon, come on out, check it out here at the pavilion. They'll be starting things off around 2, I believe, right?
Yes, we will start today between 2 and 3. All the teams will be ready to play. Tomorrow, we might start a little bit later, 3:30, but we will be here until 8, both days.
Perfect. Yes, definitely come check them out, get some information on that. As far as Crew Concept, I know they're a sponsor for this awesome initiative. Tell us a little bit about Crew Concept.
So as I said, we saw this sport as an opportunity to bring students into the industry. The co-founders and everybody in our team are either educators or aviation professionals. So we have curated curriculum, education materials, a whole program and a whole skills progression for the teacher to be able to take this program and get started in their own school. The teacher doesn't have to be a Part 107 certified instructor. They don't have to have any major credentials. We've had basketball coaches start the program and become the drone soccer coaches. So we will take care of the teachers. We will make this as easy as possible. And you just, come and have fun and start playing with your kids. And you'll see the effect that it has on the kids and on the desire to pursue aviation careers.
Yes, it's so important to get kids learning those skills and just getting that practice. If anyone is listening to this either during or after the air show and wants to contact you to get more information, where would they be able to reach out and find more info?
So our website is www.crewconcept.co. So Crew Concept with an S at the end, without an S at the end, or look up Crew Concept Drone Lab. Our numbers and are there. If you have any specific questions, you can email me at lena@crewconcept.co.
Awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time before your busy schedule kind of kicks off. This is for Sun and Fun Radio. This is Lizzie Havens of Sun and Fun 2025.
Welcome back to Chats live from the deck, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. And Tom Frick, I'm Randy Bibb, sitting here with Tom Frick. And
how's it going?
Yeah, it's going great. Another beautiful day here at Sun and Fun, getting ready to watch some flying. So we've got another guest. Tom, can you introduce the next guest here?
Yeah. So we have a representative from Harley-Davidson of Lakeland, and your name is
Todd Parker.
Todd Parker. Good morning. I wrote a note on my thing over here, and it disappeared. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, my God, what's this guy's name? So sorry about that.
No, it's all right, gentlemen.
So, Todd, you guys provide a service to Sun and Fun that is quite interesting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so what we do is we shut down our Riding Academy for Sun and Fun. We get our Riding Academy instructor out here as well as myself. We do set up a tent, set up lots of goodies for everybody, as well as provide the grounds crew with all of our Riding Academy bikes, so they can take the bikes out on the airport there, and then make sure that all the planes are getting where they got to go, giving them transportation back and forth for the grounds. So it's actually kind of cool to see all of our bikes running around here this whole time during Sun and Fun.
Very cool. So tell me about that. So you have a crew that actually is guiding airplanes to their parking spots once they arrive here.
So we provide the bikes for the crew.
Okay.
I don't think they want us out there doing it, because I have no idea what I would be doing.
I was wondering if you guys get any kind of specialized training for that. So they have a crew. You guys are providing the motorcycle.
Correct. We have a whole. We have the product for them to use. So we take all of our Riding Academy bikes and give it to them for the whole week to use. And it's kind of a cool little thing that we got going on for them. We get to see the bikes running around there all day, which is awesome for me. I love seeing the Harleys out on the airfield there, and it's kind of cool for the crew too. They appreciate it tremendously every year. They're very grateful for what we do for them, and honestly, it's an honor for us to be here. And I'm honored. This is my first time doing this, and I am having a blast. Getting to meet a lot of cool people and see these planes in the air is amazing.
Cool. So how many bikes are we talking?
So we got 10 out on the field right now. We've got at our tent right now, we have 4 new bikes for people to take a look at. Of course, I brought my own bike, as well as if anybody's out there wants to come try one, we have one on a jump start, which is basically a rolling motorcycle stand, so people can start bikes up and take them for a run.
Wow, very cool. So I'm going to ask just for all the Harley riders, because they're going to want to know what kind of bikes you got out there.
So I've got 2 of the brand new 25 Road Glides. I've got a brand new Ultra that just came out, and it is an amazing bike. And then we have a heritage build that looks like an old Vicla, an old Cholo style bike, which is fantastic. My lowrider's out here, and we have a Street Bob up on the rolling rack so people can try, which is, like I said, really awesome to get to run through the gears and have fun with it. So it's fantastic because my Riding Academy instructor is actually here, and he can answer every question that any new riders need. If they're looking at getting into, riding a Harley or any motorcycle altogether, we don't discriminate against any 2 wheels. come out and have fun. So we've got him out there to answer all the questions for the Riding Academy. So we'd love to get people signed up to learn how to ride.
So you have a local academy here, locally in this area. That's
correct, at our dealership.
And that's what I was going to ask. You mentioned Riding Academy 3 times. What is the Riding Academy?
So the Riding Academy, the Riding Academy is where any new riders or experienced riders that want to freshen their skills can come in. We have the whole riding course, safety course, in book form as well as in a classroom. And then we actually get on the range with the bikes that we provided here for the grounds crew to do training on how to maneuver all your bikes in a safe manner. It's a 3-day event. We usually do a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then at the end of it, you will take your test as well as get your certificate to go to the DMV and get your riding, it's not a permit, your riding license, your endorsement for your license. So it's a really cool thing we put together. It's fun. It's not intimidating at all. Our instructors are some of the best in the world. And I'll tell you what, my mom actually went through it herself and came out of it and had so much fun with it that she made me do it with her, even though I've been riding since I was 18 years old. So I did it with them. That's kind of how I got into the Harley family here in Lakeland, and then loved it so much I started working there.
Nice.
So I grew up riding motorcycles. I'm so old that I didn't have to have that endorsement to get the driver's license.
I'm so old I got it grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you guys can do that training and take care of that sign-up so they can go to the DMV.
Yes, actually, we have quite a few gentlemen that have come that have been riding their whole lives and never got an endorsement because it wasn't a thing back then. So we understand. So what we'll do is we'll put them through a class, and they have, I've heard a ton of them come back and say that was so much fun. And they've learned things that they never knew, which is amazing, because even if you've been riding for 20, 25 years, with the new bikes, the new technology, everything now, you still learn something new every day. So I think it's one of those things, it's great to come out for a refresher course, and with our instructors, it is a blast. It is fun. They have provided so much education for everybody. I think Harley now has over 1 million riders that have been trained, which is a phenomenal feat. So we want to keep adding to it. And, like I said, our riding class is hands down, I think, personally, I may be a little biased, but one of the best in the nation.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned that they could try things out right here on the field at Sun and Fun. Where can they do that?
So we are right next to the EAA tent. I don't know the plot number. Like I said, I'm still learning this for all this stuff new. You can't miss us. We're loud. We're bright. We're orange. We're here. We've got, like I said, myself and Kenny are out here to answer any questions for anybody. Come out, jump on the jump start. We can get that bike riding. I've already had a young lady come out here, fall in love with it, and she's already filled out an application to buy one.
Nice.
So if you guys really want to buy a bike, we can sell them here too. So come on out.
Cool.
But it's a cool experience to get like I said, to get a chance to jump on that jump start and have a bike running right there and just banging through the gears and hearing that sound, because it's definitely a passion, and once you get into it, it becomes a lifestyle.
Yeah, I had a little Sportster for a while. Loved the bike.
I love Sportsters.
Absolutely, cheap to operate, reliable, very reliable bike, and parts and service everywhere for those bikes. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, that Evo motor is literally indestructible. I have tried to blow mine up many times to have a new build, and it just keeps going. I end up having to buy another Sportster to do what I wanted to do to it, since it won't blow up. So it's a great thing. But it'll be there for my kid when he's old enough to ride. So. And, of course, with the Evo, our service department is by far one of the best. And if you need anything for your bikes to come over there, those bikes are phenomenal. The only thing you got to do is change the oil on them. They'll last forever.
So for the folks listening, local, where's your shop here in town? Are you in Lakeland or where?
We are in Lakeland. It is Lakeland HD, just off of I-4 on Lakeland Hills Boulevard. We are just down the street from Joker Merchant Stadium, if it's still called that, I think, or Publix Field now. Not sure. They change the name of it all the time, but we are local, just off I-4. We have a great dealership, and we've got a bunch of amazing people that work there. It really feels like family.
Well, I've been looking to upgrade, so I think I'll come by and check out a new bike.
I know a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy.
I know a guy. What are you thinking about going up to?
There's so many options available. I want a cruiser, a cross-country bike, something that's, a big, comfortable cross-country bike.
No couch. That's what we call them, a road couch. Yeah, the Road Glide, I think, would be a good choice for you. You don't have any weight on the handlebars because the fairing's fixed to the frame. I love that bike tremendously. And with the new 25s, they're lighter, they're faster, they're cooler. About 50 degrees cooler on that rear cylinder before, which is phenomenal, especially you coming off an Evo.
Right.
It's way cooler than that. And then, of course, you know, they just look amazing, and they just knock off all that wind. You can just cruise for miles. I call them a mile muncher because I can I can easily do 1,000 miles a day on one of those. My butt doesn't like it, but my body's not fatigued like it used to be if I was on a Sportster.
What they used to call that, leather butt?
Yeah, leather butt. I think.
Leather butt, 1,000 miles a day for 11 days.
Iron butt.
Iron butt.
Iron butt.
There we go.
That's right, iron butt.
Yeah.
The butt feels like leather after it. But
Yeah. I knew it was one of those names. All right, so you're here in the field. Is this your first year at Sun and Fun?
It is my first year. I am absolutely having a blast.
Yeah, it looks like it. And good luck to you. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. And again, anyone come out, we'd love to see you here at Sun and Fun.
All right, where can they reach you otherwise by not coming to the field? Got a website?
We got a website, lakelandhd.com, or give us a call at the dealership. We're here for all your needs.
lakelandhd.com. All right, well, Randy, that's another segment we got.
Oh, man, we're getting close to airplane time.
Yeah, we are. We're cruising. So, yeah, we're going to take a little break, get some messages in from our sponsors, and we'll be back for another segment.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Nice, Todd.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida. Let's turn up the fun at 51. Good morning, Sun and Fun Radio fans. This is Pilot Jim G coming to you live from the deck of Sun and Fun Radio with my co-host Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Jim. Looks like a beautiful day of flying shaping up for us today.
The clouds are starting to gather. That's only an hour ago we looked at the sky and it was clear blue. Starting to build up that afternoon humidity here in Central Florida. Randy, we've got a great guest with us for the next few minutes here on the deck. Esther Misius, you're a college student and you're active in Civil Air Patrol in West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to tell us a little bit about your experience, how did you get involved in aviation? How did you find Civil Air Patrol? Tell us how you got started.
Yes, so I moved to West Virginia when I was about 11, and that's when I started in CAP. I was looking for a internship into a NASA program, and actually when you Google it, CAP is the first thing that comes up. So I have a squadron that's about 8 minutes away from my house. Started attending meetings there. In order to join, you have to attend at least 3 meetings to make sure that you're a good fit for the squadron's a good fit for you and your family schedule. You have to be at least 12 to join, and dedication time is pretty much up to each individual, how much you want to dedicate your time and attention and energy to the program.
Is the program affiliated with your college in any way?
Mine currently not. No.
Okay. How many activities does your group do a week? I mean, is it a weekly thing on the weekends? Is it something every day? Give us an idea of how active they are.
Yes, so we have weekly meetings on Tuesday evenings. That happens every single Tuesday unless the county councils school for some reason like weather or something like that. And we have every month there's at least 2 Saturday activities where we do extra training, or it's just time for the cadets to get to know each other more, for the parents to ask questions, more like an open house setting.
And is there a flight training component?
Yes. So through CAP, you get free what we call orientation flights, and it explains there's 4 different flights that you can do. Each of them are different levels of pilot training to see if that's something that the cadets want to be interested in.
Okay.
And you're allowed to do that up until you're 18.
The airport I fly out of, there's a chapter station there, North Central Arkansas. And these kids, or young aviators, I like to call them, are marching. You're doing formation. I mean, you're in uniform, so you are issued dress uniforms and battle dress uniforms and rank. And so you're associated with the Air Force, I understand?
Yes, sir. So Civil Air Patrol is an auxiliary of the Air Force. So we follow their rank, their manuals, their drill manuals, uniform manuals. Everything is based off the Air Force.
Jim and I interviewed a gentleman from NORAD yesterday, and he said that the Civil Air Patrol actually does a number of the search and TFR intrusion airplanes. I had no idea that they did that.
Yeah, so CAP has several different missions, is what we call them. So we have the aviation mission. There's a huge scholarship that they'll give students to get all the way up to their instrument ratings if they have an instructor in their area that can do that. They don't pay instructor fees. They don't pay rental fees. They just pay insurance and fuel. That's all.
That has got to be the best way to get into aviation.
It is a huge blessing in that way. We also have a search and rescue mission. There's different levels that you can get that allows you to go into more intense trainings. We do a lot of, like, for my area, because I live in the mountains, we do a lot of hikers that go missing. That's most of our trainings. I love down aircraft that hit the mountain, things like that.
It was really interesting to watch and see. You're being taught this military discipline and roles and rank and respect, and so there are many other aspects of the CAP other than just flying. I perceived it to think, it's a flying organization, but it's much, much, much more than that.
Yes, and even those 2 missions are just scraping the surface. We do a lot of drill competitions. We do a lot of cybersecurity competitions. There's a rifle badge that you can earn. There's recruiting. There's a million other things that you can do.
Are you doing anything here at Sun and Fun?
Yes, sir. So Civil Air Patrol has an activity that runs here at Sun and Fun in conjunction with the airside crowd control. So our event is Red Ace, and we aid in flightline marshaling. We work on the Warbirds ramp. We work on crowd control. So there's about this whole activity ranges in numbers for years, but this year we have about 50 of them, 50 total students and adults. And I'm the cadet commander for the event for this year.
Congratulations.
It's my 2nd year.
Big responsibility. And you're all camping together here on the field?
Yes, sir. We have 4 SSS's on our campsite.
Super, super. When you say marshalling, or crowd control rather, are we crowd controlling people or airplanes? Or both?
People.
Oh, people. Okay.
People not to get hit by propellers and conga lines is the main mission.
That's a great service you guys provide.
There's security aspects as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're trained in see something, say something. That's
absolutely.
a big aspect too. We heard a story the other day about one of you guys seeing someone, and they were having a medical emergency, and people were called. So you guys it's more than just the job you're tasked.
Yes, it's our kids are told to be completely situational aware, looking everywhere at all times.
Yep.
And looking out for the public, not just to stop them from crossing where they're not supposed to, but also for heat exhaustion. All of our kids have to be trained in a basic emergency services before they're allowed to attend the event.
Are they selected from your chapter or from all chapters around the country?
So we have kids from all over the country. So I'm from West Virginia. We actually have more people out of state than we do Florida cadets.
And how is it a competition to be selected to come here to Sun and Fun, to be in this group?
There's definitely certain requirements. You have to be at least 15. You have to have your first aid done. You have to have certain, like I said, emergency services qualifications done in order for us to look at your application. And then from there, we'll see how many other specialties like flightline marshaling or certain radio requirements that you have before we'll let you attend.
It sounds it's a military operation.
Mhm.
You have to check a certain box to be able to be tasked to do a certain thing.
Mhm.
Proper training. Well, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Where do you think this is going to take you? Are you bound for the Air Force? Is that your intent?
It's definitely a possibility on the horizon.
Okay.
I currently work as a A&P mechanic assistant as well, so I'm looking more towards the A&P and pilot aspect.
The Air Force could use some mechanics.
Yes. So once I graduate this winter, my goal is to go into at least the Guard for now.
Okay, and what's your major area?
I'm a business admin major with a focus in aviation.
Sounds great. What has been the most rewarding or memorable aspect of being involved with CAP so far for you?
Definitely the most rewarding is how much character building the program has put me through. I've been in for about 7 years now, so I've done almost everything a cadet can do. I've climbed the ranks as high as you can as well, so everything that it's allowed me to do and the people it's allowed me to meet has allowed me to get this far in life.
You've worked with other incoming cadets?
A lot,
right?
more than I can count.
And I imagine it must feel very rewarding to see them develop and follow. Now are you out of the chapter once you graduate? Is that how that works?
You age out at 21.
21. So you have a little time.
Yes, sir. I have a year.
So you age out at 21, and is there an opportunity to come back and be a unit commander or?
You can come back as an adult as what we call senior members.
Wow. You could be senior members.
I do know several pilots who have been active senior members in Civil Air Patrol, either as group commanders or as professional. They bring their professional skills from the workplace. Esther, thank you so much for taking the time to come over and share your experience with Civil Air Patrol. I hope it's an inspiration to others who are listening.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
You're welcome. This is Randy Bibb and pilot Jim G with Sun and Fun Radio. We're going to take a break for some of our sponsor messages, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
This is Seth from Sun and Fun Radio, coming at you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm here with Bob Carlton with a jet-powered sailplane.
Hey everybody, this is Bob Carlton. Yeah, I'm here with the Foxjet twin jet-powered sailplane. This is the most powerful sailplane on the planet. It will do things no other sailplane or glider, we use those terms interchangeably, but it will do things that no other sailplane can do.
I understand that this is the first year with the twin Foxjet.
Yeah, that's right. I've been performing at air shows for over 30 years. I started with a regular sailplane, but every place I went, I had to hire a tow plane and tow pilot, which can be very difficult. So I found out maybe 20 years ago that there's these really small jet engines they use on RC models. So my first jet glider had 2 of those. And then I took my Salto glider that I had already been flying, and I put a much larger, much more, let's say, professional engine. And that's what I've flown for the last 17 years. But that aircraft is getting older and always looking for a little more performance and something new. So a couple of years ago, I got a brand new MDM Fox out of Poland, and I put 2 jet engines on it. Because after all, if more is better, too much is just right.
That's a good way to put it. How do you do all the paperwork for all of that?
Well, luckily in the United States, unlike most other countries in the world, our experimental category gives us a lot of leeway. I can take anything and put wings on it, and as long as the workmanship is good, I can fly it. Now, the FAA may look at it and say, we'll let you fly it, but you're not going to fly it where there's any other people under you. But we have a lot of latitude to experiment and try new things and innovate. And that's unique to this country. As I say sometimes, we have the worst government in the whole world except for all the others.
So how does your ratings work? Do you need do you need a private pilot for powered flight, or what kind of license do you have?
Well, I have to have a license with a glider rating. So you don't necessarily have to have a power plane rating to fly this. I have to have a glider license, and then I have to have a motor glider endorsement. And because it's a turbine power, this is all changing right now, but the FAA didn't understand that there was anything turbine powered except business jets, warbirds, and airliners. And so for years, anyone that flew anything turbine powered, including a glider, had to have a type rating or an authorization in lieu of type rating for an experimental. And so when we first started this, we basically had to go through a whole warbird checkout to be able to fly a glider. After 13 years of pounding and pounding and pounding, finally convinced them, and just this year they have rewritten Order 8130, and most turbine-powered gliders are now exempt from having to have an authorization. The deal I made with them, and the thing they were concerned about was, hey, you're going to build something like a U-2, call it a glider, and you're going to try to sneak in and not have to have any special authorization. So the deal I made was, if I ever built something that was not nominal performance, wasn't really a soaring aircraft, but was really something else but still a glider, that I wouldn't ask for that exemption. And so the Foxjet does require an authorization because, let's face it, it's not nominal performance. I tell people the Foxjet is a glider like a NASCAR Toyota Camry is really a Toyota Camry.
Speaking of nominal performance, what are the specs on that?
The Foxjet is really quite an aircraft. It's got a V&E of 155 knots, and I climb at 3,500 feet per minute. When I take off, I'm actually burning 80 gallons an hour in a glider. It's rated right now at plus 7.5, minus 5.5 Gs. Originally, it was a little more than that, but because of the extra weight from the engines, it's reduced my G loading just a little bit.
How specifically did you build it? Did you just, put the jet engine on there and weld it together? Or?
Well, it's an all-composite structure, so there's not much welding. But the factory helped us a lot. We got some information from the factory, and then we actually made our own CAD models of the fuselage based on our own measurements, and we actually knew what the fuselage looked like. The factory helped us with drawings of what the internal structure of the aircraft looked like. But even the factory doesn't have CAD models. This is actually an older design before they had CAD models. And so a lot of that we had to get the aircraft, we had to take measurements and find places that we can attach to a composite structure. And luckily it has a very beefy spar box, and we were able to bond our structure onto the spar box. And then there are some welded steel tube structures in between those attach points that support the engines.
And how do you start it? I mean, you don't have like an APU per se.
Well, this engine is actually very sophisticated. It does have a starter generator, just like most larger turbine engines have, and it pulls about 100 amps. So I have a pair of very small EarthX batteries that weigh total about 6 pounds, and that's enough to start the engines.
Oh, wow. I guess that's really all I have. Thanks for having me.
You're not going to ask what we're doing tonight?
Oh, I totally forgot. You can see them at the air show at night on Wednesday. It is very worth it, I can assure you.
So tonight, Wednesday night, and Saturday night here at Sun and Fun, we're doing a night spectacular like the world has never seen before. It's going to be airplanes, 500 drones, all with pyro, airplanes and drones, big fireworks on the ground, walls of fire, bomb bursts, lasers, you name it, it's all going to be in the air at once. It's going to be fabulous. We went through the dry run today. It's about a 30-minute program. Everything timed to the music, everything choreographed. It's going to be spectacular. Don't miss it.
And if you want to see them outside the show, you could probably find them hanging out around the Aerobatic HQ.
We stop by here once in a while just to see what's going on with the aerobatic world.
All right. This has been Seth from Sun Fun Radio and Bob Carlton with his jet sailplane here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Thank you.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun Radio here at the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. I'm here with Gerhard. How are you today?
Very good. How are you?
Doing great, thank you. Have to make it a little quick. The Blue Angels just took off, but what's a radio interview without a little bit of airplane noise here at Sun and Fun? You're part of the Commemorative Air Force. Tell us a little bit about that and the mission.
Okay, so the Commemorative Air Force, basically what they do is they restore and fly World War II aircraft to keep the World War II history alive with the pilots. We started in 1957. We had one aircraft, a P-51 Mustang, and we were lucky enough at Air Base Georgia to possess that aircraft.
And like you said, you're here with Air Base Georgia. You guys have a Mustang, a T-6, and a Dauntless here, right?
That's correct.
And you guys are offering rides over here at the end of the Warbird ramp so people can come out and ride throughout the week. Are you all here all week?
We are. We're here till Sunday.
Perfect. If you are here at Sun and Fun, definitely come check it out. You can get a chance to fly in one of these awesome pieces of history. If anyone's trying to get information, from the Blue Angels that wanted to say hi. If anyone wants to get information about the CAF, where can they look?
Okay, if you go on the website and look, you're going to look for Air Base Georgia, Commemorative Air Force. We're located at 1200 Echo Court, Peachtree City, Georgia.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If you're listening to this during Sun and Fun, come check out the planes. If you're listening after, look them up, see what event they're going to next, and come check out these awesome pieces of history. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun 2025 from Sun and Fun Radio.
Lincoln Toys, and you can learn they will teach you how to weld.
I did that workshop once. It was really interesting.
Yeah?
It's a very much a steady hand, but they take you right from the beginning. A little classroom talk about different types of welding, the different gases, different metals, and then they put a mask on you and some gloves, and you try it yourself.
I've actually got a little airplane in the door window of my office there that I got from somebody who did. I don't know if that came from the welding workshop or somebody else, but that's one of the things I say every year. I'm going to go down to the welding workshop, and every year I wind up being radio chairman 24/7 for 6 days. Or 24/6, I guess. But, so we got the workshops going on. We got forums going on, commercial displays. We have our daily air show starting at 1 p.m. today we got the jet teams. Yesterday was like jet team day. Jack, what'd you say? There were 3-4 different jet teams?
3, and I was looking at the schedule for today, the same thing again. This is going to be another, and obviously Saturday, they go crazy on Saturday to make it a really excellent show.
And it's going to be an excellent show on Saturday. And then the cool thing is, usually when the air show ends at 5 o'clock or so, there's a mass exodus to the parking lot. People are done for the day, and it's even more like Jim said, a football game coming out here because there's just a constant flow of people. Today, hang out. Our vendors are staying open late. Tonight, we have our second night air show tonight, starting at dusk, which I believe is around 7. We do video stream the air shows from our Skycam. It's not a action-packed, close-up cockpit shots or anything, just a view of the field. You can watch the air show there, and the night show really, really translates nice over the Skycam. If you can't be here, we want you to come because there's nothing like seeing it in person.
Dave, whether people are here or not, will there be anything interesting to listen to on Sun and Fun Radio in between the day air show and the night air show?
Thank you, Jim. Your check's in the mail.
So when I'm getting to the radio schedule, which I would have gotten to in just a moment, Jim.
I had to get that
and
in
these
there.
shameless self-plugs. Between the day show and the night show here on Sun and Fun Radio, we will have the Uncontrolled Airspace General Aviation Podcast live. 2008, 2007, I put a microphone in front of these guys. We've been doing it every year. We're down 1. And, it's what I love about having Uncontrolled Airspace as our guests on the station is the Uncontrolled Airspace cast and crew come volunteer with me as well. So that's Jack and Jim is also a part-timer on the uncontrolled airspace, so you recognize those voices. And you got to be on aviation radios comm radios to hear Randy's voice, because he flies airplanes for a living. But
Yep, out of touch.
what do we got going on with the podcast tonight, Jack?
Nothing. I mean, we're at Sun and Fun, so
Nothing.
it's very, very special. But we're going to talk a lot about what we've seen at the show this week and the things we've liked, and have that kind of a conversation. And we're going to mix it up with some regular stuff too. What's going on out in the real world of aviation this past week or so. But it's going to be a sort of a regular UCAP episode with a little extra.
Cool. So that will be today after the air show, which I typically say 5. We don't have the schedule for today yet, but we found out yesterday's show ran till like 5:40. So whatever time the air show ends, because one of our reasons for being is to broadcast air show commentary on Sun and Fun Radio's audio channel. Unfortunately, we can't stream the commentary over our Facebook and YouTube video channels, because they're bots, even though we have all of the proper copyright releases. YouTube bots will grab copyright and say, you're violating copyright.
Right, because there's a lot of music associated with the air show acts.
And they're not nice about violating copyright.
No, YouTube doesn't.
You're guilty until proven innocent, and they will shut you down. Not only will they stop your broadcast, they will actually delete your channel if you're caught. Yeah. So, but we do have it. You can watch it on our Facebook stream. You can watch it on our YouTube channel and listen to the commentary on Live ATC.
Best of all worlds.
It is. It's the best of all worlds. And that will be here on Sun and Fun Radio on audio streaming on liveatc.net/SNF. Video streaming on both Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah.
And you guys, with your face for radio like me, your UCAP Live will also be video streamed tonight.
My grandmother said I was adorable.
Grandmothers are paid to do that. It's the grandmother code. You have to tell the child they're adorable. Because it's inappropriate to go, what an ugly baby.
You never hear that.
Amanda wasn't kidding. It's a beautiful morning here at Sun and Fun. I mean, there's at this moment, not a cloud in the sky. It is absolutely, at least the part of the sky I can see. I can't see straight overhead. But all the way around the half of the horizon we can see here.
Yeah, we don't see anything on the 90-degree view of the horizon we have, but I can see the flags going. The flags that are up high, you can see the breeze going. You understand why they canceled the balloon launch this morning.
Yep, there's a little bit of breeze, but it's just a beautiful morning, and it's gonna be not quite as hot as it has been, but it's still gonna be warm. Be careful.
It's still gonna be warm. The sun will still be shining. You still need to hydrate. Do not get yourself dehydrated. I've done it myself. One year I was busy drinking coffee and forgot to drink water. You want to drink 1 bottle of water for every hour that you are out and about. Minimum 1 bottle of water for every hour you're out. If you're going to be out here all day long, then you need to drink 1 bottle of water. You're going to be here 8 hours, 8 bottles.
Okay. And by bottle, you mean like a 8-ounce-ish bottle.
Well, here, Jim, why don't you take that away from blocking the camera? And
I was trying to show it on camera.
What is that?
I don't have my glasses on. This is a 16.9 fluid ounce bottle of water.
And by the way, that's imported from Maine.
I think
that's imported from Maine. So
I'm all in favor of drinking a lot of water, but if you drank 1 of those an hour all day long, that would be something. But
you need to. I mean, that's a minimum to just stay hydrated.
Drink a lot of water, absolutely. Dave and I are going to arm wrestle later on about how much. But
water, lemonade, anything, any clear liquid. We love our coffees. We love our teas. We love our colas. But they do not hydrate you. They actually dehydrate you.
Avoid the caffeine.
So, and then for everybody, but especially our visitors up north who have been hiding all winter long from the snow, the Florida sun will cook you in a heartbeat. You can get sunburned in less than a half hour. Cover up, wear your sunscreen, SPF 50 or better, especially if you're fair-skinned. I keep putting my glasses on and taking them off. They're foggy this morning. So make sure you cover yourself up and if you feel dehydrated, if you feel sunburnt where you need help, we do have medical hospitality. They're right up on the corner of Leanhouse Way and Sun and Fun Drive, or James C. Ray Drive, I think it's called. They're right where the Pogo is. They're right across from Pogo, next door to the Bueller Restoration Center.
Right. Yeah, sort of across from the main gate entrance.
Right.
Yeah.
Or grab any Sun and Fun volunteer. We will get you medical help. We have medical team's here for that exact reason. So, if you need help, they're here. We have information lost and found here on campus. I know there's a location over by the Compass Rose by the FAA building. I know there's one somewhere up near the main gate. So if you need information, pick up your info guide, your in-flight guide, and your campus map.
They've also got an app.
The Sun and Fun app. Thank you, Jim. You're welcome. And, I'm hearing things about people talking about the Sun and Fun app on social media, so that's good. And that's a good thing. So, Randy, we've really been, not letting you say anything this morning.
Well, I'm listening. I'm learning.
You're listening and learning?
Yeah. It's enjoying the conversation. Weather's great. Looking forward. If you were out here Wednesday night and caught that show, it was great. Oh, yeah. Fireworks were spectacular. I hear through channels that tonight's fireworks, they're going to up it. I don't see how they can do anything more.
Really? Wow.
I don't see how they can do more than they did Wednesday, but I hear that the wall of fire is supposed to be insane this evening.
I'm going to try tonight too. So on Wednesday night, I watched it here from the deck of the radio station, which gives you a great sightline of the show, but you're not right up to the show. And right. So I think I'm going to try tonight, at least for the drone part. I'm really fascinated with the drone show. So I'm going to try and get as close. I mean, it's going to be crowded up there, so I don't know how close I'm going to be able to get. But I'm going to try and get closer to really get the 3D effect of the drone thing. And then, of course, we're back here, so we're, I don't know what, a couple hundred yards away from the flight line.
Yeah.
Back here, we could feel the heat when the wall of fire went off. I mean, you could definitely feel a burst of warmth way back here. So can you imagine what it's like out there on the flight line? I mean, wow.
Instant sunburn.
You feel the concussion of the massive explosion.
Yeah, you feel it, yeah. And sometimes even back here, the windows will rattle sometimes.
Yeah, I know yesterday I was in my office trying to get, unfortunately I still work for a living, so, and my job is pretty demanding and they needed stuff done. So I was in my office at the radio station working on paying work when they were doing some things, and there were a couple of literally window rattling percussions from explosions.
So I want to get up close.
Field.
I want to get up close to the night air show, or at least parts of it tonight, and check it out.
That T6 show is phenomenal. An interesting story about that.
That's and I go to say they used to be the Aero Shell, the Titan aerobatic team.
And talking to those folks, it was getting late on them. They were practicing for the air show season, and someone videoed this thing at sundown. It got dark on them, and they said, "You got to see this video." So they sent the video to the guys, and that changed the entire complexity of what they do. The night show, it's a beautiful air symphony, is what it is.
It really is.
I mean, it
really is
astounding.
Dave and I got to ride with those people back in the day. This is quite a while ago now, but still is a wonderful memory. That was a lot of fun.
Well,
and a little I don't know what, not scary exactly, but
I thought it was thrilling.
It was definitely thrilling.
Exciting.
It's like my impression at the moment was, these are two-place aircraft. So you got the pilot, and then you got the baggage in the back, all right? me, all right? And so you're taxiing out in a group of airplanes. There's 4 airplanes, and you're not really thinking, because you're looking around and you're so excited about the whole thing, and they get on the runway and they add power and you start rolling, and then you look over to the other direction and you go, there's another airplane right there.
Right there.
It's
right there.
There should not be an airplane that close to us on the runway, all right? And we go rolling down the runway and we lift off, and after we're a little bit above the runway, I happen to be in the aircraft that was the slot, which
I was just going to bring that
was
up.
dropped into the back. So so basically you move from the side and you float back into behind the 3. And then suddenly there's an airplane there and right in front of you.
Did you get the stick? Did they give you a stick?
No, I don't even think there was a stick in the back on mine.
Okay, when I did that, so I got 30. I thought it was very exciting. He's like, I'm going to give you, a little stick time. I'm like, oh, this is going to be cool. 25 seconds maybe, and he's like, okay, I got it now. Okay.
It's like hold the stick still for 20 seconds, right? Yeah. But no, that was a lot of fun.
When I took my flight with them that year, I had just interviewed them the day before.
Uh-huh.
And he was talking about that prop swinging an 11-foot arc. And like you, I was in the slot position, and I'm thinking, oh, this is cool. We're tucking up into the slot. And he kept getting closer and closer and closer. And I'm going, in all my brain, I'm going, that is a flippin' 11-foot arc on that propeller. How close is he going to get?
Yeah.
And
they're very good at that.
In. Oh, yeah, they are very good at that. And I didn't get a ride in... Well, back then it was Aeroshell, but I didn't get a ride in one of the team aircraft. I had Gene fly me in the Honda Reno Racer. So not only did I get the flight, but I also got with Gene in the Reno Racer, which was cool.
Yeah.
And then, Jim Goldman had gifted that year. Jim Goldman had gifted us a flight the next day.
Yeah.
It was one of your, the Bash prizes.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. I had contributed at a charity fundraiser, and, they called me the next morning and said, "You won this ride." I said, "No, I didn't," because I had at the auction, I thought I hadn't won. I thought I was the second highest. I said, no, you're the top bidder. It's yours. When do you want to take the ride? I said, "Well, I've already left Sun and Fun."
Next year?
I gave it to Dave, and you shared it with some of the volunteers. I
think it was us with one out, the UCAP crew. You, Jack, you, and
think
Dave.
Higdon was there. And
Higdon and Burnside was there too, I believe.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
it was very cool. Very, very
I grabbed
cool.
Tripp and I said, "Tripp, drive us out here. Bring the golf cart back. I've got another ride to go on. Grab your camera. I want you to take some pictures as we're leaving." So Tripp grabs his camera and jumps in a golf cart and comes out there with us. And Gene, "Hey, Dave, I understand you're flying with us again this morning." And I said, "Actually, Gene, no." I said, I'm letting Tripp take my seat this morning." Man, Tripp's jaw hit the floor. And he's still, that had to have been 10 years ago.
Probably,
least, yeah.
Yep.
And you asked Tripp about his surprise flight with the Aeroshell team, and he still beams ear to ear, grins ear to ear from
I believe it.
And it is cool. That is such a neat ride.
Yep.
They are the Titan aerobatic team now.
Mm-hmm.
Same great planes, same great pilots, even better acts, and a fantastic new sponsor.
And at night they have lights in the cowlings.
And what I love that too, they also have lights on their exhaust where the smoke comes out.
They have a lot of lights in there. It's very attractive, but it's a UCAP thing. Lights in the cowlings.
And I am hearing the sounds of Mr. Ken Dravis in the background there. That is our music. That is my indication it's time to stop talking and let the commercial, the sponsor announcements and area announcements go. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Y'all stay tuned.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. So, I'm on the deck. I'm Tom Frick. I'm joined by Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Sun and Fun.
Yeah, indeed. So, we have a guest on deck with us. Randy, you want to introduce him?
Well, we have Mr. Cook here. Mr. Cook is a cook, and his product, I call it Nectar of the Gods, because I can't live without it.
Does Mr. Cook have a first name?
Well, yes. Let me read that.
It's Joshua. Hey, Josh.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Joshua. Sorry about that.
I'm also known as the coffee guy, so it's
the coffee cook.
Yeah.
So that was going to be the next question. And he is from?
Rockwall, Texas.
And your company is?
Legendary Aviation Coffee.
There we go. Now we're getting someplace.
There we go. I'll let you guys ask the questions, and I'll just answer them.
There you go.
But yeah, I've been known as the coffee guy for quite a few different years in Rockwall, Texas. Legendary Aviation Coffee was actually born in the Mecca of aviation in Lancaster, California, back in 2019. From there, what happened was the dude upstairs basically told me no. I was dumping money into my company, and I wasn't getting any money back. And then COVID happened. And so I just put it on the back burner and kind of let it do its thing, and I wanted it to grow organically, just word of mouth. It wasn't until I moved to Rockwall, Texas in March 2022 that I started seeing the signs to bring it to the public's attention. Get out there. Showcase your passion for what you have. And then January 2023 to April 2023, built out the social media, built out the website, got my products going, started working on bag designs, and I hit the ground running. And April 2023, from that time till December 2023, we had an 1,800% growth. Now, I already had business prior to this. It wasn't a lot, but it's still. Then December 2023 to December 2024, we had a 3,800% growth.
Cool. So
it just blew up.
Were you targeting a specific market?
So my actual market is literally 1 inch wide, but it's 10 miles deep. Okay, we only deal with the specialty grade coffee, the top 1%. And this year we hit the top 1% of the 1% called estate coffees. That's where like the epitome of all coffees come into play. And that's why my coffee is a little bit more expensive than the average Joe's that you'll find sitting in Walmart or Sprouts or what do you guys have out here, Public, things like that, the grocery stores. You won't find this. This is how I really like to explain my coffee. This is the Brazilian steakhouse style coffee, okay? You're not going to find that steak or those flavors and things like that at Walmart, at Target, or any of these other places because you got to go to the Brazilian steakhouse in order to really enjoy what you're doing. And let me ask you something. Do you ever order your steak from a steakhouse or a Brazilian steakhouse well done? No, you just ruined that $65, $105 steak. You're going to allow that chef to actually showcase that steak the way it's supposed to. Let them cook it the way it's supposed to. That's what I do with my coffee. That's why we don't do the super dark, oily, bitter undertone style coffees. No. I'm going to ruin the top 1% of coffee.
So back up a little bit. You mentioned something, cooking. So you're not a middleman. You buy the bean, you roast the bean. What's that process like? So this is your coffee. It's not, you're not a middleman here.
No. So that's called white labeling. There's nothing wrong with white labeling either. There's a lot of brands that are out there, a lot of beauty brands that are white labeled. But I don't import the coffee, okay? I work directly with the farmers, but I first start working with my importers. From there, I get introduced to different farms and what I really like. Then I start direct trading, utilizing their logistics only. So I'm actually getting all of my coffee. Then I use what is called the Loring S35 air roaster. So air roasting versus drum roasting, completely different way. Yep. Air roasting actually helps to make the coffees more brighter, livelier, richer, and more truthful. So they don't add a lot of the smokiness to the coffees. They don't add a lot of the charriness. They actually give a very clean cup of coffee. So that's how I roast my coffees. And then I have 3 different mentors that are ahead of me. That's Onyx Coffee, Particle Coffee, and then Bodhi Leaf. So those guys all took me underneath their wings and actually helped me cultivate and figure out how to roast coffee correctly. So I was like, okay, let me do this. And so I pay it forward. I have 4 other different roasters, little mom and pop shops underneath me, but they're trying to make themselves better. So I was like, let me help you out. I got all this information. Let me give it to you. Here's all these vendors. This is how you do this. You're going to figure it out anyways, so why not just help you?
And then they'll probably put their own artistic flair on it as you have on yours.
Exactly. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it.
Give them the tools and then here,
exactly.
Go ahead and paint.
They're not competition to me. Okay? I've got my niche. My niche is specialty grade aviation. We dive down. We only do single origin.
Okay, now you mentioned it because I was going to ask. So what's the aviation connection? So you called Legendary Aviation Coffee Company.
Yeah, so the fun story, I'll try to make this in a 30-second clip here, is I've been in aviation my entire life. Okay? My aviation career started Army Aviation. I started on the Hueys and the Cobras, moved over to the Blackhawks, then the Army Reserves came calling, so I worked on this flying milk carton, all flight operations type stuff, but then I got into maintenance test flighting, so I figured out what test flights were, and I got really engaged with that. Went over to Department of State, and then I went back over to DoD contracting with Lockheed Martin, so I've been on like the F-35 program. Nice. Went over to Northrop Grumman, became the chief flight test director there. I've worked on super secret squirrel projects. Now I work for L3 Harris, basically full-time still, and I'm still a flight test engineer. So I've been doing this for 22, 23 years. But then I was thinking, when I was in the mecca of aviation, how do we keep those legendary aircrafts together? Like, how do we keep the historical element of that in a different way? Not just at a museum, but how do we get it out more to the general public, to the next generation, And I said, let's name coffee after an aircraft and make sure it all connects. So my P-51 Mustang's named after Costa Rica. There's a reason for it. The Ethiopian's named after the Mooney because not anomaly, but anomaly. It's named after the anomaly because of his color schematics, the blueberries and strawberry undertones. Everything's connected. There is so much hidden meaning and passion and tying, connecting things. We don't just throw things together. No offense to one of the big name brands, okay, that happens to be a veteran organization. I'm not going to say the name.
That's fine.
But it's like, they kind of threw things together. Right. And I'm like, no, I have way too much passion for aviation coffee to just throw things together. All of my teas named after the 1950 pinup girls.
Nice.
Okay, that are on the side of the aircraft, the B-17, B-25, the B-29. All of them are named after that, keeping the legacy, keeping the legendary background alive. So I was like, this is great. And it caught on, and it's taken off. I didn't realize I was building a brand until someone mentioned it a couple months ago. Dude, you're building a brand. And I went, no, I'm just roasting coffee. And then it went, oh shit. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to say that. But, it's like, Poobies. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously very passionate about it. So, what brings you to Lakeland? What do you got going on here?
Yeah, so, we earned the right to become Sun and Fun's official coffee sponsor. It's the first time ever. And so what we did is, on contract is 10% back. Okay, that's on contract. And I'll let everybody know that. But then I told them, hey guys, we're going to give you guys 25% of every coffee cup sale and teacup sale all on the flight line right next to the Mooney. Right? We're going to give you guys that back. And then I was thinking to myself, it took me a couple more days, and I called Sheena and I said, hey, I'm going to actually give you guys 10% of the entire month back. We're going to declare Sun and Fun month, April Sun and Fun's month with Legendary Aviation Coffee. So from here on out, every April that happens until, maybe a relationship is to be ruined or something, but we're going to give 10% back for the entire month back to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And that is something that truly separates us from everybody else. You don't see people,
the vendors coming in here,
fully connected like this and being so passionate and loudly displaying it. We are not your average coffee roaster on so many different levels that I do not want to ever be associated with anybody else or any other big brands or stuff that you'll find in the store shelf. You'll never find my stuff at the store shelf. Ever.
That's awesome. So, you said, I think you told me before you had 7 different sites?
Yeah, here
on the campus?
Yeah, so let's start with, we are at the Press Center, then we're at Hangar Alpha, then we're out on our own flight line, 30 by 30. You'll find us at, we have the big, the big trailer, the 2 coffee flags going up. We have the tribute flag for Kevin Lacey. We forgot about that. We have a big thing going on Thursday with Kevin Lacey, send off 10 to 2. The entire club's going to be there. We are out at the Pilots Welcome and the Veterans, and here at Sun and Fun Radio.
And real quick, where can people find you? Website?
LegendaryRoasters.com.
LegendaryRoasters.com. Josh, appreciate you this morning, and appreciate you giving back to the cause here, and wish you good luck this week.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Randy, so that's another segment. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break, and we will be back here shortly after some words from our local sponsors.
Hi, this is Seth from Sun and Fun Radio here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm with Don Fielden of Fielden Aero, and I hear he's got some new avionics.
Yes, sir. Don Fielden here with the owner of Fielden Aero, and that's exactly right. We just recently became the exclusive USA dealer for a avionics company out of Italy called Flybox Avionics. It's that line of avionics is very popular all across Europe with several thousands of these units in the air, proven performance over the last 20 years. So we're honored to become their distributor.
You were telling me earlier about something really interesting about the architecture of all of these instruments. Can you tell me a little bit more about them?
You bet. Yeah, so I used to design and build these things for myself and my airplanes for fun, more or less like a hobby. And in my design, I used a common computing architecture, i.e. a 32-bit microcontroller, and that's the same controller that was used in every single instrument. So the only thing that made one instrument unique compared to another was the software. So we wrote special software, all of which ran on the same computing platform. So it turns out Flybox does the same thing. So that allows you to have very low-cost production processes because basically all the instruments are built the same way, and we just write software that provides the unique capabilities.
And this software kind of determines the price, right?
That's right, yeah. So some software is, you'll have several we'll have tens of thousands of lines of code. And some of the more simpler avionics displays here will have software on the order of 1,000 lines. So it's the complexity of the software that really drives the price.
And what are some interesting features about it that you like?
With the common computing platform being one, but really what this particular line of avionics does for you is it provides customization based on the needs of the user. So, for example, our airspeed indicator, we can go in there and configure the alarms. We can configure the speed limits, the speed bugs on the display, exactly where a particular customer wants it. So they don't have to just buy an instrument off the shelf. You buy an instrument, and then we customize that. As part of the price of the instrument, we customize that display for you. Of course, the customer can configure the instruments themselves. They're very easy to operate. Going back to the airspeed indicator, you can go and set in your stall speed. You can set in your V&E, and then the thing will set off alarms as you approach those flags.
And you said earlier that these are from Italy. Are these certificated instruments?
Good question. Yeah, these are from Italy. These are all made in Italy, and then they're shipped to me for the U.S. crowd. This is for the experimental LSA market. They're not certificated instruments, not yet.
Okay, so there's plans.
There's plans. Yeah, we hope to. So if these things take off, if they gain popularity, then if there's a market demand for it, then we may decide to go ahead and go through that certification process. But we're probably at least a year away from that.
Okay, at least a year. And so these do everything from engine monitoring to airspeed to angle of attack, just depending on what instrument package you buy?
Absolutely, yeah. So the instruments range from what I call the modern versions of round steam gauges with cool displays and the ability to configure flags on those displays, all the way up to the flagship product, which is the 7-inch display called the Eclipse MG, this is the display you've seen in other airplanes where you get both your electronic flight instrumentation systems on the display as well as your engine management software. And that 7-inch EFIS is fully configurable. So you set up the screen to display the information you want in a format that's most comfortable to you. And also with all these instruments, or almost all these instruments, they have data logging capability. So as you're flying, the instrument can record that data for you. And then when you land, you download that data onto a USB stick, load it up on your computer, and that allows you to go back and reevaluate your flight. Or in the case for engine management systems, it allows you to trend that data over time so you can begin to identify problems with your engine before they become a real issue.
And what kind of software do they provide? Is it through Flybox that you record all that information?
No, you use whatever software you want. You can download it into Google Docs. You can use Microsoft Excel, whatever the typical commercial software packages are. It's a standard filed format.
Okay, so it's pretty user friendly.
Absolutely.
And you were talking to me earlier. You have these in your plane?
I do. I have right now. I'm using the what we call a prop controller, the APR1 prop controller, which is the most advanced prop controller I've seen on the market, while also being the simplest to use. So this device right here is what you would install in your airplane if you have a in-flight variable pitch prop. And this instrument, once installed and configured, it turns your airplane into truly a single engine lever airplane, kind of like a Cirrus. You don't worry about the prop settings. All you worry about the throttle, and then the prop controller takes care of the rest. And what's unique about this particular prop controller is we can customize that to the exact flight characteristics you want your airplane to experience regardless of the flight regimen.
And the customer can set this up themselves too?
The customer can do some minor changes to that configuration, but what happens is if you buy APR1, I send you a data worksheet that gives me all the parameters of the airplane that you want. VX, VY, airspeed, and then you tell me what engine you're using, and then what RPM you want your engine to operate at those particular points in your flight. Like you want your engine RPM at maximum RPM for takeoff, and then you want to begin to decrease the RPM once you hit VY. Then, of course, you want to go to cruise RPM when you're at cruise speed. So this fully automates that, and then I program that curve, if you will, the indicated airspeed versus RPM. I program that into the instrument, and then you fly it, a few times, and then we'll do another optimization to get exactly where you want it. And then you're done, and then you as a pilot can make minor modifications after that.
All right, and how much would one of these standard packages go for?
So the propeller controller goes for about $1,300 US. And that's a lot. That packs a lot of punch for $1,300, and that comes with the service I mentioned after you buy it. We do all the configuration for you, and then their flagship product, the 7-inch Eclipse multifunction display. This thing retails for only $3,000. So a lot of capability. And by the way, this display can also drive the 3-axis autopilot. So for a $3,000 FS display, you're also buying the controller you need to drive a 3-axis autopilot.
And where can they find you here at Sun 'n Fun?
I am here in good old Paradise City, booth LP60, right next to where all the food is.
All right, and you'll see a nice Aero pup out front, blue and yellow. So yeah, they'll be here hanging out here at the 51st Annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo. Turn up the fun at 51. This has been Seth with Don.
Thank you very much for coming by and talking to me, and let me brag about my products here. And yeah, for your crowds, come see us. We're here for the whole show all the way to 5 o'clock Sunday.
This is Lizzie Havens with Sun 'n Fun Radio, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun 'n Fun 51. I'm here chatting with Tom Warren of Aviation Ranch. We are out here in Paradise City, out at the awesome hot air balloon basket, so you can see if you drive by. Give us a little bit of information about Aviation Ranch.
So Aviation Ranch is up in Cordele, Georgia. It's just over the Georgia line, about 100 miles north of Florida. We have a 200-acre ranch there where we teach people to fly hot air balloons. We do a lot of add-on ratings for people. We can take somebody from never flying a balloon to private pilot in about 12 days.
Oh, wow. How many hours does that typically take?
The legal minimum is like 10, but I would say we invest usually about 14 to 18 hours into a student. Really, and then the age has no difference. They could be somebody that's 20 years old or somebody that's 60 years old. It's really, to get it done in 10 hours is just still difficult, but it can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always been kind of skeptical about the minimums. It's better to have the time that you need instead of the time you have to have.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. So, but we do a ton of training pretty much all year round. The students can come and stay with us at the ranch in one of our cabins. And that way, if there's a weather issue, because obviously the balloons are so weather dependent. So if we set aside 12 days for you and we don't get it done in 12 and it takes 15, there's no extra cost there for a hotel room. You just stay at the ranch. It's all part of the fee.
Oh, that's a very, very convenient aspect of it for sure. That's a good perk. Other than, of course, doing the flying, what all is there to do in that little community?
So we're actually known as the watermelon capital of the world, and we're known for peanuts. It's a very big farming community. It's a nice small town. We have, like I said earlier, we have 200 acres, and we can fly 20 miles any direction without really anybody bothering us.
Part of this, of course, the big difference is you're not in an airplane. There's no engine. What's kind of your favorite part and the biggest difference between them for people who aren't too familiar with it?
Well, to me, it's one of the truest forms of flying. You have to really know your winds. You have to know your aircraft. You have to know what its ability can and can't do. And you have to do quite a bit of planning. If you're wanting to go from A to B, there's just not, let's go out and fly today and turn left. You have to actually do some planning as to where you're going to be. I'd say about 90% of the time when I tell my chase crew I'm going to be where I'm headed, I'm there. 5%, I'm a block off. And then there's always that 5% where we're like the next county. So you're always going to have that variable. But I would say probably, 9 out of 10 flights, I'm within a block of where I called it from the minute we take off. So it is steerable to an extent.
That's really awesome. How did you get into this? Because it's such a niche little aspect of aviation. How did you find your way into hot air balloons?
So as with most balloon pilots, we are all kind of a hosh-posh of people that would have never have met if it hadn't been for balloons. So I'm actually a heavy truck mechanic by trade, and I moved into a house across the street from a lady who had hot air balloons. So I was always fixing her RVs and her vans, and she just kept begging us to come out and crew, and I actually came out and crew about 28 years ago now, and after that we just started taking off flying. So I've had my license for 27 years.
And you've been around Sun and Fun just as long. How did you get into Sun and Fun? And tell us about your relationship with Sun and Fun.
So it was about the same time. The lady that got me into ballooning was also part of Sun and Fun. She was one of the chairmans also back then, and we got into ballooning this was one of the local events, and we love ballooning in general. Kind of gets left out of general aviation. You know, when you look at today at like the air show, we're not really included a lot. We're trying our best to get brought back in. You remember, the balloon is the very first thing that ever flew. It's actually been in the late 1700s. So we're actually the first form of aviation. But I think what's happened is a lot of balloonists just became ride people, and then kind of people put us into that carnival type of atmosphere. So we're trying to bring it back, and as the aviation world is changing with increased medicals and things like that, and you got a lot of these guys that are timing out of the airlines. They're still wanting something to do in aviation that still is fun, can have have a good time with it, and maybe even make some money as a commercial pilot with it. So hot air ballooning has become kind of a go-to as people are starting to retire and time out of the airlines too. I'd say 50% of the people that we teach at the ranch are airline pilots.
That's incredible. What kind of limitations or qualifications do you need to be able to do this?
So as an add-on rating, we just need you to come out and do the practical stuff with us. So you're going to need the full 10 hours, 1 hour of solo time, and just the standard as you would any kind of fixed wing. We have to follow the criteria set down by the FAA, but you don't have to take the written anymore. So if we're just an add-on to you, then we just are you don't have to do the written anymore, but you still have to do another a ride with a DP examiner and show that you're proficient in the balloon. And that's where we come in, and we kind of get people through that oral exam and get them through the practical test and all that. So we have quite a bit of people doing this as their retirement job now.
So it's very, very similar to doing any other add-on.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like adding on anything else, except it's because balloons are, we have to have a chase crew. You have to have extra people to help you work. So it's not like you can just, like if I want to add on, float plane rating, you just go somewhere and you add it on. It's just you and the instructor. When you want to do balloons or add that lighter than air add-on, it's you and like 5 other people. So it's not as easy as it is just going to add on like a dual engine rating or or center thrust rating or something like that. So it's paperwork wise it's the same, but like I said, when you come to the ranch, we provide the chase crew and everything with that. So, and that's the thing. Ballooning, as the people are retiring out of the airlines, this has almost been a way for their grandkids to come and chase them, and it's really a family type thing. Like if you've got a good friends and family group, this is a really fun way to fly.
That would be awesome. So you could kind of take turns if you're all getting in on it. You can crew for each other and then chase each other down.
Yeah, and then actually if just one of the group gets their commercial rating, because we actually don't have a CFI rating. Any commercial rated pilot can be an instructor in balloons. So really all we need is one of the group to get to their commercial rating, and then we do have that where a couple of the guys buy a system and then they kind of all train each other, after the one guy gets his ticket, and he can all train each other. And plus we get to travel. We get to go to events and festivals and fly all over the country and people pay us to be there.
And we were talking a little bit about hot air balloon festivals, stuff like that. The thing that really makes what you guys do different is you're not tethered, you're really going.
Yeah. So a lot of the festivals that you see now we had one in Tampa that was more of a tether festival. So they're tied to the ground. They just take you up, 75 feet. They charge you $20. The way we fly is we actually fly. Our average flights are 10 to 12 miles. We do it in about an hour, and we're actually flying aircraft, not just tethered to the ground like a carnival ride. So.
That's really cool. Is there anything else that you want our listeners to know, other than, of course, where they can find you to get more information?
Well, you can go to aviation-ranch.com. I think some of the other things we'd like people to know is, like right now at the ranch, we provide free equipment for kids. We are doing a program now where kids are between 18 and 30. There's a group called the Balloon Federation of America, or the BFA, and that's a group of the national pilots that are all together, and it's a big organization. It's been around for like 50 years. They provide kids camps every year for kids up to 17 years old. And then what we do in our program is anybody that's gone through the kids camps for several years and it looks like the right candidate, we actually have started gifting balloons, the whole rig, to these kids. And we actually we just gave one away last year to an 18-year-old girl, Jenna Litton, up in Statesville, North Carolina. Trailer and everything. So they get to go and fly. We pay for their check ride, their fuel, the whole nine.
And they don't even have to be Georgia residents. Can they be anywhere in the country?
No, as long as they've gone through one of the BFA programs for the kids, and we see that there's potential there for them to, actually further the sport of ballooning. That's what we're really looking for, because it's like any part of this aviation. If you look around, what's the average age of pilots? And ballooning is probably in the 60s. I mean, most balloonists are between 65 and 70 years old. I'm turning 50 this year, and I'm one of the younger ones. So I need to get more 18 to 25-year-olds into this and get them addicted to this type of ballooning. And that's what we're trying to do, is just bring younger people into the sport. So.
That's really a phenomenal program. Definitely check that out if you or anyone you know might be a good fit, they might be interested. If you're interested in ballooning yourself, definitely check out Aviation Ranch. They have a great location up there. You can go start to finish, go from nothing, get moving, and get up in the sky, and like you're saying, the first form of aviation.
Yep. We always say the first flight's the cheapest one. The first flight's a $100 flight, and the second one's usually $25,000 flights. Because, most people that are really into flying, and they go for the ride, they really enjoy it. And I'd say most guys that come out and they're on the edge about buying it, and then they talk their wife and kids to come in and fly, within a year they're flying balloons. So it is a different way of flying, but once you get into it, you're in it.
It seems really enjoyable for sure. I'm going to have to get more information on this myself going forward. But if you're here at Sun and Fun, come by, check them out in Paradise City. You cannot miss them. They're on the main road. And if you are listening after the fly-in, definitely check out their website. Go out there and get flying. This is Lizzie Havens coming to you for Sun and Fun Radio from Sun and Fun 2025.
You are listening to the Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida. Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straddle International.
Good morning and welcome back to Chats Live from the Deck. I'm coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51.
Turning up the fun, I can't wait.
Yeah. So we having fun yet, Jim?
I'm having fun all day from the minute I got here at Sun and Fun.
Yeah, the day continues to improve. It's really quite bright now and starting to feel a little warm. It's still a little hazy clouds, but it's a beautiful day here.
And planes are flying. We see them and we hear them.
We do. A lot of airplanes coming and going, and they got a hold of fly in here.
What an idea!
Yeah. We're joined during this period with Keith Clark, who is a senior QC technician for Phillips 66. But Keith is here today to tell us about a program that he's involved with called Prevent Misfueling, a.k.a. I'm sorry, he just gave me the name. Tell us about it. What's it called, Keith? What are you up to?
Yeah, so we started a program called Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type, trying to get pilots and FBOs to communicate and verify. And that's...
So just make sure that your airplane has been fueled properly.
Yeah, with the correct fuel type, because too many pilots say top it off, fill it up. And then some FBO says okay. What they should be saying is 100 low lead, Jet A, or Jet A with FSII.
Mm-hmm.
We have to communicate.
I mean, this is a big problem. There are lots of incidents.
Well, if you look at it, every day a near miss happens because every day a pilot comes in and says top it off, and somebody says okay. It's like rolling the dice. If you don't communicate, you're rolling the dice if that other person knows what kind of fuel. And there's a lot of aircrafts that look alike. There's a lot of confusion possible. So that's why it's important for those two people and the aircraft. We have a program we call It Takes Three. It's the pilot, the FBO, and the aircraft all working together to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you guys, in this program, you track misfueling accidents, so you know they're happening with some frequency, right? Not frequently, but you know they do happen, and that's why this program exists. Are you tracking a reduction from your initiative?
So what we're seeing is it does happen. There's a lot of times it's a near miss because they find out before the aircraft takes off, or they get lucky and they're able to return to the airport without an incident, which is very lucky. But there is the tragedies. And so what we're seeing is more and more people. You know, if you go to get your pilot's license, they're going to teach you about VFR, IFR, but nobody teaches you about VFT, which is Verify Fuel Type. And that's because it didn't exist until about 2 years ago when we made it up. But now it's out on AI, and we're going to make VFT famous because we have to communicate.
Mm-hmm. So when I learned how to fly, which is now going on 30-something years ago, we still had multiple GA fuels on the field, and so I was trained to be careful about fuel color and things like that. But apparently it's not as obvious a thing anymore because mostly GA fuel is blue now, and that's it, right?
Right. So 100 low lead is blue. The problem is if you put jet fuel, which is clear to straw color, in with avgas 100 LL, it's still going to be a light shade of blue, but it's going to take you down. You're going to find out about 300 feet. You have just enough fuel. You know, it happened to Bob Hoover back in 1978 with the Aero Commander. It's happened in multiple times. And one of the things that FBOs, when it does happen, if they catch it, they just drain the fuel, and they said it's not a big deal. I said, yes, it is, because it was a near miss. It was so close to a tragedy. So we have to understand why it happened. And that's when we go back and we find out there's always a breakdown in communication between that pilot and the FBO. Every misfueling.
Training probably comes into it as I'm thinking about my flight school and many others where the student pilots don't fuel the airplanes, they don't own the airplanes, they show up for a lesson. And that's been done by somebody else. So the student is never trained to verify fuel type.
Yeah, exactly. And then that aircraft is going back to that base FBO, so they know what kind of fuel. So they just top it back off. But now he flies somewhere else, or she flies somewhere else, and has to actually talk to another human being. And also we got the Diamond diesel compression engines and other ones.
That's a good point.
You know, people say, well, I can't get misfuel because the jet nozzle won't fit. Well, guess what? The avgas nozzle will fit in a Diamond diesel. And we have a lot of aircrafts that get converted from piston engines to turbine engines. So that's why it has to be a communication, and we have to talk about it.
So in addition to raising awareness and urging better communications, are there other practical skills or processes that you're recommending? Is there a checklist that we can add to our process?
Yeah, I work with NATA a lot. They have preventmisfueling.com. It has free training. The industry came together. We worked on building a system. If you go back to 1978 when Bob Hoover, that's when we created the deck bill nozzle with a Hoover nozzle. In 2015, after some incidents, they created preventmisfueling.com. 2019, we created Save a Life Verify Fuel Type stickers. And Phillips gives those stickers to any FBO across America. They're a simple heart-shaped sticker that says Save a Life Verify Fuel Type, preventmisfueling.com. what we're trying to do is get that out not only to the FBO. We realized we have to go after the pilots. We have to go after the instructors and even the aircraft mechanics, because we see a lot of aircrafts that do not have the right placard, good shape, missing placards on those aircraft.
Yeah. Most pilots realize that we're in the early slow stages of adding some new GA fuels to the mix, if you will. Do you anticipate that you're going to need even more procedures, or is just more of what you're saying here will solve the problem?
Yeah, the thing is, with the new products coming out, the new unleaded fuels, they have a lot of chemicals in them, and those chemicals are not compatible. So right now there's 3 companies working on an unleaded product. Those 3 fuels are not compatible with each other, which means there's going to be issues. So we have to get to communication and verification and placards on the wing of the aircraft.
Uh-huh. Is it your sense? And I've had a hard time tracking exactly what the colors of these new fuels are. Are they going to be distinctly colored or not?
That's an interesting thing. And right now, with mixing with blue 100 low lead, because they're not going to be totally empty, they're going to change colors. So we're not going to be able to look at it. But we have to be careful looking at colors, because if you mix jet fuel and avgas 100 LL, it's still blue.
Yeah, it's still blue, right?
And some pilots tell me, well, Keith, jet fuel's heavier. It'll separate, just like water. No, it will not. It will be a light shade of blue. It'll smell different, and it will get you about 300 feet when the new old fuel goes out and the new fuel mixture comes in, and you're going to be going down.
So one thing I'm really hearing here is that you just can't wait until you sample fuel and look at the color. You've got to pay attention when the fuel's going into the aircraft.
Yeah, you got to communicate the order. You should possibly, if you can be there, watch them do it.
They offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Hi, this is Seth from Sun and Fun Radio here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51. I'm actually at the Bushwheel Base Camp here with Joel in his heavily modified first generation 172. How are you doing?
Hey, yeah, Joel, man, I'm doing fantastic. Glad to be here. Got the invite for the Bushwheel Base Camp and Stoll demonstration here at the Paradise Strip. So we're camping out and having a good time and enjoying good company around good folks and good airplanes.
Tell us a little bit about this Cessna.
This is the most produced aircraft of all time. It's a 1956 172, highly modified. So it started out with a nose wheel, but it's been converted to a tail dragger conversion, and I got the bush wheels and so many modifications. But it's been, repainted, it's been modified, and it is now a fire-breathing Stoll beast.
I'm assuming new engine, everything like that?
Yeah, so the original airplane came with a 0300, which was 145 horsepower. This airplane now has a Lycoming 0360, so that's 180 horsepower, and it went from a fixed pitch prop when it was born to now a constant speed or variable pitch propeller, and I put a carbon composite 82-inch Hartzell Trailblazer prop, which made it lighter on the front, more thrust, and it even looks better.
I'll say. What got you into the whole Stoll thing?
Well, oh man, I guess it's kind of a interesting or long road, So I wanted to be a pilot since I was 3 years old. I grew up on the approach end of an airport. Long story short, I wanted to be a pilot, so I joined the Air Force. Went and flew F-16s for a while. After I retired from the Air Force, I got hired by a major airline that I also still fly for. But Stoll came around as it kind of started growing in popularity, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. It was kind of on the fringe, and I noticed it. And also I'd lived in Alaska, so I realized, man, this Stoll thing opens up what I like to do, which is camp and meet people and hang out and fly, and I could mix all those together. And then, so I wanted to buy a STOL airplane. So that brought me to, kind of looking at these STOL bush planes and modifications. And then now, I enjoy the good company, good traveling, and also flying in the backcountry.
That's wild. So you looked at a 172 and thought, STOL.
Exactly. So, I knew I needed the tail dragger because the nose wheels typically are a little bit more, delicate than a tail wheel. So on a tail wheel airplane, you keep it balanced on the main gear usually for landing and protect your tail. But in a nose wheel airplane, you could really damage the nose wheel. So I knew I needed a tail wheel or a tail dragger airplane. And with that, I was looking at what's available. And then all of a sudden I see this pretty 1957, the previous airplane to this one, 172 tail dragger. And I said, man, let me look at that thing. So eventually I ended up buying it, flying it, and loving it. Then I upgraded and switched to this one now.
You didn't buy it and then convert it.
No, exactly. Someone else did the main conversions for both of the 172 tail draggers I've owned. They did all the structural work and the engine work as well. I've done some prop changes, obviously with the help of good A&P mechanics to maintain integrity, safety, and legality. But yeah, then now I've just finished a real beautiful instrument panel that we're staring at right now as we sit in my airplane, named Moxie, my airplane's name. And we're just looking at the instrument panel. I just finished this upgrade, and that helps me get to either traveling, just not STOL, or it also helps me get to these competitions or to meet friends out west or Arkansas. Or I've been all the way up to Massachusetts, down to Florida, South Louisiana, Texas, and I haven't been west out to the Rockies yet. So it's time to move west or go west and see what's out there this early spring.
I'm sure this airplane can handle that. What are you doing out here at Bushwheel Base Camp? You in the competition?
Yeah, so everybody knew I was down working on this airplane and from the STOL competition. So I've been doing the national STOL competitions for a few years now. Had a few places and brought home a few trophies here and there. Also Arkansas, which I'm wearing the shirt from, is a competition out in Arkansas. But I received a text, email, I can't remember, notification or a call by some of the national STOL folks and also by Anitra, who is running this Bushwheel Base Camp here for Sun and Fun. And they said, hey, man, we'd like to invite you to come out and be part of the Bushwheel Base Camp, represent, STOL community with your pretty airplane and, average personality. So here I am, thankful to be here. Got invited out here to have some fun and looking forward to flying tonight against my buddies.
There's this friendly competition. What's the culture like here?
That is, as much as I love flying and was drawn to that, I tell you, the people are, I've realized, obviously way more important than an airplane, but they are part of the culture. They're part of the draw. They're part of the fun. And while we may not talk because we all live all over the U.S., a lot between these events, or we do a little bit or see each other a little bit, man, we come to these events and it's like a brotherhood, a sisterhood. It's everybody's friendly. Everybody's real. There's no bravado. I mean, there might be a little camaraderie or ribbing each other. But realistically, man, we sit around. I'm looking at my tent outside the airplane right now. A bunch of other tents gathered around with all these big bush wheel airplanes here at the Bushwheel Base Camp. Man, we tell stories, most of them true, a little bit of lies here and there. Man, we just have a good time getting to know each other, and then we plan stuff. We go fly, we do the competitions, but there is competition between us within our categories, and so we're always trying to have a better airplane, fly it better. At the end of the day, somebody's going to walk away with a trophy, but really it's the people that are important, and so getting to know folks and being part of that is just really the main part of the draw.
I'd imagine it certainly makes you a better pilot, talking to all these people.
I would say for sure. I definitely didn't learn to fly this by myself. There's a lot of good folks out there who've helped me a ton. I flew fighters in the military. I fly airliners now. I'd flown light aircraft in college. But man, learning to fly a bush plane is probably like learning to do an aerobatic demonstration. You've got to max perform the airplane, and if you try to do that just on your own, well, it may not work out so well. So I got a lot of mentorship, and then now I provide mentorship for people because I've been doing that a while. But guys like Jeff Pohl, Jughead Council, Terry Godez, people like that have really inspired me, helped me along the way between buying an airplane, looking at modifications, learning how to fly the airplane. And so, the Wright brothers might have done it on their own, but ever since then, all us pilots been helping each other out, whether you're already a pilot or you just want to come get into the aviation community or the bush flying community. But there is so much to learn from each other, and then also to pass that knowledge on to people around you.
So you instruct?
Yeah, so I was a Air Force F-16 instructor pilot, and then that transferred into also a CFII. So I do a little bit of instruction, but really, and I mean, you could call it that. It's not, loggable for this bush and STOL stuff unless we're truly flying together, and then it could be, loggable flight instruction. But really, it's how to fly the airplane, when to deploy the flaps, how to raise the tail, how to not scratch, how to not tip it over. But really that translates into the backcountry. You've got to land on your spot. There are hazards out there. You don't want to be rolling on, hills or divots in the ground that could get your prop or tear up your airplane. So these competition skills translate into the backcountry or the side country where we go camping, backpacking, have a picnic, or just fly out and have some fun.
That sounds awesome. And you can check this all out here at the Bushwheel Base Camp. All these people are very friendly. I just came up and started talking to them, and I got an interview. That just shows how nice they are over here. Bushwheel Base Camp, there's a competition on Friday night at...
Tonight. I believe it's at 5 p.m. tonight and 5 p.m. at maybe 7 p.m. So check your schedule, 5 or 7 p.m. tonight, Thursday, and also tomorrow, Friday.
Certainly. Check that out. This has been Seth with the Sun and Fun Radio and Joel at Bushwheel Base Camp here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks, Seth. Great to be here, man.
Hey everybody, it's Dom at Sun and Fun Radio. We're at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, and I'm here with Pete from Niner Systems. How are you, Pete?
I'm doing really good, thanks.
Of course. Can you introduce yourself to us, please?
Sure. My name's Pete. I'm with Niner Systems. We're a small startup that's kind of just getting going. We've been selling the product that we have for about a year now.
And what is that product?
It's a device that allows you to connect your GA headset to any computer, whether it's a desktop, a laptop, mobile device, anything like that. So it takes GA plugs, basically converts it over, gets you out on USB, and you just plug it in. So then you can use it on simulators at your home. You can still be Bluetooth if you want with your headset to your iPad, just like you are in your plane.
I love it. So what are the unique selling points of your product that you think other ones in the industry might not have?
Really, it comes down to a lot of the form factor is one of them. Ours allows you to easily mount it to your desk. That way you don't have wires kind of laying all over the place, and it really feels more like you are in your plane too. You can reach down one hand, plug it in. You don't have to deal with it that way. And the other big one is that a lot of the other competitor products require 9 volts, and I didn't want to have to change 9 volts all the time in my little adapter, so we're pulling the power off USB in order to run the microphones on the headsets that you have.
So aside from just not wanting to use 9 volt, of course, what guided you to developing this for people out there?
Really, it was my own personal experience. I was going through getting my private, and I looked at the competitors' products, and I just wasn't in love with their form factor, the 9 volt, and I was like, you know what? My background is software engineering. I've got a really good friend that has his master's in electrical engineering. I think we could design a better product. So we have full-time jobs. This is something where we do on the side, and I hope to, build this into a lot more other products. But we kind of took that approach, and I was like, that the price point of some of these other ones that had feature compatibility or comparability to what we have, they were quite high. And I was like, we can probably do it for a little bit less than that. So,
are there any special show discounts you're offering?
Yes, there are. Normally we retail for $85 to $90. At the show, it's $75 today.
That's awesome. If people out there want to find it, where can they come to find you?
We're in Hangar B, in the back towards Cam Guard. This is stall number 24.
Awesome. So, for the future, what's next with Niner Systems? What products are you thinking of? What's going on? What's being brainstormed?
Well, right now we have the product we have is for the dual plug. And we currently are developing one for the Limo plug, which will actually provide panel power to your headset at home, off USB.
Anything else you're thinking of?
We're probably going to do an XLR plug as well. They're very similar there, and we're also going to be looking. This is probably going out more like a year now. We're looking at more of a system where you can have both a student and an instructor with kind of an intercom on the computer at the same time.
I love it. I love the idea and the innovation going on over here at Niner Systems. Make sure you check them out in Hangar B. Anything else you'd like to mention, Pete?
If you want to know more about us, stop by over here. You can also find us on the web, ninersystems.com. We're on Facebook, and stop on in and just talk to us.
Well, thanks so much, Pete, for your time. I hope you have a great day, and this is a really innovative product. I hope people come out here and find it. And this has been Dom with Sun and Fun Radio.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more Flight Sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Hi, this is Mike Springer with Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2025. And I'm with Katie Cox, and we are at Banyan Pilot Shop. And they're right here off the main drag. And let me ask Katie, well, let's see, you're in Fort Lauderdale, so you're a local Florida person, so that's a good thing. And you do have a lot of apparel here, so if you would describe, the different types and what you do here and how the show has been going for you.
Excellent. Yes, we're here at LD03, which is the large display area, and we're right in front of AOPA and in between AOPA and the radio station. So we've had the pleasure of getting to hear all the radio announcements throughout the week. It's been really fun. And here at the pilot shop, we have all different kinds of apparel from our pilot shop in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So we are at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, and we're part of Banyan Air Service, which is a huge FBO, MROs, avionics, and of course our pilot shop and our fabulous Jet Runway Cafe. So anybody who's looking for a really cool destination to go after Sun and Fun might want to come and stop by Banyan Air Service at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, FXE. And here at the shop, at the show, we have our Dare to Fly line. We purchased Dare to Fly back in November, and we've just been so happy with the turnout and the customer feedback from it. Jen Toplak, who is the original designer, actually also showed up, and we have a brand new line from Dare to Fly. We have lots of the fly hats. That's probably our most popular here at the show, were the fly hats. And I'm sure everyone's seen them as they walk around, the nice big fly on the left side of the cap. And we have lots of different things. So we have polo tees, polo shirts for men and women that feature the runway 2709, and we have lots of different options for sweatshirts, for t-shirts. One of my favorites is the Flying is My Cardio. We also have one that says, airplane hair, don't care. Right? We all love to wear our Bose headsets and our Lightspeed headsets, and, if our hair looks messed up afterwards, it just means we were having a good time, right?
Oh, that's fantastic.
And we also feature our 99s apparel here. So if you're a member of the 99s, the International Organization of Women Pilots, you can come here to get your 99s t-shirt. So we have a couple different options for the 99s t-shirts, and we also have several hats that feature the 99s on them. In addition to the Dare to Fly apparel, we also have many different polo shirts from different companies like Peter Miller and Pebble Beach and Travis Matthews. So really nice high-end polo shirts, and all with aviation theme, of course. And additionally, we have a really fantastic selection of t-shirts, including our most popular one for this show, which has been the Blue Angels t-shirt. And it's an official licensed item from the Blue Angels. So we've been real proud to add that to our offerings for this year. Yes, we also have some that have the red, white, and blue Raptor on them. Really beautiful F-22 with the American flag. I think we're all pretty proud to be American these days, especially with these Raptors flying overhead. It just pulses through your blood, and you feel every single moment, right? Oh yeah, definitely that. I feel very proud. We also carry a fighter helmet t-shirt that's really beautiful from the Ghost Squadron. We have also a P-40 with the American flag in the background. It has that nice shark tooth front end to it. Really beautiful. And one of the most popular items we found at this show has been these amazing bomber jackets. We have them in adult sizes and kid sizes. The kid sizes have just been flying off the shelf. We have in the traditional green, the traditional brown. We have the girls pink, which features the Women Air Force Service Pilot patch, the WASPs. And then we also have one that is from NASA. So it has all these little details on it that are really fantastic, including the zipper has an actual space shuttle on it. So the kids are just loving those. Yeah, we also have a number of little kids items, from infant wear to toddlers. We have the very popular Kiss Me Before Flight, and those are available in different swimsuit trunks, swimsuit tops, the larger long sleeve options, all saying Kiss Me Before Flight, because of course every time you go flying, you want to kiss your family before you go, right?
Well, there's a good idea.
And some of the onesies that we have little tutus on them for the little baby girls. And we also have the pilot uniform, fun little cute co-pilot shirt for the toddlers as well. Mm-hmm. And last but not least, over here we have our beautiful collection of outdoor fishing shirts. So those also feature the Gulfstream on them, a nice little embroidered patch with Gulfstream, and those are supremely comfortable, very lightweight, good for blocking the sun out at this type of event.
Yeah, the material is very, very nice.
Excellent, thank you. And other than that, we do have some traditional pilot shop items. We have our life rafts from Survival and Revere. We have our oral exam guides, some logbooks, some E6Bs, many little kids plushies, lots of Blue Angels toys for the little ones to enjoy. And we also have pilot socks and really fun little holders for the crew tags, and those wrap right around the luggage. So really fun stuff. We also are featuring some Nebo products, and those are flashlights. We have these are knives, and we are also featuring the lineup from Pappy. So many of you are familiar with Pappy's social media, and we have the True Clear polish and shine for your plexiglass. We also have the Mach 1 suds that will give a nice luster to your aircraft. And we have the ceramic wash. So really fantastic products from Pappy. Yes.
So can these products that are for the aircraft for cleaning and plexiglass, can that be used on an automobile as well?
Yes, they can. They do meet all the automobile specs as well. Yeah.
Super nice. And this is moving faster than usual. I mean, it's sort of like over here against the tent. So, I mean, it's hard. I didn't see this when I first came in. So I'm like, oh, now I'm interested here. So
definitely. We usually have this open over here, this side here.
Oh,
so, yeah, I think the boys forgot to open it this morning, but we'll have it open in just a few.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. Katie, that was such a great interview. Great job. Listen, I appreciate it so much. And this is Mike Springer signing off for Sun and Fun Radio. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right. You're welcome.
Canyon Pilot Shop.
Yeah,
LD03.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired. Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Hi, this is Mike Springer with 1510 AM Sun and Fun Radio right here at on Saturday afternoon in Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Florida. And I have Christina here with me, and she's with Black Shape Aviation, and I'm going to turn this over to her to let her just tell you all about Black Shape and why you should come by and talk to them.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. Yes, I am Christina, and I do media marketing for Bravo Fox. We are the U.S. distributors for Black Shape aircraft. We are over here in Paradise City in the Sandbar at booth 63, but our actual location is located a little bit north of Indianapolis at Sheridan Airport. And we are so excited this year to have the Prime finally in the United States. So this is an Italian aircraft, and they have been building the Prime actually since 2012. But this is the first one, as I mentioned, that is here. This one has the Rotax 915. It has an MT hydraulic prop as well as a Dynon panel. It is an experimental aircraft, low wing, tandem, full carbon fiber. And you're cruising, a fast cruise in this plane. True airspeed is around 180 knots. Stall speed clean is 58, and you're looking at 48 with full flaps. The one that is coming in a month will be a 916 version of the aircraft. That will have a Garmin panel. So the plane has option of a Garmin or Dynon panel, and that one will also be full IFR. And you are looking at, from any type of combination you do on the aircraft, the plane will still sit below 400. Also, what's coming with that next plane are extended tanks. So you're looking at 700 plus nautical mile range in economy cruise. The plane itself with this 915 is burning around, on again economy cruise, about 4.5 gallons per hour. Fast cruise, it's going to push it up to about 6 gallons per hour. Your G load on the plane is +4, -2, so you can get away with some gentleman's aerobatics, but of course it is not a full aerobatic aircraft, but it is a lot of fun.
That's fantastic. I'm going to tell you, the look at this plane, this is one of the more impressive planes that I've seen out here with retractable gear as well. Is it a fixed or variable prop?
So what this one has is the MT hydraulic. It is a constant speed prop.
Now, to find you guys, I see that you're at bravo-fox.com. If you want to take a look at what they offer here, or if you can't get out here today or tomorrow, but this is just a beautiful aircraft. When they had it out at the demo area, it was one of those aircraft that you just had to go and stand there and watch it go by. Very, very impressive.
And I also want to add, which I think is a great additional feature, the Prime comes standard with a ballistic chute, so they use the Junker chute for extra safety. Additionally, in about a month, besides that 916 that is coming in, we will also be bringing in the Gabriel. The Gabriel is a sister model to the Prime. You're looking at about a 20% size increase on the Gabriel, and that one comes in either certified or experimental. So the certified Gabriel is with the 916, the Rotax 916. The experimental will have the Lycoming IO320.
So with the 916 coming in, do you have an estimated speed on that one versus the 915?
Sure. Well, mostly you're going to see the difference in the climb, so you get that extra 20 horse on climb. On paper, the plane is climbing this 915 at about 1650 feet per minute. I can say, though, with myself, another gentleman, and full tanks, we're getting at ourselves around 2100 feet per minute. So we're expecting that rate of climb on the 916 to be much higher with the extra 20 horse, and then probably we're going to see at least a couple knots increase on cruise.
Well, the one thing that impresses me about the plane, just from looking at it, is I want to call it a shark. It looks like a shark. Something to eat the competition, to tell you the truth. So delivery, if you were to purchase one of these, is going to be when?
Right now, we have this 915 current unit available. As I mentioned, the 916 will be coming in about a month, but as the plane is factory built, it's fully customizable. So if you want any kind of panel configuration or color or interior, which can go from fabric to leather to Alcantara, the factory can do that for you. You're looking from order to delivery about 8 to 10 months. One other thing I'd like to also add is that this plane is made in an autoclave process, the carbon fiber. If you're aware of the different kinds of carbon fiber processes, there's autoclave, there's wet layering, etc. With the autoclave, that means that this was baked in a vacuum-sealed oven, and the factory actually purchased the former Ferrari oven. So these planes are baked with a mold in that oven, meaning that the structural integrity of the carbon fiber material is very good.
That in itself is very impressive. And you know what's more impressive, too, is that I have met so many young ladies who are in the aviation field, and they've come out and just shared everything that the guys have had. And I'm so proud of them because they don't have holdbacks. They have no fear. They come out here and become commercial pilots, work for airlines, and work for other private industry. So thank you, Christina. I appreciate the interview. Did great. Everybody come by. Mike Springer signing off for Sun and Fun Radio.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today or visit boleyinsurance.com.
This is Joy with Sun and Fun Radio 2025. I am here in Hangar C with Michelle and her father, Ralph from V1 Hats. And Ralph, I heard that you designed these hats, started the company. Can you tell us a little bit about the hats and what gave you the idea?
In August of 2023, I flew from Arkansas, my home in Cotter, out to California, basically the Los Angeles area in my Rans S20, which is a 100-mile-an-hour airplane. And it was 17 hours getting there, and over a 2-day period, I was there for a week, and then I flew home, and it took 16 hours to get home because I had the west winds. But what I discovered was hats aren't real comfortable wearing on long-term trips like that because of the side pressure on the side of your head from the ear cup seal, and anytime you wear a hat, you create a gap and you don't get a perfect ear cup seal. And as a result of that, you have diminished A&R capabilities. So I went home after that trip and said, how can I find a solution for that? Well, I worked on it for about 8 months and then went into production on the hat, which is what we have now. It's a hat that we remove the sweatband, which is about 5 millimeters thick, and replace it with a piece of fabric that's breathable that is less than 1 millimeter thick. We end up saving about 35 times the thickness. This saving basically promotes the best ear cup seal you can get from wearing any kind of baseball cap, and translates into a much higher performance of your noise canceling headsets.
Awesome. And I see you guys have a lot of different colors and styles. Did you create all those, or do you have help?
Well, I'm colorblind, and so I had my wife kind of pick colors. We wanted neutral colors so that it wouldn't be any kind of clothing specific. And so we have black, dark gray, light gray, and a beige. And those are the colors that we offer. And we have a couple different style hats. So there's soft hats, soft front, as well as structured hats, which are also known as trucker hats.
And the trucker hats are more colorful, and they're one of a kind. There's usually only maybe 3 or 4 made, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, I see you have some pink for the ladies if they want that, some camo hats. Michelle, did you have any help in designing some of these as well with your dad?
I didn't have any help with this, but something that I actually really love about the hat is every trucker hat I've ever worn, I've always had to tuck my ears in because my head is so small. This hat with the sweatband, since there isn't a sweatband, I don't have to tuck my ears in, and my ears also don't stick out. And I really like that feature.
Yeah, they're really stylish, and I love you guys have a lot of different options here. If someone wants to take a look either here at the show or online later, where do they find you?
At v1hats.com or at Hangar C56.
Awesome. And is there anything else you guys want to share with our listeners?
We just want to put a hat on your head.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking with you both. This is Joy, Sun and Fun Radio. Turn up the fun at Sun and Fun 51.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Hi, this is Seth from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo here in Lakeland, Florida. I'm with Adriana of Fly Orca, the owner. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Just finished teaching a class, and I am so happy to be chatting with you now.
All right. Yeah, I'm happy to be chatting with you, too. So tell us a little bit about Orca. I know it's an app.
Fly Orca means to fly strong. Orca with a K is a Swedish word that means to have the energy to do. And what the app does, it allows pilots to see others fly, record their flights, and connect with pilots and instructors.
How does the app work?
Well, we use GPS. You simply tap to record your flight, and after the flight, you stop recording, and we automatically upload your flight to your flight logbook and allow you to play back a simulated flight with accurate terrain, scenery, flight path, wind, and you can learn from your flights, and you can see other people fly in different landscapes, or see what other people are doing, whether that's soaring, normal flying, cross-country, aerobatics. You can see what other pilots are doing.
So you can just share that flight log to everybody.
Yeah, with your family, your friends who are usually outsiders to aviation. Actually, people interested in flying can see what pilots are doing up there, and you can share with your co-pilot, or just keep it to yourself as an animated journal.
How does it get that flight information? Is it ADS-B?
Oh, it's just GPS. GPS is becoming very good, and we found that we wanted to make it very accessible. Usually a student pilot you don't really need to buy expensive flight recorders on top of all the stuff you need to pay for. So just using your phone, it's enough to give you the benefits of recording your flight.
So it's completely free?
There is a free version and a premium version. And the premium version is the one that gives you the accurate terrain, scenery, and full playback.
Is it a subscription or a one-time purchase?
It's a subscription. We don't do yearly contracts. It's a month-to-month subscription. It's about $7 a month. We did that so that we understand flight training may happen within a time period of 4 to 6 months, and maybe a year subscription was a little bit too restrictive, so we made it a month-to-month subscription, and it's just $7 a month for the full resolution playback.
What really gave you the idea to develop the app?
At first, there are many things that I am on a mission to promote the artistry of flight. I want to see our grassroots continue, and I saw a need to preserve our grassroots in the future, because I've seen that on decline. So that was one of my biggest motivations. Also, I wanted pilots I just see a lot of pilots missing out. What I mean for missing out is they are approaching flying just for the menial aspect of building flight time, when there is so much more you can get out of flying. Flying should be fun. We should do it. We should feel accomplished. We should be going to bed with a smile. There is so much into it that we are missing out. So one of my goals was to create a place where pilots could experience that.
It's kind of like a flight club, but on your phone.
Maybe. Yes. Because the idea here is to share, even flights that may be embarrassing, talk about them with just as you would if you were in the airport, and talking about your flights in the hangar. Debriefing with peers is always a blast. I am a soaring pilot, and I race. One of my favorite activities is to lay back after a day of soaring and just play our flights together. We just laugh at each other's mistakes, and it's just a blast. Talk about flying. We are aviation geeks, so the app is the place to be the aviation geek, geeks that we are, and it's okay to be one and have fun with it.
There is a lot of fun to be had in talking about those experiences, and a lot of knowledge, because, part of learning is verbally repeating, It's good to have that on an app where some people might not have that.
Yeah, there's a quote that I love that is like, we don't learn from experience, we learn from reflecting. from experience. It really hits home because when you sit down to say, this is what I took away from this flight or from your flight, I'm going to commit to not make the same mistake again. That's when you actually change your behavior and you don't repeat the same mistake again. And if you can do that, I promise your training, you will see yourself improve fast, and you're going to save a lot of money in the process of. It's a great habit to see, to take a moment to pause, reflect, write your takeaways down, and keep track.
This has been really good talking to you. That is Fly Orca with a K. It's been nice talking to you, Adriana.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thank you.
This has been Seth for Sun and Fun Radio at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51. Good morning, I am Tom Frick. I am joined by Randy Bliss.
Yes,
Good morning.
yes, Tom.
And on the deck, who do we have with us today?
Well, we have Mr. Gene Jordan. It's a very interesting story, aviation.
And where is Mr. Gene Jordan from?
Well, we're Mission Aviation Fellowship. It's a worldwide organization delivering disaster relief funds and, not funds, but goods, services, whatever you need to haul, unless it's illegal, or a Mack truck. They can fit it in their airplanes and take it where it's desperately needed. So, Gene, tell us a little bit about yourself, and let's get going here.
First of all, good morning, Gene. How are you?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me back here. Sun and Fun is great. I mean, airplanes everywhere. I can't get any better than that.
It is, and Randy was walking down that road. Tell us about Mission Aviation Fellowship.
Yeah, we fly around the world. We don't fly in the U.S. We fly around the world. We have about 60 airplanes around the world in about 21, 22 countries. And, we work with isolated communities, providing them help, hope, and healing. We do a lot of medical emergency flights.
Help, hope, and healing. That's a nice slogan. Is that on a T-shirt somewhere? If it's not, it should be.
Oh, it is. It is on a T-shirt. And, it's just 3 words that keep us grounded in what we're really to do.
Well, that's excellent. You said a fleet of 60 airplanes. What do you fly primarily? What aircraft? What platform?
It's pretty well divided evenly between the Cessna Caravan, both on wheels and floats, the Kodiak 100 on wheels and floats, and then Cessna 206. We don't have any more 206s on floats anymore, but that's pretty much. We have a Pilatus PC-12, only one of them, working in a very specific area of the world. But mainly caravans, Kodiak, short field, takeoff, landing type stuff.
When I was a new pilot, I had dreams of flying cargo. And so I flew for UPS in the feeder fleet, flying the Caravan. I've got 1,000 hours. Back then you had to have at least 1,000 turbine to go airlines. And so that was my goal. So I know the Caravan very well. And that thing, it's a truck. Our aircraft, the 208B, could hold 3,000 pounds, no problem. It's an amazing airplane.
It is. They are great airplanes, and they get into some pretty short, undeveloped airstrips. They're just a good workhorse.
Yes, they are. So Mission Aviation is I'm guessing, a nonprofit organization that helps people out, correct?
Yes,
and
sir.
works off of donations, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
we are.
yeah. So, who are you, what's your primary clientele? I mean, who are you serving with your missions?
Well, our primary clientele are those that live far away from the end of the road, where we might have a base where infrastructure stops as far as vehicles go. Then we fly farther out into jungles, mountains, desert, whatever it be, to connect those people, health connections,
sure,
with help for the community, and then to let them know that there's a God that loves them and created them, and we want to help them.
Perfect. So I'm guessing a lot of these missions where you're flying, there isn't the infrastructure. So you're probably landing in some pretty remote places, and
we are
building airstrips out of whatever piece of land you can find.
We are. There are some amazing airstrips on the top of ridges, on the side of mountains, and but we want to do it safely.
Oh, absolutely.
And you got to be good at what you do as a pilot, but the infrastructure underneath you has to be. And so we work hard at being safe. Although what becomes normal to us, most U.S. pilots look at and say, "Oh, I don't know that I'd ever land there."
Right.
But we want to do it safely.
I know behind every airplane flying, there's at least a dozen support personnel, mechanics, avionics technicians, folks that can service and the aircraft. So your organization, do you employ all of those folks that support your missions as well?
Yes, we do. In fact, we require that our pilots be pilot mechanics, so that you have to have your commercial instrument and your A&P rating.
Wow.
Now, we have a few pilots who are pilot onlys. Maybe they are on second career and they have a lot of flight time. And we have guys that are maintenance specialists that will come in and take care of a whole shop, or maybe 7 airplanes live, and make sure that they're all doing okay. But our normal pilot is a pilot mechanic, and then we have radio and IT and support staff.
So my line of thinking with that is that you want a pilot that has his A&P, so that if he gets stuck in one of these remote places, he can fix his own airplane so he can come back home.
Absolutely, and we do regular maintenance at home base because the pilots do it.
Sure. So speaking of your pilots, the guys and gals that do this, volunteer their time to do this, how does that process work? Say if I called Eugene, Randy, I've got 8,000 hours, I want to come to work for you. What would that conversation be like if we have someone listening that might be interested in doing this?
Well, it would be an involved conversation, and we would spend a lot of time talking about it, because MAF is not something you jump in and out of. It is more of a life commitment. Now, that doesn't mean you have to spend your whole life, but like in my case, I went over to Ecuador, had to get an Ecuadorian license. Our airplanes were registered in Ecuador, and then I flew out of there. And we would use a 4-year cycle, 3.5 years flying overseas, and then with my family come back to visit family, friends, and churches that support us back in the U.S., and then do it again. So when you go overseas with MAF, it is a volunteer commitment, but it's a long-term volunteer commitment to get licensed in Indonesia, to get licensed into Congo, wherever we go. It's a big commitment. Plus, we send people to language school, so when they get where they're going, they're fluent. Congo, you're going to do French. Latin America, Spanish. Indonesia, Indonesian. So there's a year language study before you even get to put your foot back in an airplane.
Wow. So is this 501c3 funded, or do I bring funds, or do I find sponsors for myself? I go to my church or, my community and say, I'm going to go do this thing for 4 years. Can you help me out? Can you donate? And then that's where my funds come from. How does that work?
Yes, we are a charity organization to the IRS. And basically how it works out in easy numbers is if a flight is going to cost $100, my being there, flying the airplane, maintaining the airplane, my wife and I raised our own financial support through MAF to be able to live overseas. So MAF provides us with a paycheck. So 33 of those dollars are me being there doing the work. MAF then raises 33 of the dollars in acquiring the airplanes, hangars, all the infrastructure to do the work. And then when I flew for a good friend of mine named Lloyd Lloyd would pay $33 for a $100 flight. The problem came when we'd get a call from a jungle community, and they would say, there's a young woman here, baby's not coming, she's been bleeding all night, can you get her to the hospital? And we would say, sure, get her to the hospital if you give me $33. Well, they don't have it. So we do it for them, and MAF raises support to help that. So when there's need, we can respond. So it's a little bit of everything. But yes, you can help MAF. The easiest way is through the website.
Well, that website is?
MAF.org.
MAF.org.
I see here that you guys, it says worldwide, and we talked about this in the briefing, you're U.S., Canada, and then international, and you're typically licensed in the country that you fly your service in.
Yes, sir, that's true. There's MAF of the U.S., MAF of Canada, MAF, what you said, international, based out in England. It works with 11 European countries, but we all work together. We trade planes, pilots, strategy. We're a worldwide organization.
Fantastic.
Perfect. So we're coming up on just about a minute to go. Gene, is there anything we didn't cover, something else you'd like to tell us or like us to know? Or
Well, thank you for having us at Sun and Fun. We love being here. And I would say visit the website, see some of the video and stuff of the weird places we fly, and pray for us. It will be safe around the world.
Awesome. Well, Jim, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for coming to visit with us, and we appreciate all the information. So, Randy, it's getting really nice out here.
It's about that time.
We've been talking about the weather all morning, ever since...
Clouds have risen, temperatures rising.
Yep, it is.
Humidity's rising. It's starting to feel like...
airplanes in the air.
Yep, starting to feel like Florida out here.
Yeah, I think I saw one of the Honda jets you drive just take off. All right, so we're going to come up on a break here. We'll be back in a few minutes after a few short messages from our sponsors, and we'll be back to Chats on the Deck Live.
Hi, everyone. It's Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio and on 1510 on the AM. And here at 2025 is Saturday, a beautiful day outside, and everybody's having fun. Families are coming in. But I'm with John Mock, and we're here. He's a CEO for Flybright Pilot Academy, and they're out of Punta Gorda, Florida. A lot of people don't know where Punta Gorda is, but I've been there a few times. But John, tell us about your academy and why, as a student, I would want to go there.
Absolutely. We are in Punta Gorda, Florida. It's about 30 minutes north of Fort Myers. We primarily focus on accelerated professional track flight training. However, we do support pay-as-you-go recreational flight training as well, and individual certificates versus just full course. However, our focus is full course accelerated professional flight training. We are also partnered with Purdue University and Allegiant, and I can explain more about that here in a second. Our private pilot to multi-engine instructor program takes about 6 to 9 months for the average student, flying about 43 hours a month, and we are consistently getting people done in about that time frame. Because we have a beautiful fleet of near brand new aircraft. All of our single engines are 2020. We're picking up 3 more 2025 Piper P100s just in a couple weeks. So follow Piper and Flybright social media for that. All of our Seminoles, our twin engines are Seminoles, and they're 2002 or newer, including up to 2010 Seminoles. Just very beautiful fleet of aircraft. All of our instructors are full-time professional CFI, CFII, MEI instructors. And ultimately, because of this quality and this timeline, while also producing high-quality pilots, we are partnered with Purdue University, who recognizes our flight training to meet their collegiate requirements. So they award credit hours for Purdue with the flight training done at Flybright. With all online classes, you can get a bachelor's degree from Purdue Global and Flybright in only 2 years because of our accelerated flight training. Also, because of that quality of flight instruction, aircraft, and some professional development programs that I can talk about here, we are partnered with Allegiant. Allegiant gives our graduates and flight instructors a seat on a 737 or A320, a major airline, at only 1,500 hours. They get it's a real flow through with conditional letters of employment, early preparatory work from the Allegiant hiring team and ex-chief pilot, early access to type school study material, and then at 750 hours, they get a conditional letter of employment at 1,500 hours, and assuming that they meet all the professionalism requirements, flight time experience, and so on, they are next in line for a type school date on a 737 or A320. After flying for Allegiant for 3 years, again as a Flybright graduate only, you get $50,000 tuition reimbursement. And there's no obligations to enter this flow through. You can enter the flow through, take advantage of all the incredible professional development from the Allegiant hiring team and not go to Allegiant. You can go to Allegiant, and if you have a different opportunity that you want to pursue, you can leave a year in, 2 years in without being stuck like some other flow through programs. And we also have full financing and housing, so our students can finance housing, the program, and from out of state, we do get a lot of students from New York, Illinois, California, because of that housing and financing.
John, that sounds great. And I tell you what, I don't know where, I wish that had been available when I was graduating from college. I really do. You know, the opportunities now for young folks to get out here and get into a career of aviation is just so rewarding. And not only that, you also find that a lot of young ladies are now getting into it. And I'm just so proud of the ladies who take the challenge and know they can do it. It just don't have a fear factor, just go after it. So, John, I appreciate the interview, and good luck and down in Punta Gorda, and hopefully I'll see you sometime down there. Mike Springer signing off for Sun and Fun Radio.
What is going on out there? Sun and Fun. Sean Starker here for Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you live from Sun and Fun 51, where we're turning up the fun. And if you're turning up the fun, we're talking about fun, you gotta come by and you gotta talk about TL Sport Aircraft, because fun is what they do. Look at these aircraft. They're not only beautiful, they're gorgeous, they're high performance, they're just awesome aircraft, but they're fun aircraft. You can get at them. They're nice and docile. We're going to talk about them. We're going to talk about their models, but first we got to talk to Trey. We got to talk about the company, what they've been doing, because we haven't seen you guys in a year, and a lot has happened since then. Trey, welcome into Sun and Fun Radio. Tell us a little bit about how your Sun and Fun experience has been.
Hey, thank you so much. It's great to be back here at Sun and Fun 51. A year has gone past, and as you said, a lot has happened. We have some new products to introduce and some topics to talk about.
Let's do it. I know there's some excitement around TL Sport right now. We want to get to that in just a little bit, but let's talk about what's happened in the year. Tell us about how TL Sport has been, how the year has treated you. Tell us about some of these great aircraft that you have out here.
Thank you. Well, as many know, TL came into the USA in 2003. We have been producing aircraft since 1989, have several thousand flying around the world. Our market has been in light sport up until about 2015, and when at that point we introduced high performance experimental aircraft, which we're very excited about. We'll probably touch on a little bit. Is that these two aircraft, actually all of our aircraft, will be sliding into this Mosaic category. We're very excited to see what is going to happen with that this year. Everybody's kind of waiting here with bated breath. It's what's going to happen, how is it going to affect the industry, and we have been making moves to prepare our aircraft line for that.
Tell us what are the biggest points of view that you as a manufacturer see about Mosaic.
So, again, there are many of you listening probably realize that some of the big points that we're looking at are the possibility for increased speeds, increased weight, variable pitch propeller. With that combination, you can get aircraft that can travel at 160, 180 higher knots. Possibly the capability for four-place and for retracts. And for us, for our two high-performance aircraft, the Stream and the Sparker, that is very important, as they have variable pitch and retractable gear that allow them to have the speeds that they do. So we're excited about that.
And these are fast aircraft that we're talking about here, the Sparker and the Stream. They look fast. They are fast. Tell us a little bit about the handling capability of them.
So all of our aircraft were designed for the sport flyer. A dual mission, go up, have fun, punch holes in the sky, but the ability to be comfortable and travel. With the introduction, however, of the Sparker about 2 years ago, we now have an airplane that is very capable of cross-country flight for business travel, pleasure, what have you. Large 24 cubic foot baggage compartment. You can put 6 carry-ons back there, and you can actually go somewhere at 175 knots with a range of 700 to 900 miles. So a real traveler, but yet our aircraft are very responsive. They're nimble. They're agile. We say they're intuitive, right? The Sparker is a side stick, and so is the Stream side stick control, similar to a Cirrus. So it gives you a little bit of that, the cliche, the fighter jet feel. they're push rod controlled, so they're very snappy.
And I've been inside the Sparker, and it's roomy, surprisingly roomy for what is relatively a small category of aircraft. These things are roomy. Two of us can sit side by side and have no issue. Tell us about a little bit about the capability there.
Well, in our sector of the market here, the Sparker is one of the largest baggage compartment. It was designed to be at the top of its class, so that you had an aircraft, like I said, that's agile and sporty and exhilarating to fly, but competes with a lot of aircraft in the GA market. It's just shy of the width of a Cirrus, so it's 50 inches wide. With that amount of room, side by side, two grown men, 200, 230 pounds, can sit shoulder to shoulder with inches between them. So quite comfortable. Again, it's a side stick control, so there's no center stick, so you have plenty of leg room. Adjustable electronic control pedals that go very far out. We can accommodate up to about a 6'6" pilot in that aircraft. There's very few aircraft in the industry, in our section, again, that have that much room in them.
That's absolutely phenomenal. That is great for the taller segment of the crowd. We want to accommodate everybody here.
Yeah, 'cause there are a lot of folks that just can't fit in these two-place aircraft. So with that being said, now you've got a two-place that's kind of like, it has the room almost of a four-place aircraft, right? With all that baggage. So it's, and we talk about in the industry as a whole that, what is the average in the U.S.? A 1.6 pilot. Right, which means majority of the time it's one pilot flying an aircraft. And so we find that most of our customers, they are either, hey, I've had a 4-place aircraft, I've had a 6-place aircraft, I don't utilize the extra seats. I want something that is fast and efficient, that burns 5 to 7 gallons an hour, but went and goes as fast as my Cirrus, can go up to almost 180 knots. Okay, so that kind of efficiency, a third the price of a lot of the GA aircraft. You just can't beat it. And the maintenance, a fraction of the cost of what it is to maintain an average GA aircraft.
And let's talk a little bit about why that is. What's under the hood? What's powering these beautiful aircraft?
So all of our planes are powered by the Rotax engines. We have in our high wing, again, our models, we'll talk about that briefly, are the high wing Sirius, which is our most versatile for flight schools and training. Then we have the sportier low wing Sting, also LSA, currently to be a Mosaic. And then we have our two high performance planes, the Stream and the Sparker. We offer 912, 912 IS, and 915 and 916 and the Sirius and the Sparker and the Stream. The Sting offers, you can put a 912 to a 914 in the Sting. But now with the introduction of this new Rotax 916, which has been out, a year and a half roughly, that's where we see incredible speed and efficiency. I mean, these aircraft, for those of you who are listening, you know the Rotax line. It's a FADEC, it's a computer-controlled engine, it's water-cooled, it's as technologically advanced as the engine in your car. And that's the way it should be. We're flying aircraft, we're competing against the GA market with engines that are still, air-cooled, and they've had their run at it, and Rotax is really bringing something that has for 30 years, and they just continue to improve upon that. So that's why we use the power plant.
Fantastic. Low maintenance cost, sips fuel, looks good, will get you where you need to go in a great time period. I tell you what, these are some great looking aircraft. Tell us a little bit about the Sirius. We've talked about some of the other lines. Give us the specifics on the Sirius.
Okay, and when we started the interview here, I know we talked about what has happened for us in the last year. We've had a very busy year bringing in a new Stream and some new Sparkers. We have some developments on the Sparker, details that we have included, increasing our speeds over the last 2 years, and we're bringing those into the U.S. now. But we've also the Sirius has been a very popular seller in Europe, and in the U.S. first introduced here in 2010. It is a very forgiving aircraft. It flies. It's kind of akin to a Cessna 172. It's as wide as a 172, but this aircraft has no brake in a stall. Very spin resistant. So it is ideal candidate for, we get a lot of customers that come back to us that say, hey, I hadn't flown in 10 years or I haven't flown in 20 years. And I want to get back into aviation and I want something that's efficient and affordable. And the Sirius is perfect candidate for that. And especially for flight schools, you know, that are looking to put something on the line, as they may, fade out, or they may transition out of the GA. Well, now with the new Mosaic ruling, these aircraft are even more versatile and capable of providing incredible cost savings for flight schools. So, and let me speak a little bit. The big progression that we've had in the last year, aside from the Sparker, is that we have been in development of a tailwheel aircraft. We introduced to the press in 2024 at Oshkosh. It's called the Sirius Backcountry Aircraft. It's called the Sirius because it's based on our high wing model. And we built upon that, putting 26-inch Alaskan bush wheel tires, a Stinger on the back by Acme Aero, Alaskan bush tail wheel on the back. This aircraft sports a 916 that will provide incredible short takeoff performance. And with the new landing gear and these large 26-inch tires, we'll be able to get into really tight spots out in the backcountry.
And that is so exciting. They're really, Stoll right now is hot, and there's such an excitement and a buzz around that. That's where a lot of the fun is, and it's no surprise to hear that TL Sport is going to jump in where the fun is over in the Stoll community. I know that there's got to be some buzz. What are you hearing? What's the excitement about this bush plane?
So a lot of the excitement and what makes this plane unique is it is an all composite aircraft, which is not as common in the Stoll industry right now as a whole. What that gives us is it kind of fits nicely between an extreme aircraft that's that has slats, Fowler flaps. It's the Sirius Backcountry is a clean composite Stoll plane, so you're going to see speeds of 125 to 130 knots. At cruise. With the 916 turbo, you're going to have the capability to go up to 10 to 15,000 feet and really see a high true airspeed. So if you want to travel, you want to go somewhere with the plane, you say, hey, I want to go into the backcountry, but I also want to get there quickly and efficiently. This might be the aircraft for you. It's more of a luxury. It has luxury appointments and it's got heated leather seats. It's capable of having full IFR. All the amenities that we've come to enjoy in this section in the sector of the market, but incredible, speed and efficiency to go with that. And so I think we're going to find pilots that are like, hey, I want an aircraft that I can travel in, that I'm very comfortable in a side by side. It's not a tandem, in the side by side, but I want to have the ability to go out and land on that sandbar and hang with my buddies who fly these other Stoll aircraft, Huskies, Kit Fox. And participate in that. And this might be the aircraft for them.
It sounds like really the best of both worlds, bringing some fun, some capability to the Stoll market. Now, I know you guys are having a little presence out at the Bushwheel Base Camp. I see you're one of the sponsors of the Friday night Sunset Aerial Circus out there. Are you guys going to be out there talking about the new airplane?
We will be. We're very excited, and we're just over there the other day talking with Anitra, and we're very excited to introduce that. Justin Tisdale will be doing a forum. We'll be talking about the plane on Thursday for those that are interested to come out and listen in. Yeah, we're going to go over some of the appointments that it has and the key features of it.
Well, that is definitely a must-see. Catch the excitement. Go catch that forum out there in the Bushwheel Base Camp. It's a must-see. I think this thing is really going to be a game changer. It is certainly the best of both worlds for traveling and for getting down and for having some fun. So I'm really excited to see it. I know you guys are excited. I see the smiles around here. Talk about around here. Where can folks find you here on the Sun and Fun campus?
Thank you. Very good point. So we are in booth LD12, where if you can't find us, we're also on the back cover of the In-Flight magazine. Just flip that over there as a reminder. We are behind the FAA building, and we are, I believe, west of the EAA exhibit. The EAA tent that's over here in their office.
Come look for the great smiles and the beautiful aircraft. Now, if for anybody that might be listening that is not at Sun and Fun, where can they find you on the World Wide Web?
So come visit us on our site at www.tlsportaircraft.com.
Fantastic. I highly recommend if you're here, stop by and see the great folks at TL Sports. Say hello to Trey. Say hello to his great team. Definitely check out these beautiful aircraft. And
yes, and make sure to find Jimmy and Jennifer as well. They're our sales team here, and they'll get your information and get you set up with a demo.
And that's it right there. I tell you what, it is some fun around here. We've turned up the fun a little bit. We're going to turn up the fun a little bit more here at 51 with some more fantastic interviews coming to you from Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. I'm Sean Starker for Sun and Fun Radio.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Good morning, Melanie and Danielle. Pleasure to have you here and welcome you to the Chats from the Deck at Sun and Fun Radio. And you're with Aviate. Did I get that right? Aviate Realty, right? And we were talking a few minutes before we went on air about finding aviation properties. And it's a specialty market. It isn't like, selling a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. Right. We're not talking about tens of thousands in the inventory. We're talking about a few dozen, maybe 100 that are available at any one time. And they're very geographically specific. Because buying an airport property in Florida is very different than trying to buy one in New England, as I have learned. Yes. Hard way. Right. So introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit of how you got into this.
All right. So I'm Melanie Riddick. I am the founder of Aviate Realty. And what we did is we created a search engine for air park property. So whether or not you're looking for air park land, a hangar home, a hangar, or a whole entire airstrip or air park for yourself, we have basically are becoming the centralized location for that. I live in Naked Lady Ranch. It is not a nudist colony.
Where? Okay, where is it?
It is in Palm City, Florida.
Okay.
It's just west of Stuart. And finding our air park property was very clunky and very cumbersome. You're looking through classifieds and barnstormers and trade plane, and you have no idea where any of this stuff is located or how close it is to a Publix.
People are notorious about not realizing that people don't know their area. So they'll say, "Hey, we're just left of Springfield," and you're like, "Where's that?"
Correct. Yeah. So we just we created a website where pilots can come in and they can search by runway length, runway type, hangar dimensions. They can even type in the plane that they fly, and the minimum hangar dimensions will auto-populate, and then the map will readjust and only show you properties that really suit your needs.
That's pretty awesome. How long have you had the search engine up?
For 1 year. We launched last year here at Sun and Fun, and so this is marking our 1 year anniversary.
How's the traction so far?
Amazing.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of good feedback from pilots. They're like, why has this not been done before? How has this gone on for this long and nobody has realized the specific needs that aviation real estate has?
Yeah. If you go into Realtor.com and look for the filter that says airport property, well, guess what, folks? It ain't there.
It's not there.
Or hangar, but spelled ER, not AR.
Right. So that's terrific. And pilots, or really anybody who's looking for this type of stuff, they don't have to pay you.
Nope.
You guys are compensated by the broker's commissions? Is that how you're working?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right,
That's
so
right.
make that very clear to people.
It's completely free. It's just like a Zillow, but just for aviation property is what I try to tell people. And the other great thing that we've done too in this past year is we're starting to assimilate with all the different MLSs, and we're using AI technology to sort through all of that data, because I don't care about the house down the street. I care about
the one on the runway.
All ones that are on the runway. So we're using AI technology to sort through all of that data and really only show air park and airport property.
So let's talk about it from the seller's point of view. And it's unfortunate when somebody has to sell an aviation property, but it does happen. Can they list with you, or how can they use you to focus on? Tell us about that.
Correct. So it's completely free to list. You can do it as a for sale by owner, or you could hire, one of us, or we work with, I'm only a broker in Florida. I'm not licensed in all 50 states.
Right.
But we create strategic partnerships with other people who understand aviation real estate, because it's different.
No, not all realtors really catch this.
No, they don't. So I try to partner with people who are either pilots themselves or live in air parks themselves, but also hold a real estate license.
And you've sort of established then a network of connections with people, right?
Across the country.
Okay. There are people who have a runway in their backyard on their own land, and then there are people who live in air parks. And for our audience who may not know kind of what that may be a subtle distinction for them. It sounds obvious, but it may not be. You want to talk about that a little bit? Look, what's the difference in living in owning your own home, and I'm going to build a runway in my backyard? Well, that's great unless your lot's 100 by 120.
Right, exactly. So there are plenty of people out there who have bought up land and thrown a strip on their property. A lot of them don't even certify them, meaning they don't even have an identifier. And that's great. That's wonderful. The great part about that is that you're not dealing with neighbors who say, "Oh, you're flying too early," or whatever it is,
or local town zoning issues, as I had to deal with.
Yes, exactly. But when you live in an air park like I do, there's 50. So Naked Lady Ranch, we have 50 lots, 2 runways, a 4,000-foot paved, and a 2,000-foot grass, which is very unusual to have 2.
I was just going to say, I don't know of any air parks that have 2 runways. That's cool.
Jumbo Air does.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. But so the community as a whole, you have an assessment every year, and that they maintain the taxiways and the runways for you. So you're not having to do that all on your own either.
So that's a big advantage. Mm-hmm. Now, do you have HOA fights like you do in condominium associations?
Oh, Lord.
I think I hit a sore spot there.
Yeah, well, type A personalities, pilots are type A personalities, and a lot of times they'll sue you to prove their opinion is the correct one.
Great. I heard a story which I hope is apocryphal, but about noise complaints from an owner on an air park. I'm like, really? Really?
Well, so that's the other thing we're trying to make sure that we do by coming to these events and letting pilots and aviation enthusiasts know who we are. Is I talked to a gentleman the other day. He lives in an air park community with 51 lots, and only 12 are active flyers. So we are trying to keep pilots, keep general aviation alive, keep pilots in the air parks, so that those are not the complaints that you're getting.
Yeah. You buy into a community like that, and then you're in that situation, you might as well not be there.
Right.
Not ideal, but that's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And it's been really great talking to everybody here at the show this year.
Are you helping to educate the owners, whether you're in an air park or you have your own runway, about how to deal with neighbor in town issues? Or is that a little bit off your radar?
That's a little off our radar. That gets into zoning, and that's above my pay grade.
Okay.
Every state's different. Every municipality's different. Right. So that would be very, very, very niche. But we can point them in the right direction and perhaps connect them with somebody that knows a little bit more about that than we do.
Okay, good. Because knowing how to, as an airport owner, I learned that neighborhood relations are like number one priority. Yep. I remember somebody asking at a open town hearing, said, well, how many airline flights arrive at your airport each day? And okay, we have to explain. This is a private strip.
Right, exactly.
737s are not landing here.
Right. That's not.
So you do have to educate the public.
Absolutely. That's and not only is it educating the public, but it's also educating your buyers and your sellers on when you're looking for air park property and airport property. There's a lot of nuances that go along with it and subtleties. The biggest thing that I always run across is the appraisal process. Appraisers do not understand air park property. Banks don't understand it. So that's a big part of what I do is I talk with banks. I talk with appraisers all the time.
We have about a minute left.
Okay, perfect.
I would say to them, how I would inform the appraisal process is say, let me ask you how much it'll cost you to get zoning and town approval to put in a new runway. So where can people go to find?
Hi, this is Seth from Sun and Fun Radio at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo here in Lakeland, Florida. I'm with Bruce of ATCFO. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Seth. Good morning. It's good to be here at Sun and Fun 51. We are here with ATCFO, my company, as Air Traffic Control Future Operators, and we have partnered with Travis Technical College and Bartow Executive Airport to bring the first accredited air traffic control training program at the trade school level in the country. As our first one, we just started our first class the beginning of March, and we're expecting to have a full classes starting every month by June of this month. And we can only take 5 students per month.
And why is that?
The reason is because we give every one of our graduates the required 6-month experience in order to be hired in the federal contract tower program. So they'll have all the experience they need to get hired, and then we will get them a job as an air traffic controller. There is no age limits either. FAA requires under 31. The federal contract towers have no upper age limit. So even if you're over 31, you can still be an air traffic controller through our program.
Oh, wow. That's great to hear. So what does the process kind of look like? How does the training happen?
Okay, it starts with you have to be an American citizen, a U.S. citizen, and at least 18 years of age, pass a background check and a drug test, because you cannot do drugs, even though some of them are legal now in the country. We can't do them as an air traffic controller. You pass all that stuff, you get accepted into the program. It's a 10.5-month program. The first 3.5-4 months will be simulation and classroom training, and then we're going to put you in the actual tower in Bartow Airport. You'll get certified at Bartow Airport. While you're doing that and getting your 6 months, we will train you to get certified wherever we're going to get you hired. We're going to get you hired based on aptitude. Some people may have the aptitude to work somewhere like Atlanta. Some may not. So we're going to take our students and set them all up for success, plus air traffic control and the NAS for success by putting them where their aptitude lies. If it's a busier airport and a graduate can handle busy traffic, that's where we're going to get them placed. If they can't handle busy traffic, but they're still safe, we'll put them in a slower facility and make it all work.
So you said something earlier about federally contracted towers. What's that, and then what are the other types of towers that they have?
Okay, there's in the United States of America, we have what's called, you have the FAA. Everybody knows that. When you go to most airports, you see an FAA tower up there. But there's 265 federally contracted towers across the country that are run by civilian organizations, private companies that hire and train air traffic controllers to work in those towers. And that's where we want to place our students, our graduates. When our graduates are done, we want to put them in the federal contract tower program, get them at least another year or two of real air traffic experience, not just simulation experience like they get at other places. They will get real experience, and then they can step into the FAA as a direct hire. So we are creating another path to become an air traffic controller in the FAA.
And what are some of the other different types of paths, and how do they compare to this one?
All right, traditionally you have it, if you're one of the lucky few that the FAA has hired direct off the street without any air traffic control experience, you can do it that way, which the odds are way against you. You can get a 2-year or a 4-year degree at the CTI program, the FAA-approved colleges, And you can, now that they turned them into enhanced CTI programs, they can get a direct hire after a 2-year or a 4-year degree in air traffic control. You could join the military, do 5 years, at least 5 years in the military to become an air traffic controller. Or you can come to our program, and in 10.5 months, you're an air traffic controller. Within 5 months, you're actually talking to live aircraft. So our program is cutting edge, and to me, it's the future.
So how does the, after you get the certification and everything, how does the placement work?
Okay, the placement works where I retired as an area manager for Robinson Aviation, RVA, the largest federal contract tower company in the country. I managed 41 towers, so I know what it takes to get people hired, where to get them hired, and how to get them hired. I've worked with all of the federal contract tower companies. So that's unlike the colleges. They don't train you for success. They train you to be an air traffic controller, but they don't train you for where you're going to actually work. We do.
And to be an air traffic controller, do you have to be willing to move?
Absolutely, absolutely. We can't guarantee where, because like I said, there's 265 towers that we can get you placed at across the country, including the Virgin Islands and Guam. So we can't just tell everybody, come to our school in Bartow, Lakeland, wherever, and we're going to get you a job at Bartow or Lakeland even, because Lakeland is a federal contract tower program. Actually, the two busiest air shows of the United States are federal contract towers. Oshkosh and Lakeland are both federal contract towers. Most people don't know that.
Wow, that's interesting. Where can they find you here at the Sun and Fun Air Show?
Future of Flight, 18B, booth 18B.
And you'll be here all show?
We will be here all week until Sunday when they tell us we have to leave. Otherwise, we're here to talk about air traffic control and flight school.
All right. And they can find you on online where?
You can find us online with Travis Technical College, Bartow Airport Executive Airport, or atcfo.us.
All right. Thank you for being willing to take an interview, Bruce. It was nice having you on.
Thanks, Seth. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. This has been Seth for Sun and Fun Radio at the 51st Sun and Fun Airspace Expo, turning up the fun at 51.
This is Lizzie Havens of Sun and Fun Radio coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. I am chatting with Amanda from one of my favorites, Stratus Financial. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. A little hot, but it's Florida. That's what happens. So tell us a little bit about Stratus Financial.
Okay, yeah, so we were founded in 2020, 4 pilots by pilots, Anthony and Brandon. Brandon was actually Anthony's flight instructor, and they saw that there was a gap. We needed some funding for student pilots, and so they decided to start this and help get people up in the sky, achieve some dreams.
Absolutely. It's a great company. I've known Brandon for a while, and it's really just a great option for pilots that are trying to, like you said, bridge that gap. What kind of makes Stratus different than other funding options?
Honestly, I would say, again, 4 pilots by pilots. We do fund the entire thing. We have no max, no limit. We're paired with about 330 schools right now. We just want to get them up there, and we're working hard to do that.
Yes, I know that you guys have grown a lot. Do you recall how many schools you were working with last year versus this year?
Yeah, actually, last year maybe like 200 last year, but I was employee like number 10. I remember when we literally had maybe like 20 flight schools. And so we've just, been growing rapidly, going really fast.
Yes, I loved seeing it just double and triple and quadruple over the years. It's been really cool to see it grow. You guys are in a great spot here at Sun and Fun. Can you tell us the booth number and where people can find you?
Yes, we are in Hangar B, booth 100-101. Over here, it's not AC'd, but we're getting a little breeze in here, so it's working a little bit.
Yes, getting some breeze, getting some shade is the important part, right across from Aircraft Spruce. So if you know where that is, you will be able to find Stratus. As far as people getting a hold of you and getting more information, either if they're a pilot that's looking to further their training, or if it's a flight school that wants to partner with you, how would they do that?
You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and then, of course, just our website. Reach out. We have all our contact information on there. I'm always available. I can work with whoever and get you in touch with the right person.
Okay, perfect. Is there a phone number they need to call, or is the website the best way?
Probably website's the best way.
Perfect. Thank you so much for taking the time to catch up about Stratus and get the word out.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
This is Felicity Havens for Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you from Sun and Fun 2025.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. I'm Dave Shellbitter, Sun and Fun Radio volunteer chairman and 46-year Sun and Fun volunteer. That's right. Yes, I'm not joking. I did start when I was 16 years old. I came to my first Sun and Fun. I haven't missed one since. We are broadcasting live from the front deck of the radio station. Chats from the Deck Live here at Sun and Fun 51. We are turning up the fun at 51. Another part of the Sun and Fun.
You're going to keep working on those till you come up with a good one, right?
I am. Turn up the fun at 51 is not mine, so
okay.
you know.
All right, well,
but and now Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is the event itself, but it is, I guess, a partner. I'm not quite sure how to define. I'm not a corporate person, so I don't know corporate structure.
Too bad we don't have someone here who could explain it.
Well, we actually have that, and that's what I was trying to get at.
The long way around.
Yeah. I've only got 30 weeks of radio. Give me a break, guys. We have the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We have the Sun and Fun Fly-In. We have the Florida Air Museum. The Aerospace Center for Excellence oversees all of our educational programs. And we needed somebody with a real good aviation education background to do that.
Is that what you wanted? Because that's not me.
Well, that's what we wanted, but we got Eric.
We got you. Yeah. Sorry, okay. I'll stand in, I guess.
Mr. Eric Crump, who is the Vice President and COO of the Aerospace Center for Excellence.
That's it, yeah.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Eric.
Thanks for coming to Lakeland. We brought the fun. We will bring the sun soon. We just got to wait for this to burn off, and then we can all enjoy both the sun and the fun today.
There we go. And the lovely Miss Amanda Holly said about 11 this morning we will have the fog will burn off.
Whatever Amanda says is probably true.
She's a pro. She knows what she's doing.
When I want to know what's going on with the weather, I just text Amanda.
Now again, you are the VP and COO. What is it? You're cuckoo cachoo.
So Gene Conrad, our CEO and president, is my boss. Lucky him. And so really, the way it works, to answer your question, so Aerospace Center for Excellence is the parent organization and is the primary beneficiary of the proceeds from the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. So this event is tons of fun every year, so much stuff going on, and it is just a lot of fun. But it's also a giant fundraiser. So about 75 to 80% of our operational revenue comes from the proceeds of Sun and Fun. And so this 6 days fuels the other 51 weeks of the year for us to impact the lives of young people here in Central Florida and around the world through the programs that we offer. So, in a given year, this last year we had over 25,000 youth come through the facility, either in field trip programs, through our summer camp programs. It's funny, like I've been coming to Sun and Fun since 2008, not quite the 46 years you have. But I really did just think it was an air show. I thought you came, there was an air show, and then everybody went home. Actually, that's not the case. A lot of people think we just do this, and then we put it back in a box, and we all go on vacation for 50 weeks. That is actually not what happens. Even on the Sun and Fun side, like as soon as this gets in a box, I promise you, the week of April 14th, Gene and the entire team, we're already talking about next year. We already have a theme. I can't tell you what it is. I've been sworn to secrecy. If I tell you, I think something like the ceiling falls on me or something. Maybe I get electrocuted. I don't know. I can't tell you. But so we already have the theme picked out, and we're already making plans and preparations for next year. So there is no downtime. There's always something to do here.
I know. We can use lots to do at 52.
I will submit that recommendation. I'm going to pull the FA and say thank you for your contribution to aviation safety. And just, really appreciate that comment.
Pull a Billy Henderson. Let me know how that works out.
Let me know how that works out for you. Yeah.
I think he's going to get back to you.
I'll get
back to you on that.
I'll have my people call your people. Yeah, for sure.
I'll have my dogs call your people. So as COO, you're in charge of ACE, Aerospace Center for Excellence. What is it that you do, or how do you spend your days?
That is a great question, Dave. And I asked you not to put me on the spot. It's a lot of Netflix. No. So the other 51 weeks of the year, my primary responsibilities are the educational efforts of ACE. So all of our education programs, our free middle school curriculum that we're about to roll out, a year one of middle school curriculum rolls out for free to the world in August. We already have 52 schools in 4 countries signed up to use it. So we're very, very excited about that, expanding the reach beyond just Central Florida. We've got 2 schools in Thailand, 1 in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1 in Canada.
That's cool. Now, you're mentioning schools. I'm going to interrupt here because I want to make sure that we cover this. There's a T-33, which, if you all don't know, it's a jet fighter from the war, on a stick out in front of a 3-story building as you come up Medalla Road. What is that building?
So a lot of times people think we are the high school, or that the high school is us. So that's an interesting story, and it would take longer than the few minutes we have to explain. But the gist of it is, in 2008, we started the Central Florida Aerospace Academy in the Crossfield building which used to be the old maintenance building for Sun and Fun. And it leaked, and it was not the ideal classroom space. But
and what did you have? Three classrooms, if memory serves?
There are 3 classrooms, 60 kids, but they wanted to be there, Dave. I mean, they wanted to be there. They wanted to be engrossed in aviation because aviation in a classroom is cool, but aviation in a classroom at the airport is even cooler, right? So, and it just kind of grew from there. James Ray, the well-known philanthropist from Naples, came and saw what it was. Fell in love with the kids, fell in love with the program, and actually donated the money to build the Central Florida Aerospace Academy here in 2012. So
that is a 3-story.
It's a 3-story aviation high school. It's a self-contained aviation high school. So English, science, math, and all of your aviation stuff, it's all in one building. The cafeteria is in there. The library is in there. The kids stay in that one building all day. And then, but because it's such a small facility, school gets out at 1:30 in the afternoon. So then, well, that's really early. What do we do with them then? ACE operates an after-school program for the freshmen to get them, to let them apply. I mean, I don't know if you are familiar with today's youth, but you can talk to them a lot, but if you don't give them a way to use it, they won't learn it. So we allow them to put that stuff they learned in class that day to action. We have a bank of 3D printers they can design and print their own stuff. We've got flight sims. We've got aircraft restoration projects. There's a little something for everybody.
I want to be a freshman.
I know. But we're really sort of preparing you for what comes next, because if you find that aircraft maintenance is really your thing, or you really think you want to go in and be a pilot, then in the 10th grade you can move into the Lakeland Aero Club, which is our high school flying club. Right. So these students build, maintain, and fly their own airplanes off of the grass strip here at 1028.
And that's cool. And just a quick segue. He said the students get off school and they're kind of milling around, hanging out at the field. That's how the Lakeland Aero Club started. Mike Zanudis, who has just recently stepped down as, I don't know what actual title. He was the boss and the guy that founded the Aero Club. He used to have a company own a Breezer aircraft. The aircraft would get imported in containers. They'd deliver them to Hangar D, I believe. Mm-hmm. And Mike's company rented Hangar D. So the students would walk by and see and come up, hey, what you doing? And next thing you know, Mike's got students coming over
Delightful
and
accidents. Which honestly is the way many of us got involved in aviation back in the day. Before there were, fences and barbed wire and security cameras and cops at every airport, you used to just be able to walk up to the hangar and hey, what are you doing in there? I'm building an airplane. You want to help? Yeah, that's what happened with me. That's how I got into it. Nobody in my family was a pilot or knew anything about airplanes. I relied on my mentors at the airport who would let me come hang out with them and build RVs with them. So, it's kind of weird how we go full circle and we just come right back to where we started, but it's such a great way to engage youth because they actually get to do something with their hands. I'm not just listening to somebody talk at me. I'm actually getting to do something. And then when it's built, then I can get in it and actually fly it, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah, that's really good. I remember one of my favorite stories that Mike told was the students were getting ready to go tour Embry-Riddle, and Mike let them take a breezer, fly over to Embry-Riddle. So now you've got these high school students flying into Embry-Riddle, taxiing up to the FBO, that is Embry-Riddle FBO or whatever it's called there, the ramp in front of it, and you got all these Embry-Riddle college students looking out the window going, oh my God, look at that cool airplane, and they see a couple of teenagers get out of the airplane. Mm-hmm. And the guys in the air, the students in the airplane are going, wow, look at this building.
That's what happens when they fly to Oshkosh.
Where can people find you?
aceedu.org is the best way to go find what we do year-round. flysnf.org. It's all your Sun and Fun information. Come hang out with us and let's turn up the fun at 51.
Turn up the fun at 51. Mr. Eric Crump, who is the grand poobah of ACE.
Yeah, Gene is the grand poobah. I'm the poobette.
The simple truth is, Jenny Lynn runs the show. So
she does. She does.
Story time with Jenny Lynn. Check the website. Cool stuff. Eric, thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate it. We're going to break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Talk more about the...
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Hello, this is Glenn from Bartow, Florida. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group. Offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with LiveATC.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net/SNF.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA. Welcome to Sun and Fun. Need information or directions? The Sun and Fun Welcome and Information Center is here to help. Find us just inside the main entrance, in the campground near Hangar E, or by the compass rose next to Hangar A. Whether you're looking for event details, locations, or just need a friendly guide, we've got you covered. And if we don't know the answer, we'll find it for you. Let us help make your Sun and Fun experience the best one yet.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today or visit BoleyInsurance.com. Get ready for high-flying action at the 2025 Academic Drone Soccer Student League World Cup. Experience the thrill as top school and college teams from around the world go head-to-head in this fast-paced, full-contact competition. It's an electrifying mix of technology, teamwork, and high-stakes strategy. This year's tournament features standout teams from across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and Turkey, all vying for the ultimate title. Join us for all the action in the Aerospace Center for Excellence Pavilion from 3 to 8 p.m. on Thursday and Friday. Craving something sweet? Grab a treat and support the first ever U.S. high school soaring team. Rockstar Donuts is serving up delicious donuts at the Lakeland Aero Club during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. All to help young aviators reach new heights. Every bite fuels their journey, so stop by, grab some donuts, and turn up the fun at 51. Let's make this fundraiser soar.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention. Get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida. Let's turn up the sun. Let's turn up the fun at 51. There we go. I need more practice. I've only done that 12 times today.
Right.
I'm here with this is Pilot Jim G at Sun and Fun Radio with my co-host Randy Bibb. And Randy, we're about to talk with Evan Ryder from the Flight Simulation Association about what's going on with flight sims. Randy, you're a jet and corporate pilot. You use sims a lot, I bet you do, in your work. Is that right?
That's a good question. If you're relatively a high-time pilot, mid-time pilot, there are exceptions to the sim and going to Simulcom or flight safety. I don't want to say ways around that, but there are alternative ways of training. They actually come to us. The examiner comes to us. The training officer comes to us. We get in our airplane. Well, with the full-on class work and testing, sure. And then we get in our own airplane and go out and learn. And then the examiner comes to town and we do an actual check ride annually for that recurrent. That's very, very expensive, but our schedules are so tight and it's just very convenient to get our group together to do that. But there are much, much cheaper alternatives.
Evan's going to tell us about things you can do outside the corporate training environment, right, Evan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thank you for having us. Appreciate the opportunity to be up here. And we're mostly focused here at Flight Simulation Association on the home flight sim environment. So less about adding time to your logbook and more about saving time when you're in the training environment, whether that be getting your private certificate to start off with, or even when you are training for a new type in the corporate world or, say, with the airlines, too.
How did you get involved in the Flight Simulation Association?
Yeah, we started it. I'm one of the two co-founders of the association. We now run a show that's called Flight Sim Expo, an annual convention that happens once a year, with the one coming up here in Rhode Island, Providence, just a couple of months away. But this all started for me just as a passion and a hobby. I got involved when I was much younger as a kid, kind of going up through high school in flight sims, first as a game, and then it was like, okay, well, this could actually be quite helpful as I'm going to get my private certificate. And then it was, this could be quite helpful as I'm trying to get my instrument. And as that sort of progressed, it became obvious that if we could help tie together a number of the different small organizations that make up the home flight sim community, there'd be a big advantage there and a way for us to help make more pilots aware of just what this stuff can do. And so Flight Simulation Association and our show Flight Sim Expo was just really born out of that organic, okay, there's all these people doing this and it's helping so many people. How do we help share that?
What are you expecting for attendance in your Expo June in Providence?
Hoping for 3,000 or more attendees. We've grown by about 500 people every year. It'll be our 6th show now, having had shows previously in Las Vegas, Orlando, Houston, and San Diego. So we're excited to be up in the Northeast for the first time in our show's history. Should see about 70 to 80 exhibitors, maybe a few more. We're already at 70, and we've still got a couple months to go before registration closes. And if numbers are good, we should see about 3,000 attendees as well.
Wow, fantastic. Well, I have firsthand experience, knowledge of what you're talking about. We do young aviator flights and I taught at Oklahoma State. This kid shows up, he's 14, gets in the airplane, does the checklist perfectly, Cessna 172, takes off, climbs out perfectly, adjusted his airspeed, adjusted his pitch, went around the pattern and came back and came right in. And I was like, well, I'm a CFI. I'm see what this kid's got. Came in, squeak, squeak, landed. And I said, oh my God, how? You're 14, how? How many hours do you have? None, sir. I said, my mind was blown. I mean, I got 30-year-olds that can't do what you just did. And he says, Microsoft Flight Sim Pro, sir. So exactly what you're talking about. Yep. You can utilize those technologies to help us progress in our career.
Yeah, absolutely. So Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane are the two main platforms that we're talking about and that we typically deal in. And what you're describing absolutely is a very regular occurrence for us, surprising CFIs all around the country. And then add to that, many of them will also be able to talk with air traffic control, which, as you would know, is often a thing that is challenging for someone who's getting into an airplane for the first time.
That was my greatest hurdle.
Right?
And the VATSIM is the network of, these are real FAA air traffic controllers.
Sometimes, yeah.
Who do this voluntarily to help people with their communication skills.
Exactly. So when you step into the airplane for the first time, you already know airspace. You already know air traffic control. That's not a scary part for you. And so you can focus on the hands and feet thing, which you can't really get out of a flight simulator. And all of that other stuff that goes around it is easy for you. That's the advantage, and that's when I say, we're trying to save time in the logbook. That's what it is. So we're not wasting Hobbs' time talking about how to make this radio call. You're just doing it like a second language.
The procedures training as well for just button pressing.
Yes.
And even if you're not flying a flight in the simulator, just to kind of go through in your mind, okay, if I'm getting ready to land, this is my checklist. I'm going to do it so that when you get in the airplane, you still use a checklist. Of course, we always do. But when you get in the airplane, it's rote memory because you've done it 1,000 times at home rather than the instructor sort of coaching you through each step.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm an airline pilot as well. I fly the CRJ now, flew a few regionals before that. And each time that I go into a new type, that's what I'll do. I'll boot up the simulator at home. And the cockpit poster that we get, you can press a button and nothing happens. It's a poster. But in the simulator, you can actually turn the battery master on and stuff happens and things light up and you actually see the other side of that. And this is something that any airline pilot or any pilot can have available for $60. If you don't want to fly the simulator, you literally just need a computer or an Xbox or even a phone and a $60 license, and you have access to so many airplanes and such a wonderful resource. Of course, if you get on VATSIM and you start talking to the controllers, it's that much better.
Let's talk about the airplanes. Everybody wants to see a panel that looks like their airplane.
Yeah.
And flies like their airplane. How close are we to that?
I think, technically speaking, it can pretty much be done. So there are a number of airplanes that just show up in the simulator by default. You can then go and download additional airplanes. Some are free, some you buy. When you talk about avionics and panels, we have systems called Air Manager that allow you to effectively turn anything into a panel. So a touchscreen monitor or an iPad, you can make that a G1000. And you can click on it and interact with it with your finger, just like you would with the actual airplane. There's physical devices now. There's actually something called a knobster. That's like just the knob off a G1000.
The knobster.
Knobster.
Okay.
And so you can click with your finger on the knob that's virtual on the iPad and then use this physical knob to change the radio or change the baro just like you would on the airplane. So that's a really common thing that we see. It's possible to simulate and replicate your exact airplane, but it may not be the best thing to do because your airplane is going to have some little quirk that's hard to put into the simulator.
Right.
And so when we talk about home flight sim, especially for real pilots who are already flying once or twice a month, I would say go to something that's a little bit different. So if you fly a single, fly a light twin. just to get that different feel and different experience. So you're not trying to replicate the exact hands and feet, because like you said, it's more about ATC, it's more about VATSIM, it's more about getting involved with the home flight sim experience and just flying in between flights than it is about, I want to see my exact airplane. But your commercial, your G1000s, that kind of stuff, very easy to get those. And
So-
you can get a physical one or a virtual one.
Moving forward a little bit in our career and what we're talking about here, I know that you're allowed to log some of your instrument approaches on these devices and maintain currency. Tell us a little bit about that. That's an interesting rule that they allow us to do.
That's right. So generally that would be in a certified device, which is technically possible to have in your home. And then you're typically going to need to have a CFI present as well. So, whether that makes a whole lot of sense or not is up for debate in the home environment. But certainly in FBOs and flight schools, you see plenty of that. And so that would be your Redbirds, your Frascas. Gleim also has a VATD that's a certified device. Those things can absolutely be involved in the home sim experience, but in my world, I'm typically talking to people about a non-certified device because I'm saying, again, let's save time from the logbook. Let's give you the opportunity to not have to do as much in the airplane, get the minimum, and feel comfortable versus having to go that much further beyond the minimum, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You can put as much money in as you can dream of into these.
Correct.
What's a good starting point? What advice would you give somebody in terms of how much to get started on?
A good starting point is take the computer that you may already have, or else go out and buy a maybe $1,500 gaming laptop or desktop. Go on Amazon, search flight sim controls, and buy a cheap joystick or yoke. Get a headset like the one we're wearing with a microphone, and you're ready to go.
Where are you on the field?
$2,000.
Where are you on the field here?
We are here at Sun and Fun Radio.
I mean,
on the deck.
You have a
wait, you mean where are we at this show?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
A
I mean,
booth.
that would be easy to get started. You can see some of those examples in the Bueller Aerospace Center, across from the Boeing 727 near
Beautiful,
the entrance.
right across from the 727.
That's right.
Pilot Jim G, Randy Bibb. Evan, thank you so much for coming and telling us about Flight Sim Expo coming up. This is Sun and Fun.
Hi, this is Mike Springer with Sun and Fun Radio 2025 at Lakeland, Florida, and we are at the 51st Expo of Sun and Fun. And I am here.
Gene Board with AirTech.
Gene Board with AirTech. Gene's going to let us all know about where he is located here at Sun and Fun, what he has to offer, why you should come by his booth and see what they have, and buy a couple of these planes. So listen, here's Gene.
Okay. All right, my friend. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, the company that we're the manufacturer for AirTech is the manufacturer of the Quicksilver product line. We've been in the ultralight type business since 1977, and we still have the same people still in business. We're located at the Light Plane World. It's 019, I think is our location. But yeah, come on out. We got some of the ultralights and the sport plane. We're probably one of the oldest manufacturers on the field still here. So I'm here. The planes are here. Come on out. I'll show you what we got.
Gene, I got to ask you too. You're located near the in Paradise City, near the sandbar, so they can't miss you as they're coming down the street. But tell me about one of these planes. Tell me why would someone be interested in buying one of these? How much fun they are? And of course, if I wanted to get one, how long it would take to get it? And do you do training?
So we have training is done throughout the United States at some of the dealers or some of the flight schools. The neat thing of this type of airplane, Mike, is that once the plane is purchased, the cost of ownership is minimal. That's just by the nature of the type of products that these are. But we're here. The training has always been a challenge, if you will. We have more people looking for training than we have instructors. I think that's just the nature of the beast with the sport flying community. But if somebody's got a special question or a special need or request, stop on in. We'll help them out the best we can.
All right. That sounds great, Gene. I appreciate the interview. And from Michael Springer at Sun and Fun Radio, signing off. Hi, this is Michael Springer with the Sun and Fun Radio coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. And I'll be speaking with John Rathmo, who's the sales manager for Bristol Aviation. These are beautiful aircraft, and we're on a corner lot here and near the flight line. And you can come up here and talk to John and see about what you can find with some of the aircraft that are just beautiful here. And what we'd like to know, obviously, is cruise, useful load, and how easy to fly, and what you can do for your customer base.
Sure. Hi, Michael. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to MD009, our little spot out here at Sun and Fun this year. We're in the middle of this beautiful weather, and we brought down a Mosaic-ready airplane. So this particular plane sports a 916. Of course, it's pretty close to 150 horsepower. The airplane cruises about 144 to about 8,500 feet. It is a nice long-range machine. There are versions of this airplane that have extended range tanks that can get you up to 7.5 hours. It has two wing lockers that can carry 44 pounds of gear that you might want to store in either wing locker on each side of the wing. This particular one also has a variable pitch prop, and it's a single lever control prop, so it's ready for Mosaic. It's ready to go when the Mosaic rules drop. We think they're going to drop. Of course, they're talking about Oshkosh this year, but if we want to cross fingers and hope that things haven't been delayed, let's shoot for January of 26. An airplane like this, if you took an order today, we would be able to deliver it around February of 26 for next year. Last year we had an airplane here, very similar paint scheme. If you come out and see me, introduce me and say, where's the guy with the red plane? That's us. That airplane that was here last year, for instance, won top light sport, won best light sport of show. That airplane at my little facility in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, with my director of maintenance, Rich Masano, and his team, gets a big pat in the back because they fixed it to factory specs. We told the judges that it was damaged, and when they looked it over, they didn't realize that it had previously been damaged. And when we got done, it actually won the award for Best Light Sport because it was so factory finished. That's awesome. So we did a great job, and that's because we had super great support from the guys at BRM Aero. We've had a relationship with them for 15 years. We're the longest dealer with them here in the United States. So we're very happy to be supported by them and to support them. So we had traditional support. Our customer base has been really sticking with us. We've got about 120 airplanes in the United States now, and we've been the guys to troubleshoot, babysit, stay with them since they come on board. So if a guy's looking for an airplane that's sort of a Cirrus sort of airplane, anybody wants a two-seater that has a $1,200 annual instead of something like, let's say, more than $1,200 annual, they could come to us and find an airplane that has a capacity to burn 7 gallon an hour at cruise, or perhaps 2.5 gallon an hour in the pattern. So it can take regular 100 low lead, or it can take auto fuel. The Rotax is pretty versatile across the board, and this airplane comes with Bentley seats. So you're looking at an airplane that brings a boatload of value for the cost, what it can offer, and we back it up with good follow-up and good support behind the airplane.
Well, that's fantastic. To get into this aircraft here, what are we talking about?
This airplane's for sale for $365,000. As you see, it has about 65 hours as a demonstrator. And we have only taken it to a couple shows at this point, so it doesn't go to work. It doesn't go to a flight school or any of that kind of stuff, although it could. It's built tough, and it can do it. But this is a brand-new airplane ready to go customer-wise. So, if you're looking at a used Cirrus at $600-something thousand, this airplane doesn't seem like it's so expensive.
I was going to say, too, now is this aircraft equipped, ready to go, certified for IFR?
Yes, sir. This airplane is full IFR. It's got a full Garmin suite, dual radios, autopilot, intercom panel, and all the backups with a backup G5. This airplane's got triple redundancy with AAA HARs in it and capacity to fly IFR, and including a BRS system built in. So it's got the rescue system already built.
Okay, and you might have mentioned this, but cruise speed is
144. Yeah, 144 at 75% power. So this airplane can move out when needed. We know what the customer really wants. He wants an airplane to go 190 knots and 2 gallons an hour at 2,000 feet. We know that. And he wants something big enough to carry him, his overweight wife, and dog. But sadly, that doesn't really work. This airplane can haul 1,653 pounds. It weighs in about 985 pounds as you see it. The other airplanes in our light sport group, of course, are limited by 1320, and that airplane would probably start out at about 850 pounds roughly. So you can do a lot of configuration changes. We have a really interesting capacity to make our airplanes quite custom. and they come with, as you can see, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to describe it, but we're standing here on a beautiful sunny day, 85 degrees, bright sunny day, metallic paint with sort of a Porsche candy apple red, a BMW silver, beautiful LED lights on the front for landing lights that can also go into a wig-wag mode when you get into busy environments. You can, this airplane is also on the B-23 frame, which is a very highly tested airframe. We have pending FAA approval on the B-23 here in the United States. You're lucky enough to hear the F-35 take off and start to impress us with its ability to turn jet fuel into noise. So welcome to that.
Well, everybody, welcome to Sun and Fun 2025 here in Lakeland, Florida, second largest air show in the country. Come on by, bring your family and everything. Well, John, I really appreciate the interview, and I hope you sell a few of them while you're here.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all your time.
All right. Thank you, John.
Take care.
All right. Mike Springer signing off from Sun and Fun Radio.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida. We are turning up the fun at 31.
Okay, okay. But see, you're going to confuse people with all these slogans, all right? You got to focus. You got to see, we've got the marketing person, and she'll tell you, right? You know, you want to find one slogan, and you want to just hammer on it, all right? All this experimenting with other slogans is
confusing, I know. But the reason
I don't know if it's really confusing,
we're turning
but
up the
I'm
fun
trying
at
to
31.
I know.
Because this is Sun and Fun Radio's 31st year broadcast.
I understand.
This is the 51st annual Sun and Fun, and the actual slogan is turning up the fun at 51.
All right.
But I'm stealing it because just like I do my Good Morning Sun and Fun Robin Williams ripoff. Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah, I know.
That's where my Good Morning Sun and Fun comes from. So, turning up the fun at 51. Do you feel better, John?
All right,
Jack?
Okay.
Have I been properly positioned?
I'll stop now.
Okay, well, don't stop. Start talking with our guests.
I will. We have a really fascinating guest this morning. We have Kelsey Montree is with us. She's the Director of Development and Engagement for the Seaplane Foundation. Hi, Kelsey. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great, Jack. How are you today?
Good. Now, so normally we're visited from your organization by the big guy, Steve McCaughey.
Steve McCaughey, yes,
Steve
sir.
McCaughey.
Our Executive Director.
But he's come up with a lame excuse to get out of doing it this morning. What happened to him?
He is all out of his voice. He lost his voice a couple days ago, and he's at home resting. So hopefully, when we get back on the road, he'll be good to go again.
Yeah. So, but it's to our benefit because we get you instead of him.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Tell us a little bit about the foundation. What's it all about?
Oh, absolutely. The Seaplane Foundation, our mission is to ensure the future of water flying through education, safety, and research. We partner with the Seaplane Pilots Association. We are the 501c3 arm, whereas the Seaplane Pilots Association is the 501c7 arm. So they are advocating to keep our waterways open. They are lobbying with local and state governments to keep waterways open. Whereas the foundation, we're the offense, right? We are producing our safety seminars and videos. We are offering scholarships to our young aviators. We are doing everything possible to keep water flying going for future generations long after we are all gone.
Sure.
I'm going to step in with a question that I legitimately don't know the answer to, and it's a little bit off topic.
All right.
But your 501c3 foundation, C7 for the Seaplane Pilots Association.
Correct.
If we can, if it's too long and complicated, just say you won't understand. But designation between the two? Why are there 7 and you a 3?
Great question, Dave. Great question. So the 501c3 is able to accept tax-deductible donations.
I see.
So as you are supporting your aviation nonprofits, you would make your donation to the Seaplane Foundation rather than the Seaplane Pilots Association. They're the ones who are lobbying, working with government officials. We can't do that as a 501c3, so we partner together to get it all done.
Great. Yeah, and it was kind of a curve to me to see Seaplane Association, because I'm used to Steve and I have known each other for years, and I've had Steve on air for years, and you are a very refreshing change of pace to Steve. Love Steve like a brother. Don't get me wrong, love Steve like a brother, but I'm really glad you're able to join us this morning.
Thank you.
You say the foundation produces the videos and stuff. I do have a question, and I should know this answer, but I don't.
Okay.
A few years back, you talked about, you used to be based here in the old media building.
Yes, we used to be right here on Lakeland.
Right here on campus.
Yes, right on campus.
And you had a great spot. I mean, because I know, because that was my spot.
Oh, we stole your
you guys
spot?
Came around. No, I'm happy to be where I am. When the radio station came on the air, I was a
Yeah.
media volunteer, and
Love
that building was the media headquarters. It was built as the media headquarters initially, way back when. And I'm glad you guys were here, but you've moved off campus. I had seen grandiose plans for a Winter Haven somewhere.
Yes.
Where are you located now, and did they build the area that they wanted to build, or are you based there?
Great question. So we are at the Winter Haven Airport.
Okay.
We were located in the FBO in a teeny tiny little office, but we have outgrown that. We are now in building 60 across the airport property, still Winter Haven Airport.
Okay.
We are filling that up. We've got a classroom now. We've got a research library. We've got a podcast YouTube studio in there. It's a really wonderful location. But to answer your question, Dave, we are still planning our larger headquarters.
Great.
But where we are right now is kind of like a proof of concept, right? So we've got to go from where we are right now and kind of expand from there, right? Once we're bursting at the seams there, we're going to start working because that headquarters was going to be an expensive project.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No, and you actually had access to water for.
Yes.
I mean, you're at a land-based airport right
We
now. It's not
are.
like you're at Jack Brown Seaplane Base.
Correct,
You're
but they're
at
right next door.
Yeah, you're at. So you have a water landing spot. My understanding is that the conceptual headquarters actually had access to water
Yes.
or runway.
So that's what I'm going to call phase one. Right. So phase one, we're going to be looking at developing a seaplane base right there, right where our headquarters would be. And the whole goal is to be able to land on water there. And if you are flying amphibious floats, be able to taxi across the road there and head over to our headquarters. But certainly phase one would be developing that seaplane base. So we are really excited about that. That's something we're looking forward to this year.
That's outstanding. That's great. Maybe someday in the future we can actually bring back the splash in there at your headquarters.
Yes,
that would be outstanding. And
that
that's just
is the
concept.
goal.
I don't make those decisions.
I love
I'm
it.
just a radio god.
A few minutes ago, you told us a little bit about, in general terms, about the activities and programs of the foundation. Can you give us some specific examples of some of the things you're doing?
Yeah, so we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are providing scholarships for our young aviators from 18 to 25 years old who already have their private pilot's license to be able to fly water flying. A couple of requirements there. You do need to be a member of the Seaplane Pilots Association, and we would like you to pursue a career water flying. So that's a wonderful scholarship opportunity for our young aviators out there. Certainly come by the booth, Hangar C, booth 78, 79. We're there. We can talk about it, or visit seaplanefoundation.org and we can continue that conversation. But really what we're focused on this year is safety. We did a number of years back a safety video about amphibious gear, right? We all know that landing in the water with our gear down can be catastrophic. So kind of burning that into our brains of we've got to make sure that the gear is up if we are landing on water.
And a gear up landing on land is tragic.
Yeah,
you're gonna hurt the airplane.
Yeah,
a gear up landing on water, and I've seen the videos.
Yes.
Amphibious floats with the wheels down. We're not talking about scraping the belly of the air. We're talking about flipping over.
We are.
Filling full. So yeah, that is a very, very good topic to make sure people are pounding into people's heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to step back for a second because you said something that caught in my brain. Careers in water flying.
Yes.
We've got about 2 minutes left. What career opportunities are there in water flying?
Oh my gosh, the opportunities are endless in water flying, and it really depends on where you want to be in the world, right? So a lot of water flying operations or commercial operators are flying tourists, right? We're flying, from South Florida down to the Bahamas. We're flying from Seattle out to the San Juan Islands. We're flying Alaska, to take our fishermen and our hunters out to enjoy those remote opportunities. We've all heard of the Maldives.
Yeah.
How do we get out to those beautiful, beautiful
That's one thing
islands?
I've always
We
loved.
fly. We sure do. So, that's really something to get excited about. There could always be opportunity at the Seaplane Pilots Association to kind of work with our team, whether you want to be a volunteer. We're always looking for some help there too.
Yeah.
So career in water flying is looking, and I will make a real quick side note. When I watch the Maldives commercials, everybody else is looking at the hotel rooms over the water, and I'm looking at the seaplanes going, oh, that's cool.
It's so cool.
Does Chalk's Airlines still operate out of Fort Lauderdale, or have they gone by the by?
No, Chalk's closed, I think it was around 2005.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so, but I wasn't positive.
Before we run out of time here, you mentioned where you're located here, but say it one more time, where you were here at the fly-in?
We are in Hangar C, right in the middle of the crossway of the two crosswalks, 78 and 79. We've got a nice big booth there.
And if people want to find you on the internet, where do they go?
It's easy peasy. Go to seaplanes.org. You'll be able to find us there.
Seaplanes.org. Plural. Planes.
Yes, multiple planes.
And it's not C, it's SEAPLANES.org.
Correct.
That's right. Thank you to Kelsey Montree from the Seaplane Foundation. Appreciate you taking some time.
Thank you so much, guys, for having me. Enjoyed it.
Well, look forward to doing it next year. We will be back with more outstanding interviews here in just a few minutes after these words from our sponsors and information on Sun and Fun.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. That's our slogan this year.
I like it.
So there's a tremendous shortage for pilots
Absolutely.
and mechanics and everything associated with our industry. And for every airplane flying, I forget the exact number, but behind that airplane, behind the person flying that airplane is something like 17 support individuals. So there's such a need. I'm a Spartan grad in Tulsa, and Spartan is expanding to fill this need. And so we're sitting here, and I've been introduced to it's a great concept, a great idea. And why don't you introduce yourself and tell us how you're teaming up with Spartan?
Absolutely. So my name is Savannah Brown. I am the business development flight manager for our Illinois Aviation location. Spartan Education Group has partnered with us to offer a Atlas Cadet Academy, which is a direct partnership with Atlas Air. So Illinois Aviation Academy has been in the industry for 30 plus years. Our founder, Bob Werdrick, who's amazing, he actually started out of the trunk of his car with a ground school, and they would do ground at the local coffee shops, and he has really taken this from a mom and pop shop over the years to now having over 50 training planes, over probably 100 employees at this point. We have a full maintenance department. We have an awesome training facility. We're actually in a really unique location out of Illinois because we are out of DuPage Airport, which is the third largest airport in Illinois. It's O'Hare, Midway, us. So we have a 24/7 tower. We have a great aerospace to train in, and Atlas saw the pilots that we produce and wanted to form that partnership.
I like I said, I'm a Spartan grad, and the training there was second to none. I'm sure still is. I mean, just
Absolutely.
second to none. So I'll say congratulations on that partnership.
Yes,
That's
thank you.
That's a really a big deal. And so, all the services available, heavy maintenance. Do you guys offer something more than aviation? Than flight training? Is flight training what you focus on, or do you have?
Yes.
So it's strictly flight training. What's your fleet of airplanes? What do you fly there?
We have Cessna 172s of all different varying avionics. We'll start you in your private pilot certificate. We'll start you with a little bit of older Cessnas. That would be 6-pack steam gauge so that you can really understand. One of our phrases is you got to walk before you can run, right? We want to make sure that you really have the basics down to understand the entirety of your airplane until we get to, obviously the fancier avionics all the way up to our 2024 G1000s.
Sure, yeah, I get that. Having flown, and many of us fly the steam gauges. The glass panels are kind of pricey.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I get that. So you can go from private pilot all the way through your air transport pilot.
Basically, so all of the services that we offer about 6 certificates, which is private, instrument, commercial, multi-engine, CFI, CFII. So we can offer anything after that, and in our pathway program, it's actually part of the program that you are put first for job openings. So as being part of Atlas Cadet Academy, you are first in line for any interviews that are offered. So the way that we do it is a little bit different than the generic route, right? Anybody knows, because passenger is very specific, right? With cargo, it's actually really different. You do still all the same certificates, so your day-to-day is pretty much the same as any other student at Illinois Aviation, but the advantages in your training is your leadership development. We have an app that allows for fireside chats, which the incredible James Brocksmith, who is a VIP captain for Atlas, he came on and gave one of the best presentations. I am not a pilot, and I was like, yep, I'm signing up. Sounds good. Let's go be a pilot. But he was able to show real-life photos and chat about his experiences in the industry and Atlas specifically, which is amazing. And that's exclusive to our Atlas cadets. After that, once you get your CFI II, you are put first in line for a position at Illinois Aviation. And because Atlas has an unrestricted ATP of still 1,500 flight hours, they do want to offer our students specifically an opportunity to work for Part 135, which is basically corporate cargo. So what they do at a certain amount of hours so that they would qualify, they would be able to go and get 250 hours of high performance time with our partners, Plane Masters or Castle Aviation. So they would be able to get time in Caravan, a Saab, a Beechcraft, whatever is open at that point. They would be able to go through that program, and then once that time is done with the Part 135, could that be a year or two? That is a conditional job offer for a first officer position at Atlas Air flying the wide bodies 747, 777.
Sounds like a great pathway to get it done. You know, historically that didn't exist. You graduated,
Right.
you graduated a flight program, and they said, you want to work here? No, well, good luck. Thank you. Thank you for 3 years of dedication to this.
Right.
So, speaking of that, not that it's required anymore, but when I went through the ranks, a degree was required to get on with the airlines, even the commuter airlines. So do you offer, again, not that it's required any longer, but do you offer a degree program at your academy?
So we actually have another partnership with a local college that is, it's called College of DuPage out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. And they have a aviation management degree that's actually really unique in the aspect of, one, it's 2 years. 2, it's an aviation management as well as flight in those 2 years. So you're getting both. And even if you didn't want to do the Atlas pathway specifically, they do allow for a 1250 restricted ATP. So you can get your degree in 2 years and have that aviation degree if you were looking to go to another pathway.
Sure, that's great. That's a great opportunity, and a lot of companies are doing exactly what you have done with both Spartan and your DuPage College. So that's a very nice benefit for those who want that degree.
Yes.
So do you fly yourself?
You know what? I don't.
What?
I know. I am kind of a weird into aviation. I responded to an Indeed ad for a front desk position almost 4 years ago now. So I've been with Bob for as long as we've been around, and I just fell in love with the industry. I love the fact that we have the College of DuPage program as well for that aviation management side, because that's the side that I love. I love the pilots. I love the interactions. I mean, I'm at Sun and Fun right now for work. It's a very interesting and constantly developing industry that I really appreciate.
Well, it is, and you touched on it. It is a crucial, like I said earlier, behind every pilot flying, there's 17, 18 people making the airplane fly. You know, people that fuel it and work on it, the admin staff, dispatchers, and I know Spartan does a lot of that stuff as well. You know, Spartan has a broad scope. So congratulations. That's quite an opportunity that you're presenting the folks in your local area.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So what's going on in the future? What are your future plans there?
I know that there is still absolutely growth on the horizon. We are definitely not stopping here. So, expanding into more airplanes, more advanced avionics, expanding. Yes, definitely expanding on our partnerships as well for the Part 135s and Atlas specifically. It started in June of last year, so we're at an evolutionary standpoint and can't wait to grow from there.
I just can't imagine, you know, if I were in that position, I can't imagine not taking full advantage of that Atlas connection.
Oh, it's an incredible opportunity.
You know,
Savannah, would you speak to the CFI visit that?
Yes,
Yeah,
one of the advantages while you're a CFI is you actually get to go to the Atlas training facilities. So that is Miami and Cincinnati, and we take a group of CFIs that are getting close to that 135 time and actually get exposure to Atlas in its entirety, understanding the scheduling, talking to the actual Atlas pilots, all of that stuff happens. They actually get loggable time in the 747 simulator, which is incredible.
Those connections and having those mentors right there, that's invaluable too. You know, if you can do it, I can do it. You know, right? So, well, thank you for your time today, and tell us again your website.
It would be atlascadetacademy.com.
And the city is in DuPage?
DuPage Airport out of Chicago.
Well, thank you for your time today, and congratulations on teaming with Spartan. I mean, you're historic now, and are part of a great history now. So congratulations, a fantastic job.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Sun and Fun, we're going to step away and take a quick break and hear from our sponsors. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, it's Mike Springer with Sun and Fun Radio 2025 this Sunday afternoon, and it is beautiful outside, so if you're not here at the show, come on by. I'm standing here with Bo Garrett. He's the founder of Bravo Golf, and I'm going to let him explain everything that they do here at the Sun and Fun, and so you can come by, visit with them, maybe purchase a couple of their products. Here you are, Bo.
Hey Mike, so good to meet you. Thank you so much for coming by the booth. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. We are just thrilled to be back here for Sun and Fun 2025. As Mike mentioned, my name is Bo Garrett, and I have an aviation-inspired watch brand called Bravo Golf. We do not sell golf clubs, before you ask. B&G, it's just my initials, and if you're a pilot, you'll appreciate that, just the phonetic pronunciation of those letters. So we're a 3-year young brand. We've been in the business for about 3 years. This is our second year here at Sun and Fun. And like I said, we make aviation-inspired timepieces for pilots. And a little quick origin story. I was a flight instructor back in the day, and probably like a lot of you, I was making $10 an hour just trying to survive student pilots. But I always thought it'd be cool to have an aviator watch. At the time, though, all of them were really out of my price range. And frankly, they were just a little too bulky and too complex for me. So that's what sparked the idea. I thought one day it'd be very cool to have a brand that was less complex, less bulky, and more affordable for pilots. So I started Bravo Golf to do that. And I really, the why behind all of this is I just really wanted to help pilots commemorate their journey through aviation and just help them to mark the milestones that they may achieve. And so that's what we did. In the early days to start out, I figured it would probably be good to hear from the community. So I actually put a survey together, and on the survey, I put about 5 features. And I sent that survey out to pilots on social media, and I said, hey, will you guys rate these features? And in 7 weeks, we had over 1,800 responses to that survey. And so that became our product development roadmap. And the first watch we came out with is called the Discovery. It is a GMT watch. It is less complex. It is less bulky. And we put the GMT complication in a window as opposed to a fourth hour hand, so it's super intuitive and easy to understand. So that's a little bit of the from there to here.
Thanks, Bo. The other thing, too, I'd like to know where, and also anyone listening would like to know where you're located, your home office, as well as where you're located here on site at Sun and Fun.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. So at Sun and Fun, we are in Hangar B, booth B17. So please come by and see me, and if you tell me you heard about us on Sun and Fun Radio, I'll give you a special discount.
Also, I'd like to know specifics about your watch. Tell me all about all the features of the watch itself, and that way anyone listening will be, let's go over to Bravo Golf.
Oh, absolutely. So as I mentioned, it is a GMT watch. We have the Zulu time in a crescent window. We have the local time is on the hands, and it's built like a tank. Instead of glass or ceramic, we have a sapphire crystal for the window. You cannot scratch or chip that. The only thing that cuts it is a diamond. So it's incredibly durable. It's encased in 316L stainless steel. That's just a fancy way to say medical grade stainless steel. And the nerd knowledge behind that is that there's less carbon in it, so there's less opportunity for corrosion. We also design, engineer, and assemble these in the U.S., and our movement comes from Switzerland. It is a quartz-based movement, which means it's battery-powered. Our battery lasts for about 3 years, and we do offer a lifetime battery replacement. The watches also come with a 2-year manufacturer's warranty. And before I forget, they are rated to 10 atmospheres or 100 meters depth for water resistance. So you'll implode before your watch does.
That is pretty awesome. Well, I thank you both for the interview, and hopefully a lot of people come by and take a look at these watches. Thank you, and
thank you so much, Mike.
And thank you. This is Mike Springer signing off for Sun and Fun Radio. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio, 1510 on the AM, and I'm here the first day of Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Florida. Beautiful outside. I've got Mike here, Mike Jones, who operates his aviation company and in sales, and of course, Mike's going to enlighten us as far as what they do, how they do it, and why they should come here to see you. Mike?
Okay. Yeah, my name's Mike Jones. I got Mike Jones Avionics and Maintenance. And we started a company here about 25 years ago. We took an aircraft that was a classic aircraft that went out of production called a Piper Navajo. And it was an aircraft that was built in this area. And it went out of production back in the late 80s. And I took this aircraft and we brought it up to impeccable standards, called a lock and key Navajo. That's our coin that we use for our identity for our aircraft. And so what we've done is we take this aircraft and renovate it from nose to tail with the latest and greatest electronics, STC modifications. And we're in Blue Book and VREF to get a value out of the airplane after we do all this work. So it appraises and finances for what we do. Then we also we've been doing that for 25 years. We got 2 of them here right now. We got one we just did a year ago. It's called 80 Lima Kilo. We use the LK for the lock and key program identity. Then I've got one here that I did in 2005, and I sold it at a AOPA trade show in Tampa, Florida. And it was one we did almost 20 years ago. And I bought that airplane back, got it here. Both these aircraft for sale. The 80 Lima Kilo is a $1.6 million airplane. They start out, our lock and key starts at 1.6, goes up close to 1.8, 1.9. And I've got a used lock and key here now for $850. But we're competing with new aircraft. And if you're going to buy a brand new Baron, buy a great manufacturer, a great product. Or if you're going to buy a brand new Cirrus, a great aircraft, buy great manufacturers, of course. $1.3 million for a decked out Cirrus, $2 million for a Baron. And there's multiple other aircraft we kind of get close to. But this is an aircraft that's, if you're considering one of those aircraft, at least circle around and look at us. So what we've got now is we've got 2 more seats. We got a potty. We got a cabin class. We got 7-foot wing lockers, nose baggage, rear baggage. We also got 21 STCs and modifications. We've got modifications for the Baron. We got modifications for the Bonanza, modification for Cessna 310, And we also got modifications for the Piper Navajo. And we also got a incredible radio shop. We got 14 mechanics. We got 3 avionics guys. We got a brand new $4.4 million hangar facility. So if you ever need any upgrades, or if you want to do a lock and key renovation, maybe on a different make and model aircraft, we'd sure like to talk to you. We're in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and we appreciate the time for promoting yourself. Thank you very much.
Mike, now where are you located? Right here on deck, right at Sun and Fun?
Yes, right here at Sun and Fun right now.
But what is the actual location? Do you have a?
Okay, we're in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, right out of Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. But if they were going to look for you, they're going to be over here near Epic Aviation, Beechcraft, right across the street from them. So come on over and visit with Mike, talk to him about maintenance and about converting your aircraft and seeing what he has to offer. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mike Springer signing off. Sun and Fun Radio 2025.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun in 51. My name is Tom Frick. I am joined by
Jack Hodgson
and Jim Goldman.
And this is, you know who this is?
You know who this
is? The man behind the curtain.
This is the man behind the
man
curtain.
behind
the man
the
who's
curtain.
pulling
Pay
all the
no
strings.
attention to the man behind
and that's
the
what I
curtain.
was just going to say. The man who made day one of Sun and Fun Radio at the 25 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
A huge success.
They had to pry me back from behind the curtain.
Yeah,
I was going to just stay hidden back there, but, you know, everybody's having such a great time out here. I figured I'd come
and they
join
all
you.
said their name, and you are?
I'm Derek Legassi.
There you go.
Yeah, and we've mentioned Derek a couple times this morning about all the work he did in putting this stuff together, both the practical things for any given year, the last few years, but also building out this video system.
And
is
Derek,
pretty impressive.
when did you start on this year's Sun and Fun?
This year's Sun and Fun, well, technically...
Besides the day after last year.
I was going to say, this is the day after last year's, but this is really a culmination of efforts from previous years. You know, I'd say maybe this is like 2-3 years in the making. A remarkable amount of work from our volunteers behind the scenes in terms of just putting together some resources and testing stuff out and building the fine facilities we have here at Sun and Fun Radio. You know, it's really, I can't say it's all me. It's a team effort. So shout out to my guys inside there in the booth. You know, we got my father working behind the board and a lot of very fine volunteers. We got Will on video and people new and old and experienced. Every single year, something great's happening here at Sun and Fun Radio.
Yeah. Oh, and tell me the great thing this time. I mean, you got these cameras on the deck here. We used them all last year, but what'd you set up this morning?
What I set up this morning? Well, a couple of you folks, if you've been tuning in, you've been looking at the video feed that we show during our breaks. So we're not always talking here on the deck. All of us need to, you know, change out our announcements and get ready for the next program for you. So usually you're looking out on the street, on Clubhouse Row, just in front of Sun and Fun. You can see all the action here, all the folks checking out all the fine vendors and aircraft. But today, I just got online a feed from Paradise City.
Yeah.
The grass strip down across the field, so you can actually see up close and personal the fine aviating activities that are going on over there in real time while you're waiting for us to come back to the deck and tell you more about what's going on.
Now, Paradise City is the area where Sun and Fun puts on light sport, ultralight, paramotors, hang gliders, and all
Small
that kind
rotorcraft, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And all those kinds of airplanes, and it's not in the central spotlight. You do have to go over there if you want to see it, but having that camera feed gives people a flavor for the variety that we have here at
and
Sun
what
and
they're
Fun.
missing over there.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who comes to this thing and doesn't go check out Paradise City has missed something.
Oh, they've
big.
missed something really big here. I mean, it's such a huge campus, but
especially right after. My favorite time over there is right after the Daily Air Show. When, you know, it's like once the airspace is cleared and they're allowed to fly, they start having all kinds of interesting small airplanes doing takeoffs and landings down there, flybys, and it's a very, very cool place. You know, it used to be known as simply the ultralight field, but as that segment of aviation
has diversified, right?
There's all kinds of aircraft down there.
Power parachutes and my favorite weight shift control aircraft.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, speaking of all the fine aircraft they have down there, I'm pleased to announce that we are not just stopping with one small camera down at Paradise City. Starting tonight, on the Sun and Fun Radio feed. We're going to bring out a couple more of our pieces of equipment, and we'll be covering the Sunset Aerial Circus at Paradise City. We'll be bringing over some of the commentary from their folks over there, and then our cameras so you can get an eye on what's happening there. And all of those aircraft and much, much more will be right here on the airwaves after the main air show programming.
Very cool. Very cool. So what else is going on? As I mentioned earlier, we're sneaking up on the Daily Air Show here.
We are. Like I said, another successful start to a Sun and Fun.
I know, and I have to say, I thank you, all of you, those of you who have been doing this for a while. This is my first year as a full-time, if you will, member of the announcing team. And it's fun, and it's been interesting to meet all these people that I've met and chatted with, and it's quite an experience.
I learn a lot sitting here and being able to ask people about what they're up to and what they're presenting, and it's a great way to learn about what's going on in the aviation industry and the subset of that's here at Sun and Fun.
Oh, absolutely. And even their stories on how they got there in the first place.
You
know, their aviation stories, and then, they found a love in aviation and they start a business, or they start a nonprofit, and off they are, and now they're doing something that's worthwhile to the whole community, and to the community at large. It's just really cool stories out there.
Yeah.
And you're right, it's fun to talk to these people.
It is a lot of fun.
And the community is such a small world. I mean, you run into folks and everybody has ties to maybe somewhere that we flew before, or somewhere where we trained before, or somewhere we've been before. And, you just see the vast expanse of the grounds out in front of us over here, and it's just real touching when you get these stories and then they feel so close to home.
Absolutely. And it's funny how you always run into people who know somebody that you know or whatever.
Exactly.
And I always say that to people, that, aviation is a massive industry with a very small community.
Very small community.
Absolutely.
You're not going to be in aviation very long before you start running into people you know.
Or that somebody knows you, or you know somebody else.
Yep.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. So what did we discover about the air show? Did we still have that piece of paper here?
Somebody stole our air show list. It was sitting right here.
Hey, engineers, anybody got a spare air show paper back there that we could take a peek at?
Yeah.
Let's see if they can hand it through the window. Oh, and the Dave's approaching the podium, folks.
Oh,
boy.
The boss just showed up.
No.
Here we go. Our illustrious leader, Mr. Dave Schallbetter.
Oh, here we are.
I made copies.
Wait, this just in. The air show schedule has just been handed to me.
I was trying to remember what that sound was like.
So the air show starts at 1 o'clock with the traditional flag drop and jump by Hammond skywriting behind them, followed by a number of air show aerobatic demonstrations and warbird demonstrations, and they are intermixed this year. So it looks like they're going back and forth between aerobatics and warbirds.
Yeah.
Tom, what do you think?
I'm sorry.
I try not to. It hurts.
I'll jump in here and observe that I find it notable that one of the air show acts listed on this piece of paper is Amazon Arrival.
Well, there's an air show act.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's actually, that is not the air show act. That is the air show schedule.
Yes, I understand.
Right. And we are all friends, and we're all neighbors, and we all share the airport, and we take a break during our air show to accommodate our friends and neighbors at Amazon.
Of course we do.
And but the funny thing was that
since it's their field most of the year.
Yeah. The funny thing is that last year they had a sign out in the field. It was like, this is the best spot to watch the air show from, and they call it the prime viewing area.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture with prime viewing area in the foreground and an Amazon jet, a big prime jet. It's like, yeah, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, we're all airplane lovers over here.
No,
and there's nothing wrong with a fine Boeing aircraft doing a nice pass here for us all to enjoy.
That's
right?
what I was going to say. I make jokes, but those are cool airplanes too.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if the pilot bounces it on landing, we know it's made by Boeing, Boeing, Boeing.
You had to go there, Dave, didn't you?
Had to go there, didn't you?
I'm getting a look.
If you're going to bounce a landing, you might as well do it when 50,000 people
exactly.
are watching.
nothing like sliding it in out sideways.
Well, I'm sure that's a great surprise when they would come out on final after a long flight and go, oh, geez, it's a landing with a show.
Yeah. Look, folks, they've lined up. They're making a big old party over our arrival today.
Precisely.
Or can you imagine being in on final and looking up ahead? You know, you're 5 miles out and you're seeing aerobatics and smoke trails over the runway. It's like, guys, you know, I'm coming in Amazon heavy. I'm on final.
You know what I call that? A good day at the office.
That's right. No, good day at the office is the day I got a ride in Sun and Fun Stearman. We were told Lua at the runway, and we had to line up and wait for Fifi. Sitting in a Stearman, having Fifi and waiting for Fifi to land in front of us. I sent the video to Jack, or I shared the video with Jack, and he's like, "Is that Fifi?" I said, "Yep."
A lot of great things on this. A lot of great things on this air show schedule. We got P51s and T6s and easy. It says easy. I'm assuming that's a long easy. Decathlons, a pair of RVs, a sort of RV flight team. Foxjet glider team is going to be here. F-16, F-35.
Yeah.
Heritage flight with an F-35 and F-16 and a P-51. That would be beautiful. Yeah, it's going to be a great air show. And
it's starting in very shortly.
It's just the first.
I want to thank everybody for listening today and watching on the stream. Remember, we're going to stream the air show as well, and stay tuned because tonight we do the Sunset Aerial Circus live on our YouTube and Facebook videos.
And then we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, folks.
Hello, this is Lizzie Havens. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit BoleyInsurance.com.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. It continues to be a great morning here at Sun and Fun 2025. The sun's, although the sun's struggling a little bit to come out, the cloud, every time I look out there, the clouds are kind of going back between, broken but almost scattered, or scattered just barely not broken. And although the sun is shining now, we got a little blue sky, and it's getting warmer and warmer. It's going to be a pretty warm day, so make sure you're prepared if you come on out here today. But you should come out here today because there's going to be a lot of fun things happening. Today is a big day. They're all big days, right? But it's a particularly big day at Sun and Fun because today is one of the two night air shows. So in addition to the regular day air show, later this afternoon, after a bit of a dinner break, we will be back for the night air show. And if you've never seen the night air show here, you're missing out because it's quite a spectacle. You might not think that simply seeing airplanes with lights on them would make a difference, but it does. It's a lot of fun, and they do a terrific fireworks show. And I think the drones are good. So you'd think all the fly-ins and air shows I've been to, I would have seen one of these big drone, swarm show fireworky things. And I've never actually seen one with my own eyes. So I'm looking forward to maybe getting a chance to do that this evening. So it's a big day at Sun and Fun 2025. Talking right now with Beth Saxon is joining us here on the Sun and Fun Radio deck. Beth is with Stallion 51, which is I think of them as being the P-51 people at Kissimmee Airport. And she may talk to us a little bit about that operation, but you're here today. First of all, hi Beth, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm good. And you're here, one of the things you wanted to talk about here was a new program that you guys are apparently involved with, involving the whole process of getting your aviation medical, your pilot medical.
That is correct.
Tell us what you're doing.
Well, I work for Dr. William T. Bush, and it's AvDoc51. We have a website, if you want to look us up. It's avdoc51.net. And that'll tell you pretty much everything you need to know about getting your medical. But since I have everybody's ear, I want to explain a little bit. One of the most important things they have to do is fill out an application online for the FAA to apply for an airman certificate. And it's so important to take your time and look at the details, because the details in this case definitely matter. making sure the address you provide the FAA is the address you want the FAA to find you if they need to contact you by mail. That's how they always do it. And then make sure you're accurate and you're providing your full legal name, just like it appears on your passport or on your birth certificate in some cases. And then take your time answering all of the medical questions and the parameters that those questions are asked. If you have ever is the key word. So it includes if you were 15 at the time it happened and now you're 55, or if you're with 3. It's an ever question. So provide all that information.
Yeah, I mean and yes, it's very important to get that questionnaire, that form right and complete. And I think maybe some of the old timers and a while ago thought you could be a little more casual about that form and maybe kind of fudge it a little, maybe not outright lie, but, kind of, they don't need to know about that, or they, whatever. But that's not the case. You need to be complete and truthful and accurate.
And if I could speak to that, there's a lot of concern about divulging everything, and you need to, because there's 2 things that can happen. If the FAA finds out that you weren't completely honest and divulging all important information, they will shut you down and you'll never see the inside of a cockpit again. The other thing is, too, especially with the older pilots, if anything should happen that involves your insurance company, if the insurance does their little background check and finds out you withheld information, they will pull all their support and you'll be on your own. So your insurance will become null and void.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important just to get it over with, divulge everything, and we'll work it out.
From your experience, is there any particular medical situation that people, potential pilots, are think they need to keep a secret, but really don't? And it's not as big a deal as you might think, and it can be worked around?
Yes, and a lot of it involves mental health and any medications they might have taken, whether it's the current taking or in the past. They have a tendency to either gloss over it or be hesitant to bring it up, because it becomes a whole new step in getting your medical certificate. And it can get expensive, because sometimes the FAA is going to want additional information, which is going to include additional visits with other specialists in the medical field to confirm that you're good to go.
But these things are not automatically disqualifying. You just need to...
No, they're not automatically disqualifying. It's just a delay. That's all it is.
Yeah. Very good. So other services you guys provide in addition to helping with the medical, the advice for the medical process?
In the world of the medical field, yeah, we do a lot of things. The FAA mandated as of January 1st that they have to take an electronic color vision test for the first-time pilots. Now, if you already have your pilot license, you have a waiver, you don't have to do it again. You're good to go. But for the new guys, they have to take it. And so there's a little angst in doing that, especially for the guys, because it's typically the men that are that run the risk of color deficiency. But there's always a workaround, so it's not anything to be terribly worried about.
How would that work? So I'm fortunate that I seem to have proper color vision, but obviously a lot of people don't. What is the workaround? How does it? Because there are situations where a pilot is required to recognize a color, and how does it work with someone who's unable?
Well, without going into a whole lot of detail, if you fail it the first time, we allow you to take it multiple times until you're comfortable with passing it. Depending on which medical level you're going for, whether it's a Class 1, 2, or 3, the FAA says we have to just go ahead and issue them regardless, at least a Class 3, but with limitations, meaning they can't fly at night. But in the meantime, they can start working around to take what I call the practical, or what is properly referred to as operational color vision test. They have to apply for it through the FAA. The FAA will send them a letter giving them permission and direction to contact the local FSDO office, and then they'll schedule a flight and a light gun test with the local airport.
Interesting. Yeah. Any other? I want to ask you a couple minutes about the whole environment there at Stallion 51. But anything else about the medical situation that you wanted to tell us today?
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, you call any AME. We'd love for you to come see